bins by a wall before his stomach knotted itself and the contents slapped on the dirty cobblestones. As he stood collecting himself, he saw something glowing red in the darkness at the wall on the other side of the yard. It was a cat's eyes. Tapetum lucidum, Lucille had explained to him, a layer at the back of the eye that was now reflecting the light from one of the windows on the ground floor. He could discern the cat as well, sitting quietly and looking at him. Or rather, when Harry's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw it was not him, but a mouse between them that had captured the cat's attention. The mouse moved slowly from the wheelie bins towards the cat. It was like a déjà vu from that last morning in the bungalow on Doheny Drive. It dragged its long, glossy tail after itself, like a condemned man forced to lug his own rope to the gallows. The cat leaned forward slightly, and with a swift maneuver sank its teeth into the back of the rodent's neck. Harry threw up again, and supported himself against the wall as the cat dropped the already dead mouse on the ground in front of him. The glowing eyes looked at Harry as though expecting applause. It's a theatre, Harry thought. A fucking theatre where, for a brief while, we just play the roles someone has written for us. Chapter 30. Sunday. The morning sun had yet to dry the rain-drenched streets when Tan arrived at Mons. She didn't have the keys to the pet shop with her. It was Sunday, and this was just the meeting point for the handover of dogs she walked. The client was new. He had rung the day before. It was unusual for people to avail themselves of her dog-minding service on the weekends. Generally, that was when they had time to look after their pets themselves. Tan was looking forward to taking a walk, and had worn training gear in case the dog wanted to run a little. She and her mother had spent yesterday making food. Her father had come home from the hospital, and although the doctor had given him strict instructions not to eat too much and steer clear of spicy food, he had, to the delight of her mother, dug enthusiastically into all the dishes she served up. Tan saw a man with a dog approaching across the gravel-covered park of Westkantorget. The dog was a Labrador, and judging by its gait, suffered from hip dysplasia. As they drew closer, she saw it was the policeman who had been in the shop 2 days previously. Her first thought, perhaps because he was dressed in a suit, was that he was going to a Sunday service or a confirmation, and that was why he needed a dog-minder. But he had also been wearing a suit the first time she met him. Maybe it was his work outfit, in which case she was glad she hadn't brought the keys, in the event his plan had been to convince her to let him in. "Hi," he said, smiling. "My name is Sung Min." "Tan," she said, and patted the dog, which was wagging its tail. "Tan. And his name is Kasparov. How do I pay?" "Vips. If you have the app, I can get a receipt if you want." "You mean you won't work off the books for a policeman?" He laughed. "Sorry, bad joke," he said, when she didn't laugh along. "Do you mind if I walk with you some of the way?" "By all means," she said, and took the lead, noting that Kasparov's collar was a William Walker. It was an expensive brand, but soft and gentle on a dog's neck. She wanted to stock them in the shop, but Jonathan had refused. "I usually walk in Frogner Park," she said. "Fine." They walked south and turned into Fuglahaugata in the direction of the park. "I see you're wearing training gear, but I'm afraid Kasparov's running days are behind him. I've noticed. Have you considered an operation?" "Yes," he said, "several times, but the vet has advised against it. But I think he's on the right track with proper food. And the periods it's bad, painkillers and anti-inflammatories." "Sounds like you care about your dog." "Oh, yes. Have you a dog yourself?" She shook her head. "I'm more into hookups, like with Kasparov here." Now they both laughed. "I'm afraid I didn't hit it off so well with your boss the other day," he said. "Is he always so morose?" "I don't know," Tan said. The policeman was quiet, and she was aware that he was waiting for her to elaborate. She didn't need to, of course, but such silent pauses might serve to underscore an unwillingness to say more, as though there was something fishy going on. "I don't know him that well," she said, although hearing that now, It sounded like she wanted to distance herself from Jonathan, which might put him in an unfavourable light, and that certainly wasn't her intention. "That's odd," the policeman said, "you not knowing one another when the two of you are the only people in the shop." "Yeah," she said. They stopped for a red light at the pedestrian crossing over Schierkavijn. "It may be a little odd, but what you're wondering is if I know whether he's smuggled something into the country. And I don't." In her peripheral vision, she could see him looking at her, and when the light changed to green, she walked so quickly that he was left standing on the pavement behind her. Seung-min hurried after the girl from the pet shop. He was annoyed. Clearly this wasn't leading anywhere. She had her guard up and wasn't going to talk. It was a waste of a day off, and his mood was not improved by the fact that he and Chris had argued yesterday. A flower seller was standing by the monumental main gate of Frogner Park, offering his sad specimens to the tourists. "A rose for the beautiful beloved!" The seller had taken a step forward so that he was blocking one of the smaller side gates which Seung-min and Tan had headed towards. "No, thank you," Seung-min said. The seller repeated his sales pitch in broken Norwegian, as though Seung-min must have misheard him. "No," Seung-min said, and followed Tan and Kasparov, who had skirted round the man and walked through the gate. But the seller came after him. "A rose for the beautiful no." The man obviously thought that Seung-min, judging by his attire, could afford it, and that Seung-min and Tan were a couple, since they both looked Asian. Not an unreasonable assumption, of course, and neither was it one that would have bothered Seung-min on another day. He rarely, if ever, allowed himself to be provoked by preconceptions. They were just a part of how people dealt with a complicated world. In fact, Seung-min was more often provoked by people who were so self-centered that they took offense every time they believed themselves the victim of even the most innocuous preconception. "A rose for I'm gay." The seller stopped and stared blankly at Seung-min for a moment. Then he moistened his lips and held out one of the plastic-wrapped, pallid flowers. "A rose for the beaut I'm gay," Seung-min roared. "Do you understand? Gay as gay can be." The flower seller backed away, and Seung-min saw that people going in and out of the gates had turned to look at them. Tan had come to a halt, a startled expression on her face, and Kasparov gave a brief bark and pulled at the lead to come to his owner's rescue. "I'm sorry," Seung-min sighed. "Here." He took the flower and handed the seller a 100-krone note. "I don't have any," the man began. "It's fine." Seung-min walked over to Tan and held out the rose to her. At first she just looked at him in surprise. Then she began to laugh. Seung-min hesitated a moment before seeing the funny side of the situation, then laughed as well. "My dad says it's largely a European tradition, giving flowers to your sweetheart," Tan said. "The Greeks in antiquity, the French and English in the Middle Ages." "Yes, but the rose is originally from the same continent as us," Seung-min said. "The place where I was born in South Korea, Samcheok, has a very well-known rose festival. And Mungun-hwa, the rose of Sharon, is the national symbol of Korea." "Yes, but is Mungun-hwa, strictly speaking, a rose?" Before they reached the monolith, the conversation had moved on from flowers to pets. "I don't know if Jonathan really likes animals that much," she said, when they were standing at the top of the park, looking down towards Skøyen. "I think he just ended up in this business. It could just as easily have been, like, a grocery or electronics store." "But you don't know anything about him continuing to stock Hillman pets after the import ban?" "What makes you so sure he has?" "He was very stressed when I called round to the shop." "Maybe he was scared of—" "Yes?" "No, nothing." Seung-min took a deep breath. "I'm not a customs officer. I'm not going to charge him with illegal importation. What I'm working on is following a lead, which in a roundabout way could maybe help us to apprehend the man who killed those two girls who disappeared, and prevent any more from dying." Dawn nodded. Looked like she hesitated slightly before making up her mind. "The only illegal thing I've seen Jonathan do was when he agreed to take a fox cub someone had taken with them from London. Apparently foxes live in the city there. It's an offence to bring foxes into the country, of course, and I think that when they found out, they got scared. They couldn't face going to the vet to have it put down, and they weren't able to do it themselves, so they gave the cub to Jonathan instead. Had to reimburse him generously to take the problem off their hands, no doubt. People do things like that? You don't know the half of it. Twice I've had owners not bothering to pick up their dogs and vanish into thin air. So what did you do? Took them home. But we don't have much space, so eventually I had to take them to the animal shelter. It's so sad. What happened to the fox cub? I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to. I loved that cub. Sung Min could see her eyes becoming moist. Suddenly, one day it was gone. He probably flushed it down the toilet. The toilet? No, of course not. But like I said, I don't want to know how he got rid of Ni. They continued walking while Tan told him of her plans, about her dream of becoming a vet. Sung Min listened. It was hard not to like this girl. Besides, she was bright, and there was no longer any reason to pretend he had got in touch to have his dog looked after, so he accompanied her the entire way. His questioning had proved fruitless, but he consoled himself with the fact that he had at least got to spend time with someone who appreciated a four-legged friend as much as he did. "Oh," Tan said as they approached Mons again, "there's Jonathan." The door of the shop was open, and a Volvo estate was parked outside. A man was leaning in the open door on the passenger side. He probably couldn't hear them due to the sound of the vacuum cleaner. By his feet was a bucket of water, suds spilling over the brim, and the car was wet and glistening. Water still trickled from the hose lying on the tarmac. Sung Min took Kasparov's lead and wondered whether he should slip away unnoticed and leave it up to Tan to decide if she wanted to tell him about their meeting. But before he had a chance to make up his mind, the shop owner straightened up and turned in their direction. Sung Min saw the man's eyes blaze as he took in and undoubtedly interpreted the situation correctly. "Isn't it unchristian to wash your car during church service hours?" Sung Min said, before the others had a chance to say anything. The man's eyes narrowed. "We've just been for a walk in the park," Tan added quickly. "Dog-minding." Sung Min wished she hadn't sounded so anxious, as though they were the ones who had cause to be on the defensive and not him. Without a word, the man carried the vacuum cleaner and hose into the shop, reappeared, picked up the bucket and emptied the contents out onto the pavement. Soap suds and dirty water pooled around Sung Min's handmade shoes. Sung Min didn't notice, just concentrated on the man marching into the shop with the empty bucket. The anger he saw, was that merely down to a policeman being a nuisance? Or was it because the man was scared? Sung Min didn't know exactly what nerve he had hit, but he had hit something, of that he was in no doubt. The man came back out and locked the door of the shop, then walked towards the car without gracing them with a glance. Sung Min saw the remains of some clods of earth in the water that had run from the tires to the manhole cover. "Been driving in the forest?" Sung Min asked. "Been barking up the wrong tree?" the shop owner asked, slipping into the driving seat, shutting the door and starting the engine. Sung Min watched the Volvo as it accelerated down the Sunday calm of Neuburg Gata. "What was it he had in the boot?" "A cage," Tan said. "A cage," Sung Min repeated. "Oh," Katrina whispered, withdrawing the arm she'd linked through Harry's. "What's wrong?" he asked. She didn't answer. "What's wrong, Mummy?" asked Gert, who was holding Harry's hand. "I just thought I saw someone," Katrina said, squinting up at the higher ground behind the monolith. "Sung Min again?" Harry said. Katrina had told him that while she and Gert were waiting at the gate, they had seen Sung Min enter the park with a girl. Katrina hadn't tried to attract his attention. She wasn't eager for colleagues to see her in Harry's company. In that sense, Frogner Park on a sunny Sunday was a risky choice. There were already lots of people inside. Some of them were even sitting on the grass, which had to be still damp after last night's rain. "No, I thought it was—" She paused. "Your date?" Harry asked, while a snowsuit-clad Gert pulled at his sleeve for Uncle Harry to lift him off the ground and swing him around once more. Maybe you're thinking about someone, then suddenly you start seeing their face everywhere you go, you know?
You mean you saw him up there?
No, couldn't have been him. He was going to work today. But I can't walk arm in arm with you anyway, Harry. If we were to run into any colleagues and they saw the two of us—
I know, Harry said, checking the time.
2 full days left. He had explained to Katrina that he only had a couple of hours to spare before he needed to get back to the hotel to work. But he knew it was only to give himself the feeling he was doing something, that it was unrealistic to think he would find anything there, that something needed to happen.
Not that way, this way,
Gert said, pulling Harry off the path and onto the trail leading between the trees towards the playground and Frognell Castle, a wooden fortress in miniature that children climbed and played in.
What did you say it was called again?
Harry asked innocently.
Frognell Castle.
Harry saw Katrina's warning glare as he tried his best not to laugh. What the hell was happening to him? He had heard that lack of sleep could make people psychotic. Was he at that stage? His phone rang and he checked the display.
I have to take this. You two go ahead.
Thanks for a great night, he said into the phone when the other two were out of earshot. No, thank you, Alexandra said. But that's not why I'm calling. I'm at work.
On a Sunday?
When you leave the warmth of a girl in her bed in the middle of the night to read reports, then I have to be allowed to do a little work as well.
Fair enough.
I actually came in to catch up on my thesis, but it turns out the DNA analysis from the kitchen roll you asked for is ready, so I thought you'd like the results right away. It has the same DNA profile as the saliva we found around Susanna Anderson's nipple. Harry's overtired brain took in the information bit by bit as his heart rate increased. He had just been wishing for something to happen, and now it had. One could turn religious from less, but it also occurred to him that he shouldn't be so surprised. The suspicion about whom the saliva on Susanna's breast came from had after all been strong enough for him to finagle DNA from Marcus Rudd.
Thanks,
he said, and ended the call. When he got to the playground, he found Katrina on all fours in the sand in front of the castle. She was making neighing sounds while Gert, who was sitting on her back, was digging his heels into her sides. She explained, still on all fours, that Gert had seen a film about knights and had insisted on arriving at the castle on horseback.
The saliva found on Susanna belongs to Marcus Rudd, Harry said.
How do you know?
I got a hold of Rudd's DNA and sent it to Alexandra.
Fuck.
Mummy?
Mummy will mind her language, yes. But if it's been obtained in that way, it's not by the book, and then we can't use it in court.
It wasn't done in the police-prescribed manner, no. But this is exactly what we talked about. There's nothing to prevent you and your people from using information procured by others.
Can you— She nodded back in the direction of her rider. Harry lifted Gert off the horse, despite his protests, and she got to her feet. Rudd's wife still gives him an alibi. All the same, this might be enough to arrest him, she said, brushing sand off the knees of her trousers and watching Gert, who had run over to the slide coming down from one of the towers.
I think Elena Rudd might waver slightly where that alibi is concerned.
Oh?
I talked to her. The alibi is her bargaining chip in an upcoming divorce settlement.
Katrina frowned and took out her own ringing phone, looked at the display. Brat. Her work voice, Harry thought, and going by the change in facial expression he could guess the rest. I'll be right there, she said, and cut the connection. Looked up at Harry. A body's been found. Lilloy Plassen. Harry thought for a moment. Wasn't that out on the tip of Snorria in the wetlands?
Okay, he said, but what's the big hurry to get tactical investigators out there? Shouldn't you be concentrating on having Rudd arrested?
It's the same case. A woman. And she's been decapitated.
Shit.
Can you play with him in the meantime? She nodded towards Gert.
You're going to be busy for the rest of the day, Harry said, and tonight. Rudd needs to—
These are to the gate and to the apartment. She slipped 2 keys off a set.
There's food in the fridge, and save me the skeptical look. You are the father, after all. I'm the father when it suits you, apparently. Right, and now you sound like one of those police wives who are always complaining. She handed him the keys. We'll get word afterwards. I'll keep you posted. Of course, Harry said, and clenched his teeth. He watched Katrina walk over to the slide, say a few words to Gert and hug him, and followed her with his eyes as she jog-trotted out of the park with the phone to her ear. He felt a tug on his hand and looked down into Gert's upturned face. Horse! Harry smiled and pretended he hadn't heard. Horse! Harry's smile widened, and he looked down at his suit trousers and knew he was going to lose. Chapter 31. Sunday. Large Mammals. It was just gone 11 in the morning. The sun warmed, but as soon as it slid behind one of the clouds, Katrina shuddered. She was standing by a grove of trees looking out over a beach with tall yellow marram grass and, beyond that, the glittering sea, where sailing boats crossed back and forth. She turned. The stretcher with the body of the woman was on its way to the ambulance up at the road from where Sung Min was walking towards her. Well, he said. She was lying in the tall grass just by the beach. Katrina sighed heavily. Pretty bad shape, worse than the other two. Out here it's mostly families with small children who are up walking early, so of course one of them had to find her. Oh dear, Sung Min shook his head. Any idea about the identity? She was naked and her head was cut off. No one reported missing, as yet, but I'm guessing she was young and beautiful, so... She didn't finish the sentence. That it wouldn't be long, that from experience it was the young and beautiful who were reported missing earliest. No tracks, I presume? No, the perpetrator was lucky. It rained last night. Sung Min shivered as a sudden cold gust of wind hit. I don't think it's luck, Brat. Me neither. Will we do something proactive to get an ID on the body? Yeah, I was thinking of calling Mona Daw at VG. Give her this as an exclusive in return for them running hard with it, and in the way we want. Not too much, not too little. Then the rest of them can quote from her piece and complain about preferential treatment afterwards. Not a bad idea. Daw will go for it just to have something Volga doesn't. My thoughts exactly. They watched the crime scene technicians in silence as they continued photographing and fine-combing the cordoned-off search area for evidence. Sung Min rocked on his heels. She was brought here in a car, just like Bertina, don't you think? Katrina nodded. There are no buses out here, and the taxi firms we checked had no fares to the area last night, so yeah, in all likelihood. You know if there are any gravel or dirt roads around? Katrina looked at him closely. Tire tracks, that what you're thinking? I've only seen tarmac roads round here, but any tire tracks have probably been washed away by the rain now. Of course, You just... Nothing, Sung Min said. Then I'll make that call to VG, Katrina said. It was 11:45. Priam slowly unfolded the grease-proof paper in front of him. A fresh wave of anger washed over him. They had come at irregular intervals ever since he had seen the two of them together, like two lovebirds, her, the woman he loved, and that guy. When a man and a woman take a walk in the park like that, there's little doubt about what's going on. He was after her, a policeman as well. He hadn't yet had time to come up with a plan to get this unexpected rival out of the way, but he would soon enough. The greaseproof paper lay unfolded in front of him, and in the centre of it an eye. Prim felt his mouth get dry. But he must. He held the eye between two fingers, felt nausea rising. He couldn't throw it up again. That would be a waste. He placed the eye back on the paper and tried to breathe deeply and calmly. Checked the online newspapers on his phone again. There it was, finally, in VG. It was at the top with a large picture of the wetlands. Beneath Mona Daw's byline, He read that the body of an as yet unidentified woman had been found by Lilloy Plossen on Snorre. The body was without a head again, and VG urged the public to get in touch with the police if they had any information about who the murdered woman might be, as well as those who had been in the area the previous evening, irrespective of whether they had seen anything or not. Mona Dore wrote that the police were refusing to comment for the time being on whether this murder was connected to the murders of Susanna Anderson and Bertina Bertilsson, but that would clearly turn out to be the case. Bream gazed at the article. It was placed above several items about the politician who had cheated on her taxes, that day's decisive clash between Bordeaux, Glimt and Mulder, and the war in the East. He felt the odd intoxication at being there, centre stage, in the main role. Was this how Mummy had felt in front of a spellbound, breathless theatre audience as she brandished the magic wand of the narrator? Was this her genes and passion finally awakening within him? He took out the other phone, the burner, which he had bought on eBay with a SIM card from Latvia registered under a fictive name. Tapped in the number for VG's tip-off line, said it concerned the dead woman by Lilloy Plossen, and asked to be put through to Mona Dore. It sounded like an order when she came on the line. "Dore?" Bream affected a deeper tone to his own voice, which from experience he knew no one was able to identify as his. "Who I am is of no importance, but I'm very worried. I was supposed to meet Helena Rudd in Frogner Park today. She never showed up. She's not answering her phone, and she's not at home either." Who Bream hung up, looked down at the greaseproof paper, lifted the eye and studied it, put it in his mouth, and chewed. Just after 12:30, Johan Kroon rang Harry Huller's number. He had come in from the veranda, where his wife was still sitting with a cup of coffee and her face turned to the sun. She said she didn't trust the weather report, which forecast there was more warm weather in store. He broadened his coat while waiting for an answer. Finally, he heard Harry's breathless voice. "Sorry, am I disturbing a workout?" "No, I'm playing." "Playing?" "I'm a dragon, attacking a castle." "I see," Johan Kroon said. "I'm ringing because I just received a call from Marcus. His assistant just informed him that the Forensic Medical Institute have been in touch. They want him to come and identify a body." He drew a deep breath. "They think it might be Helena." Johan Kroon couldn't tell whether Huller sounded shocked or not. "I thought you might want to accompany him. Then you can see the body. Whether it's Helena or not, the killer is probably the same." "Good," Huller said. "Can you come over here and look after a 3-year-old for a few minutes?" "A 3-year-old? He likes it if you pretend to be an animal. A large mammal, preferably." Johan Kroon pressed the call button that said Forensic Medical Institute for a second time. "It's Sunday. You sure there's anyone at work?" "They said I was to come ASAP and ring at this door," Marcus Rudd said, glancing up at the building's facade. Eventually they saw someone wearing green scrubs on the inside trotting towards the glass door, which he opened. "Apologies, my colleague has left for the day," he said from behind the surgical mask. "I'm Helga, post-mortem technician." "Johan Kroon." The lawyer instinctively put his hand out, but the technician shook his head as he held up his gloved hands. "Can the dead be infected?" Rudd asked sarcastically from behind. "No, but they can infect the living," the post-mortem technician said. They followed him through an empty corridor to a room with a window facing into what Kroon assumed was the autopsy room. "Which of you will be making the identification?" "Him," Kroon said, nodding towards Marcus Rudd. The man handed Rudd a face mask, scrubs, and a scrub cap like he himself was wearing. "Can I ask what your relationship to the individual who may be the deceased?" Rudd looked at a loss for a moment. "Husband," he said. The sarcastic tone was gone, as though the possibility of Elena really lying there was beginning to sink in. "Before putting on your face mask, I'd like you to have a drink of water.
the post-mortem technician said. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Rude said. "Experience suggests it can be a good idea to have fluid in the body when we're dealing with a case such as this." The post-mortem technician poured water from a carafe into a glass. "Believe me, you'll understand when we enter." Rude looked at him, nodded briefly, and drained the glass. The post-mortem technician held the door open, and he and Rude went inside. Crone went over to the window. They stood on either side of a trolley where the outline of a female form lay in profile underneath a white sheet. Apart from the head, evidently there were microphones inside, and he could hear their voices over a loudspeaker above the window. "Are you ready?" Rude nodded, and the post-mortem technician removed the sheet. Crone backed away from the window. He had seen corpses in his professional life, but nothing like this. The post-mortem technician's voice sounded dry and matter-of-fact over the loudspeaker. "I'm sorry, but it does appear as though the perpetrator has subjected her to extreme violence. One thing is what you see here, stab wounds over the entire body and the slashed stomach. But the worst is probably the area here around the anus, where we can see that the perpetrator must have used something other than a knife or his hands to cause so much damage. The entire rectum has been torn open, and the mutilation continues upward, so he must have used a pipe, a thick branch, or similar. I apologize if this is more information than you wish, but it's necessary to explain the level of violence inflicted, so that you understand she is no longer the woman you knew or were used to seeing. So take your time and try to look beyond the injuries." Due to the face mask, Crone couldn't see Rude's facial expression, but he did see the trembling of his body. Did he do this while she was alive?" "I wish I could say that we knew for certain that she was dead, but I can't." "Then she suffered?" Rude's voice sounded thin and tear-filled. "Like I said, we don't know. We can determine that some of the injuries were inflicted after the heart had stopped beating, but not all. I am sorry." A single whimper escaped from Rude. Johann Crone had never at any point in their relationship felt sorry for Marcus Rude. Not for 1 second. His client was too much of a bastard for it. But just now he felt compassion, perhaps because he had inevitably, for a moment, put his own wife on the trolley and himself in Rude's shoes. "I know it's painful," the post-mortem technician said, "but I have to ask you to take your time. Look at her and do your best to confirm whether or not this is Elena Rude." Crone assumed it was the sound of her name in connection with the mutilated body that made Rude break down in convulsive sobbing. Crone heard the door behind him open. It was Harry Ola, accompanied by a dark-haired woman. Ola gave a brief nod. "This is Alexandra Sturza. She works here. We picked her up on the way." "Johann Crone, Rude's lawyer." "I know," Alexandra said, as she walked to the sink and began washing her hands. "I was here earlier today, but I've obviously missed out on all the action. Has she been identified?" "They're doing it now," Crone said. "It's not an entirely straightforward task." Ola had come to the window beside Crone and was now looking in. "Rage," he said simply. "Pardon?" "What he's done to her. It's not the same as he did to the other two. This is rage and hatred." Crone tried to moisten his dry mouth. "You mean it's someone who hates Elena Rude?" "Could be. Or he hates what she represents. Or he hates himself. Or he hates someone who loves her." As a lawyer, Crone had heard these statements before. They were the court psychologist's more or less customary description in cases involving violence and sexually motivated murder, except for the last one, about hating someone who loved the victim. "It's her," Rude's whispered voice over the loudspeaker caused the three of them outside the autopsy room to go quiet. The dark-haired woman turned off the tap and turned to the viewing window. "I'm sorry, but I'm required to ask you if you are certain," the post-mortem technician said. A new, shuddering sob escaped Rude. He nodded. pointed to one shoulder.
"That scar. She got it when we were in Chennai, in India, and she was riding on the beach. I'd hired a racehorse. It was to run in a race the following day. They were so beautiful together, but the horse wasn't used to running on sand and didn't see the sinkhole left by the tide. They were so beautiful as they..."
His voice didn't carry any longer, and he hid his face in his hands.
"Must have been a bloody nice horse for him to take it so hard," the dark-haired woman said.
Crone turned to her in disbelief, met her cold gaze, and swallowed the reprimand on the tip of his tongue. He turned to Harry in exasperation instead.
"She's analysed DNA material from Ruud," Harry said. "It matches the saliva found on Susanna Anderson's breast."
Harry studied Johann Krone's face as he spoke the words. He thought he saw pure surprise, as though the lawyer had truly believed in his client's innocence. But what lawyers and policemen believed didn't really matter. Research showed that there was little or no difference in people's ability, irrespective of their occupations, to tell when someone was lying, or, put another way, that we are all about as poor at it as John Larson's lie detector. All the same, Harry found it hard to believe that Krone's surprise or Ruud's tears were an act. Of course, a man could grieve over a woman he had killed, either by his own hand or by paying someone else. Harry had seen enough guilty husbands who had wept, probably out of a mixture of guilt, lost love, that same jealous frustration that had led to the murder and the sudden violence in the moment of realization. Christ, hadn't he himself believed for a time that he, in the midst of an alcohol fog, had killed Raquel? But Marcus Ruud did not look like a man who had murdered the woman lying in front of him, though Harry was at a loss to explain quite why or how. The tears were too pure somehow. Harry closed his eyes. Tears too pure? He sighed. Screw this esoteric bollocks. The evidence was there, and it told its own story. The miracle that would save both him and Lucille was about to take place, so why not welcome it with open arms? A buzz sounded in the room. "Someone at the main door," Alexandra said. "Probably the police," Harry said. Alexandra left to open it. Johann Krone looked at him. "Was it you who called them?" Harry nodded. Ruud entered the room and removed the coat, face mask and scrub cap. "When can we move her to a funeral home?" he asked, addressing Krone, and taking no notice of Harry. "I hate seeing her this way." His voice was hoarse and his eyes moist and red. "And the head. We need to make a head for her. We've tons of pictures. A sculptor. The best, Johann. It has to be the best." He began to cry again. Harry had withdrawn to a corner of the room where he observed Ruud closely. Observed the puzzled shock as the door opened. 3 policemen and 1 policewoman entered, 2 of them seizing Ruud by each arm, the 3rd placing handcuffs on him, and the 4th explaining why he was under arrest. On his way out the door, Ruud turned his head as though to get one last glimpse of the body of the woman lying through the window behind him, but only managed to turn it enough to notice Harry. The look he gave him reminded Harry of the summer he had worked at a foundry, when the molten metal was poured into a mould and turned in seconds from hot, red and runny to cold, grey and hard. Then they were gone. The post-mortem technician entered and removed his face mask. "Hi, Harry." "Hi, Helga. Let me ask you something." "Yeah?" He hung up his scrubs. "Have you seen someone who was guilty cry like that?" Helga puffed out his cheeks pensively and slowly let the air out. "The problem with empiricism is that we don't always get the answer about who is guilty and who isn't, do we?" Good point. May I..." He nodded in the direction of the autopsy room. He saw Helga hesitate. 30 seconds, Harry said, "and I won't tell a soul. At least not anyone who can get you into trouble." Helga smiled. "All right. Hurry up then, before anyone comes. And don't touch anything." Harry went in, looked down at what was left of the vivacious person he had spoken to only 2 days ago. He had liked her, And she had liked him. He wasn't wrong on the few occasions he noticed that sort of thing. In another life he might have asked her out for a coffee. He studied the wounds and the cut where decapitation had occurred. He breathed in a faint, barely discernible odour that reminded him of something. Since his parosmia rendered him unable to perceive the smell of a corpse, it wasn't that. Of course, it was the smell of musk, and it reminded him of Los Angeles. Harry straightened up. Time for him, and Elena Rudd, was up. Harry and Helga walked out together, and just caught sight of the police cruiser driving away. Alexandra was leaning against the front of the building, smoking a cigarette. "That's what I call two cute boys," she said. "Thanks," Harry said. "Not you two, those two." She nodded in the direction of the car park, where there was an old Mercedes with a taxi sign and a Keith Richards clone standing in front of it, with a 3-year-old on his shoulders. The clone was holding up an arm as an extension of his nose while he made what Harry assumed were supposed to be elephant noises and staggered in a way Harry hoped was intentional. "Yeah," he said, while trying to sort through the chaos of his thoughts, suspicions, and impressions. "Cute." "Erstein asked if I was going to join him and you at the jealousy bar tomorrow to celebrate solving the case," she said, handing the cigarette to Harry. "Will I?" Harry took a long drag. "Will you?" "Yes, I will," she said, snatching the cigarette back again. Chapter 32, Sunday. Orango Tango. The press conference began at 4 o'clock. Katrina looked out over the parole hall. It was packed and the atmosphere was electric. The names of the victim and the man in custody had obviously begun to circulate. She stifled a yawn as Kedzierski outlined to those present how the case had developed. It was already a long Sunday, and it was far from over. She had sent a text to Harry to ask how it was going, and he had replied, "Gert and I have gone for a drink. Cocoa." She had responded with ha-ha and a stern-faced emoji, and tried not to think about them, clearing space in her mind for what she needed to concentrate on. Kedzierski had finished and opened the floor for questions. They came thick and fast. "NRK, please," the head of information said, in an attempt to maintain order. "How can you have DNA evidence against Marcus Rudd when we know he has refused to submit to a DNA test?" "Because the police haven't taken a DNA test," Katrina said. "The DNA material was obtained by an individual outside the police who also had it analysed and thus confirmed a match to the DNA at the crime scene." "Who was this individual?" a voice asked, cutting through the buzz of the others in the hall. "A private investigator," Katrina said. The buzz of conversation abruptly ceased, and in that brief pocket of silence she said his name, and enjoyed it, because she knew Bodil Melling, however much she wished to have her head on a plate, couldn't come after her for telling it like it was, that Harry Huller had virtually solved the case for them. "What was Rudd's motive for killing Susanna Anderson and Bert?" "We don't know," Sung-min said, interrupting the journalist. Katrina glanced sideways at him. It was true they didn't know, but they had had time to discuss it, and it was Sung-min who had mentioned the old murder case, also a Harry Huller case, where a jealous husband had, in addition to killing his wife, also murdered random women and men to make it appear as part of a serial killing and focus attention away from himself. "VG," Kedzierski said. "If Harry Huller has solved the case for you, why isn't he here?" Monador asked. "This is a press conference with spokespeople from the police," Kedzierski said. "You can talk to Huller yourselves." "We've tried getting in touch with him, but he's not answering." "We can't," Kedzierski began, but was interrupted by Katrina. "He probably has his hands full with other matters then, as have we. So if there are no more questions pertaining to the case?" A furor of protest rang out around the hall. It was 6 o'clock. "A beer," Harry said. The waiter nodded. Gert looked up from the cup of cocoa and let go of the straw. "Guani says people who drink beer don't go to heaven.
And then you won't meet my daddy because he's dead.
Harry looked at the boy, and a thought struck him, that if one beer sent him to hell, then that was where he would meet Björn Holm. He looked around. They were sitting at several of the tables, the lonely men, with their half-litres of beer as sole company and collocutor. They didn't remember him, and he didn't remember them, even though they were as ingrained in Schröder's as the tobacco smell he could still perceive in the walls and furniture a generation after the introduction of the smoking ban. Back then, they had been older than him, but it was as though the inscription above the skeletons in the Capuchin crypt had been imprinted on their foreheads. What you are now, we used to be. What we are now, you will be. For Harry had, of course, always been aware of a line of alcoholism stretching back through his lineage, like a little demonic bloodsucker sitting within, screaming for sugar and spirits that had to be fed, a damn parasite transmitted through the genes. The phone rang. It was Crone. He sounded more resigned than angry. "Congratulations, Harry. I saw in the online newspapers that it was you who got Marcus arrested." "I gave both of you advance warning, with methods the police themselves couldn't use. That was the reason you hired me." "Fine. The contract states that the 3 police lawyers must consider it highly likely that Dredd is convicted." "We'll have that by tomorrow. And then the amount needs to be transferred to—" "Speaking of which, that account in the Cayman Islands that I've been provided with—"
"Don't ask me about it, Crone."
There was a pause. "I'm hanging up now, Harry. I hope you can sleep." Harry dropped the phone back into the inside pocket of Ruud's suit. Turned his attention to Gert, who at that moment was primarily occupied with his cocoa and the large paintings of old Oslo covering the walls. When the waiter returned with the half-litre, Harry asked him to take it back and paid him. It obviously wasn't the waiter's first experience of an alcoholic who checked himself at the last moment, and he disappeared with the beer without a word or a raised eyebrow. Harry looked at Gert, thought about their lineage.
"Granny is right," he said. "Beer isn't good for anyone. Remember that."
"Okay." Harry smiled. The boy had picked up this "okay" from Harry. He only hoped he wouldn't pick up much else. He had no desire for a descendant created in his own image. On the contrary, the almost automatic tenderness and love he felt for the boy on the other side of the table was just about his being happy, more than he himself had been. A scratching sound came from the straw, and at that moment Harry's phone vibrated. A text from Katrina. "Home now. Where are you two?"
"Time to go home to Mummy,"
Harry said, tapping a message to say they were on their way.
"Where are you going?"
Gert asked, kicking the table leg.
"I'm going to the hotel," Harry said.
"No." The boy lay a small, warm hand upon his.
"You are going to sing that song when I go to bed, about the drink."
"The drink?"
"Cocaine,"
Gert sang. Harry wanted to laugh, but had to swallow the lump in his throat instead. Bloody hell! What was that exactly? Was it what Stoller called priming? Did Harry only feel this way because the certainty that he was the father of the child had been planted in him? Or was it something more physical or biological, something in the blood calling, pulling 2 people helplessly towards one another? Harry got to his feet.
"Which animal are you?"
Gert asked.
"Orangotango,"
Harry said, and lifted Gert out of his chair and performed a pirouette that earned applause from one of the lonely guests. He put Gert down, and they walked hand in hand towards the door. It was 10 o'clock at night, and Prim had just fed Boss and Lisa. He sat down in front of the TV to watch the news again, to enjoy once again the results of what he had staged. Although the police didn't say it directly, he could tell by the platitudes they were spouting that they hadn't found any evidence at the scene. He had made the right decision when Elena got out of the car, and he'd had to kill her on the gravel road. Leaving behind DNA was unavoidable, a hair, a flake of skin or sweat, and seeing as he couldn't carry out such a thorough clean-up on a road where witnesses might show up, He'd had to ensure that the gravel road wasn't identified as the crime scene. So he had taken the body in the car and deposited it at the end of the island, which he could be fairly certain was deserted late on an autumn night, leaving him to carry out his work behind the cover of the tall reeds. And be fairly certain also that Elena's body would be found when families and children descended on the area the next day. First he had cut off her head, then gone over her body, washing and scraping off his own DNA from under the nails she had dug into his thighs when she had ridden him in the car. Care had to be taken, because although he had never been convicted of anything, the police had his DNA profile in their database. The female news presenter on the TV was speaking via telephone to a male police lawyer, while a photo of him, along with his name, Chris Hinoy, appeared in the top right corner of the screen. They were talking about Ruud being remanded in custody. It was no wonder they were beginning to run out of exciting angles. The news channels had largely focused on the arrest of Marcus Ruud and the murder of his wife all day. Even Bourdieu Limt's narrow victory over Mulder had received scant coverage. The same with the online newspapers. Everything was about Marcus Ruud, which, in an indirect way, meant that it was about him, Prim. Granted now that the online editions had put up so many pictures of Marcus Ruud, pictures of Harry Hurler had begun to crop up as well. They wrote that it had been he, the outsider, the private investigator, who had linked Marcus Ruud's DNA to the saliva on Susanna's breast. As if that was so amazing. As if the police shouldn't have found out something like that by themselves ages ago. He was actually beginning to get pretty annoying, this Harry Hurler. What business had he being in the limelight? The stage ought to be reserved for the case, the mystery, his mystery. They should dwell even more on the fact that Marcus Ruud, a man of privilege, a man who thought himself above the law, had now been wonderfully exposed and put in the stocks. People loved that sort of thing. Prim certainly did. It was sugar for the soul. Still, the public had received a hefty dose. He hoped his stepfather had access to the newspapers where he was, that he had ample opportunity to suffer, that his public humiliation was now the acid bath Prim had drawn for him. The confusion, desperation, and fear Marcus Ruud must be feeling. Had the thought of taking his own life occurred to him yet? Prim wondered. No, the trigger for suicide, the factor that had pushed his mother to suicide, was hopelessness, and his stepfather still had hope. He had Johan Krohn himself acting on his behalf, and the only evidence the police had was some saliva. They were going to have to balance that against the false alibi Elena had given Marcus for the nights Susanna and Bertina went missing. But what the police lawyer on TV had just said disturbed Prim. This Chris Hinoy had explained that there would be a preliminary hearing tomorrow, where the judge would doubtless grant the police the usual 4 weeks of remand in custody and, given the evidence and serious nature of the crime, further detention thereafter if required. That in Norwegian law there was no time limit on how long a person could be held in custody, so in principle years could pass. And it was of particular importance that the police were afforded generous access to the detention of people of advantage and means who could otherwise use their money or influence to have evidence destroyed, tamper with witnesses. Yes, there were even examples of them attempting to influence investigators. Like Harry Hurler? The interviewer asked, as if that had anything to do with it. Hurler is paid by Ruud, the police lawyer said, but Hurler has been educated and trained within the Norwegian police, and Lily possesses the integrity we expect of members of the force, both past and present. Thank you for joining us, Chris Hinoy. Prim turned the volume down, swore while he pondered matters. If the police lawyer was right, then Marcus Ruud could stay locked up indefinitely, safe in a cell where he couldn't be reached. That wasn't the plan. He tried to think. Did the plan, the grand plan, need changing? He looked at the pink slug on the coffee table, at the slimy trail it had left behind after a half-hour's exertion. Where was it going? Did it have a plan? Was it hunting something? Or fleeing? Was it aware that sooner or later the cannibal slugs would find the trail and take up pursuit? That coming to a standstill was death?
Prim pressed his fingers against his temples. Harry ran, felt his heart pump blood out to his body as he watched the news presenter thank Hinnoy. Chris Hinnoy was one of the 3 police lawyers Harry and Johan Krohn had contacted a couple of hours ago to ask them to provide a subjective and unofficial assessment of the likelihood of Marcus Röd being found guilty, given the evidence in the case. 2 of them had wanted to answer straight off, but Krohn had asked them to sleep on it until the morning. The trainer of Bordeaux Glimt was being interviewed on the news, and Harry shifted his gaze from the TV screen attached to the treadmill to the mirror in front of him. He had the hotel's small gym to himself. He had left his suit hanging in his room and put on a hotel bathrobe, which was now hanging on a peg behind him. The mirror in front covered the entire wall. He was running in underwear, a T-shirt, and his handmade John Lobb shoes, which functioned surprisingly well as running shoes. He looked ridiculous, of course, but didn't give a shit. On his way down, he had even stopped by the reception in this outfit and said he had met an affable priest in the bar, but forgotten his name. The black female receptionist had nodded and smiled. "He isn't a guest at the hotel, but I know who you mean, Mr. Holler, because he was here inquiring about you as well." "Really? When?" "Not long after you checked in. I don't remember exactly when. He asked for your room number. I told him we don't give out that information, but that I could place a call to your room. He declined and left." Did he say what he wanted?" "No, just that he was curious." She said the last word in English, and smiled again. "People tend to speak English to me." "But he's American, isn't he?" "Maybe." Harry turned up the speed on the treadmill. He still had the pace, but was he running well enough? Would he ultimately be able to outrun everything? Everything behind him, those who were out after him. Interpol had access to the guest lists of every hotel in the world, as did every halfway decent hacker. Suppose the priest was there to keep an eye on him. Suppose he was the one who, in 2 days, when the deadline expired without the debt being paid, was going to take care of Harry. So what? Debt collectors don't kill their debtors before all hope of getting their money is out, and then only as a warning to other debtors. And now Röd had been arrested. Saliva on the victim's nipple. You don't get better fucking forensic evidence than that. In the morning, the 3 police lawyers would say the same thing. The money would be transferred, the debt cleared, and he and Lucille would be free. So why was his mind still churning? Was it because it felt as though there was something else he was trying to run from? Something that had to do with this case? The phone which Harry had placed in the bottle holder in the treadmill rang. No initials appeared on the screen, but he recognized the number and answered. "Talk to me." He heard laughter in response, then a soft voice. "I can't believe you're still using that same expression from back when we worked together, Harry." "I can't believe you're still using the same number." Mikhail Bellman laughed again. "Congratulations on Röd." "Which part?" "Oh, both, on the job and the arrest." "What do you want, Bellman?" Now. He laughed again, that charming, hearty laughter so effective in making men and women believe that Mikhail Bellman was a warm, sincere individual, someone they could trust. "I must admit, you become a little spoilt as Minister of Justice. You get used to being the one pressed for time. It's never the person you're talking with." "I'm not pressed for time. Not any longer." The pause that followed was a long one. When Bellman continued, the cordiality sounded slightly more forced. "I rang to say we appreciate what you've done on this case. It demonstrates integrity. We in the Labour Party care about equality before the law, and that's why I gave the green light for an arrest earlier today. It's important to send out the signal that in a functioning state governed by the rule of law, there are no advantages in being wealthy and famous." "Quite the opposite, perhaps," Harry said. "Pardon?" "I wasn't aware that the Minister of Justice had to authorize arrests." "This isn't just any arrest, Harry." "That's what I mean. Some are more important, and it doesn't exactly hurt the Labour Party to be seen going after a well-heeled sleazeball." "My point, Harry, is that I've sweet-talked Melling and Winter,
and they're willing to have you on board the investigation moving forward. There is some work remaining before we file charges. Now that your employer has been arrested, I assume you're out of a job. Your contribution is important to us, Harry." Harriet slowed the treadmill to walking speed. "They'd like you to be present when Rudd is interviewed in the morning." "What's important to you is that it looks like the hero of the hour is on your team," Harry thought. "Well, what do you say?" Harry considered it, felt the distaste and distrust Bellman always evoked in him. I'll be there." "Good. Brad will keep you up to speed. I have to run. Good night." Harry ran for another hour. When he realized he wasn't going to outrun what was bothering him, he sat down in one of the chairs, letting the sweat seep into the cushion cover as he called Alexandra. "Have you missed me?" she cooed. That club, Tuesdays." "Yeah? They had club nights every Tuesday. Didn't your friend say something about Villa Dante carrying on the tradition?" Chapter 33, Monday. Editor-in-Chief Ole Solstad scratched his cheek with one tip of his reading glasses, looked across his desk, piled with coffee-stained stacks of paper, at Terry Vogel. Vogel was slouched in the visitor's chair, his wool coat and pork pie hat still on, as though he expected the meeting to take only a few moments. And hopefully it would, because Solstad was dreading it. He should have listened to his colleague at the newspaper Vogel had worked at before, who had quoted from the movie Fargo when he said, "I don't vouch for him." Solstad and Vogel had exchanged a few general words about Rudd's arrest. Vogel had grinned and said they had the wrong man. Solstad detected no lack of self-confidence, but that was likely the way with all con men. They were almost as adept at fooling themselves. "So we have decided not to commission any more content from you," Solstad said, aware he had to be careful not to use words like "let you go," "terminate," or "sack," either verbally or in writing. Although Vogel was only on a freelancer contract, a good lawyer could use a de facto dismissal against them at an employment tribunal. The way Solstad had now phrased it only meant they would not be printing what Vogel wrote, while at the same time he was not ruling out Vogel being assigned other tasks covered by the contract, such as research for other journalists. But labor law was thorny, as Dagbladet's lawyer had made clear to him. "Why not?" Vogel said. "Because the events of the past few days have cast doubt on the veracity of your latest articles," and added, since someone had recently told him that a reprimand was always more effective if it included the name of the target, "Vogel." As soon as he had spoken, it struck Solstad that admonishment was hardly the appropriate tactic, given that the goal here wasn't for Vogel to promise to mend his ways, but to be rid of the guy with the least possible fuss. On the other hand, Vogel needed to understand why they were taking such a drastic step, that it was about Dagbladet's credibility. "Can you prove that?" Vogel said, without batting an eyelid, yes, even going so far as stifling a yawn. Demonstrative and puerile, but provocative nonetheless. "The real question is if you can prove what you wrote. It looks like, smells like, and sounds like fiction. Unless you can give me your source." "Christ, Solstad, as the editor of this rag, you must know I have to protect—" "I'm not saying you go public with it. Just give it to me, your editor-in-chief, the man responsible for what you write and we publish. Understand? If you tell me the source, then I'm obligated to protect it, same as you. As far, that is, as the law allows confidentiality of sources. Do you understand?" Terry Vogel let out a lengthy groan. "Do you understand, Solstad? Do you understand that then I'll go to another paper, let's say VG or Aftenposten, and do for them what I've been doing for Dagbladet? As in, turn them into the market leaders on crime reporting?" Ole Solstad and the other editors had, of course, taken that into consideration when they'd agreed on this decision. Vogel had more readers than any of their other journalists. His click rates were simply enormous. And Solstad would hate to see those numbers transferred to a competitor. But, like someone on the editorial staff had said, If they gave the discreet outward impression of having got rid of Terry Vogel for similar reasons as the last time he was fired, Vogel would be about as attractive to Dagbladet's rivals as Lance Armstrong had been for U.S. Postal's competitors after the doping scandal. It was a scorched earth policy, and it was Terry Vogel they were burning, but in an era when respect for the truth was on the wane, old bastions like Dagbladet had to lead the way by example. They could always apologize if it turned out that Vogel, against all odds, was in the clear. Solstad adjusted his glasses. "I wish you all the best at our competitors, Vogel. Either you're a man of exceptional integrity, or you're the very opposite, and we can't take a chance on the latter. I hope you understand." Solstad got to his feet behind the desk. "Along with payment for your last article, the editorial team wanted to give you a small bonus for your overall contribution." Vogel had also stood up, and Solstad tried to read the other man's body language to deduce whether he faced rejection if he proffered his hand. Vogel flashed a white grin. "You can wipe your ass with your bonus, Solstad, and then you can wipe your glasses, because everyone, apart from you, knows they're so caked in shit, it's no wonder you see fuck all." Ola Solstad remained standing for a few seconds, staring at the door Vogel had slammed behind him. Then he removed his glasses and studied them carefully. Shit? Harry was standing in the room next to the small interview room, staring at Marcus Rode, who was sitting on the other side of the glass wall. 3 other people were in there with him, the lead interviewer, his assistant, and Johan Krohn. It had been a busy morning. Harry had met up at Krohn's office in Rosenkranzgata at 8 o'clock, where they had called the 3 police lawyers, who in turn had declared it highly likely that Rode would be found guilty in court, with the proviso that other significant factors did not come into play. Krohn hadn't said a lot, but had behaved in a professional manner. Without objection, he had immediately contacted the bank and, acting on the prior issued power of representation, had instructed them to transfer the contractual amount to the bank account in the Cayman Islands. According to the bank, the recipient would see the money in their account the same day. They were saved. That is to say, he and Lucille were saved. So why was he standing here? Why wasn't he already at a bar, getting on with what he had begun at Creatures? Well, why do people finish books they've realized they don't like? Why do single people make up their beds? When he awoke that morning, he had realized it was the first night in weeks he hadn't dreamt about his mother, about her standing in the doorway of the classroom. He had made peace. Or had he? Instead, he had dreamt that he was still running, but that everything his feet landed on turned into treadmills, and that he wasn't able to flee from what? Responsibility. It was his grandfather's voice, the kind, alcoholic man who vomited in the dawn light before shoving the rowing boat out of the boat shed, lifting Harry aboard, while Harry asked why they were going to pull in the nets now when Grandad was sick. But Harry didn't have any bloody responsibilities left to run from. Or did he? Apparently he thought he did. He was standing here in any case. Harry felt a headache coming on and pushed the thoughts away. He did so by concentrating on simple, concrete things he understood, like trying to interpret Rode's facial expressions and body language as he sat answering questions. Harry tried, without listening to the answers, to decide if he thought Marcus Rode was guilty or not. Sometimes it felt as though all the experience Harry had gathered throughout his life as a detective was useless, that his ability to read other people was mere illusion, while other times this gut feeling was the only certainty, the only thing he could always count on. How many times had he been without physical proof or circumstantial evidence, but known and been right in the end? Or was that just cognitive bias, confirmation bias? Had he thought he'd known just as often but been wrong and consigned it to oblivion? Why was he so sure Marcus Rode hadn't killed the women, and was still so sure he wasn't innocent? Had he ordered the murders, ensured he had an alibi, and been so confident his innocence would be proved that he had paid Harry and the others to do it? If that was the case, Why not provide yourself with a better alibi than being at home alone with your wife when the first 2 murders were committed? And now he didn't even have an alibi. Marcus Rudd claimed he had been home on his own the night Elena was killed. Her, the witness who could save him if there was a trial. It didn't add up. And yet...
"Is he saying anything?"
a voice whispered next to Harry. It was Katrina who had entered the semi-darkness of the room and stood between Harry and Sung-min.
"Yes,"
Sung-min whispered.
"Don't know. Can't remember."
"No."
"Right. Picking up any vibes?"
"I'm trying," Harry said. Sung-min didn't answer. "Sung?" Katrina said.
"I might be wrong," Sung-min said, "but I think Marcus Rudd is a closet gay," with the emphasis on closet.
The other 2 looked at him. "What makes you think that?" Katrina asked. Sung-min gave a crooked smile. "That would be a long lecture, but let's just say it's a sum of a long series of subliminal details which I notice and you don't. But I could be wrong, of course."
"You're not wrong,"
Harry said. Now the 2 others looked at him. He cleared his throat.
"Remember I asked if you'd heard of Villa Dante?"
Katrina nodded.
"It's actually a club called Tuesdays, just reopened under a different name."
"Sounds familiar," she said. "Exclusive gay club a few years back," Sung-min said. "It was shut down when an underage boy was raped there. Then it was referred to as Studio 54, after the gay bar in New York, you know, because it was open exactly as long, 33 months.
"Now I remember," Katrina said. "We called it the butterfly case because the boy said the rapist was wearing a butterfly mask.
But wasn't the reason they had to close because they had waiters under 18 serving spirits?" "Technically, yes," Sung-min said. "The court wasn't willing to accept the club's activities fell under private function and consequently ruled they'd broken licensing laws."
"I've reason to believe that Marcus Rudd frequented Villa Dante," Harry said. "I found a membership card and a cat mask in the pockets of this suit, which is his."
Sung-min raised an eyebrow. "You're, wearing his suit? What are you getting at, Harry?" Katrina's voice was sharp, her stare hard. Harry took a deep breath. He could still let it lie.
"It seems Villa Dante has continued to hold the club nights on Tuesdays. If Rudd is as anxious to stay in the closet as you believe, he may have an alibi for the night Susanna and Bettina were killed, just not the alibi he's given us."
"What you're saying," Katrina said slowly while Harry felt as though her eyes were drilling into his head, "is that we have arrested a man with a better alibi than that he was with his wife, that he was at a gay club, but doesn't want anybody to know that?"
"I'm just saying it's a possibility."
"You're saying it's possible Rudd would rather risk prison than have his sexual orientation revealed?" Her voice was monotone but quivered with something Harry could guess at, sheer, unadulterated anger. Harry looked at Sung-min, who nodded. "I've met men who would sooner be dead than be outed," Sung-min said. "We might believe things have moved forward for all in that regard, but unfortunately that's not the case. The shame, self-loathing, condemnation, it's not a thing of the past, especially for those of Rudd's generation."
"And with his family background," Harry added.
"I've seen pictures of his forefathers. They didn't look like men who would hand over the reins of the business to someone who has sex with men." Katrina still hadn't taken her eyes off Harry. "So tell me, what would you do?"
"Me?"
"Yes, you. There's a reason you're telling us this, right?"
"Well,"
he reached into his pocket and handed her a note.
"I'd take the opportunity of this interview to ask him these 2 questions."
He watched Katrina read the note as they listened to Krohn's voice coming over the loudspeaker. "Over an hour, and my client has answered all your questions, most of them 2 or 3 times. Either we can stop here, or I'd like my objection put on the record." The main interviewer and her colleague looked at each other. "Okay," the lead interviewer said, looked up at the clock on the wall, and became aware of Katrina, who had opened the door of the interview room. She went over to her, took the note, and listened. Harry could see Crone's questioning look. Then the lead interviewer sat down and cleared her throat. 2 final questions. Were you at the Villa Dante Club at the times it's believed that Susanna and Bettina were killed? Rudd exchanged a glance with Crone before answering.
I've never heard of that club, and I will simply repeat that I was with my wife.
Thank you. The other question is for you, Crone. For me? Yes. Were you aware that Helena Rudd was seeking a divorce, and that if her demands in the related settlement were not met, she was planning to retract the alibi she'd given her husband for the nights of the murders? Harry saw Crone's face turn red. I see no reason to answer that. Not even a simple no? This is highly irregular, and I think we'll consider this interview over. Crone got to his feet. That spoke volumes, Sung-min said, rocking on his heels. Harry made to go, but Katrina held him back. Don't try to tell me you didn't know all this before we arrested Rudd, she whispered angrily. Okay? He just lost his stated alibi, Harry said. That was the only one he had. So let's just hope no one at Villa Dante can attest to his being there. And what exactly are you hoping for, Harry? The same as always. Which is? That the guiltiest get caught. Harry had to take long strides to catch up with Johan Crone on the hill down from Police HQ towards Grunlandsleidet. Was it you who gave them the idea of asking me that last question? Crone said, scowling. What makes you think that? Because I know exactly what Helena Rudd told the police, which wasn't much. And when I arranged for you to have your conversation with Helena, I was foolish enough to tell her she could trust you. Did you know she'd used the alibi to blackmail Marcus? No. But you did receive the letter from her lawyer where she demanded half of everything, despite the prenup, and managed to put 2 and 2 together. She may have had other leverage, which bore no relation to this case. Like outing him? It would seem we've nothing more to discuss, Harry. Crone made an unsuccessful attempt to hail a passing taxi, but from across the street a parked taxi made a U-turn and glided up to the pavement beside them. The window on the driver's side was lowered, and a face with a brown grin appeared. Can we offer you a lift? Harry asked. No, thank you, Crone said, and strode down Grönlandsleidet. Erstein watched the lawyer stalk off. Bit pissed off? It was 6 o'clock, and beneath the low, dense cloud cover, the lights in the houses were already coming on. Harry stared at the ceiling. He was lying on his back on the floor next to Ståle Arna's bed. On the other side of the bed, Erstein was lying in a similar position. So your gut is telling you that Marcus Rudd is both guilty and innocent, Arna said. Yeah, Harry said. How, for example? Well, he orders both murders but doesn't commit them. Or the first 2 murders are carried out by a sex attacker, and Rudd spots his chance to kill his wife by copying the serial killer so no one thinks he's guilty. Especially if he has an alibi for the first 2 murders, Erstein said. Do either of you believe in that theory? Arna asked. No, Harry and Erstein said in unison. It's baffling, Harry said. On the one hand, Rudd had motive to kill his wife if she was blackmailing him. On the other hand, his alibi is severely weakened now that she can't confirm her statement to the police under oath in a trial. Well, maybe Vogel's right then, Erstein said as the door opened. Even though he's been given the boot, there's a cannibal and serial killer on the loose, full stop. No, Harry said. The type of serial killer Vogel is describing doesn't murder 3 people from the same party. Vogel is making stuff up, Schultz said, putting 3 large pizza boxes on the table and tearing off the lids. Fiji have it up on their website now. They have sources saying Vogel was fired from Dagbladet because he was concocting stories. I could have told them that. Could you? Arna looked at him in surprise. Schultz just grinned.
"Ah, smells like pepperoni and human flesh," Erstein said, getting to his feet. "Gibran, you have to help us eat this," Ona called over to the neighbouring bed where the vet lay with his headphones on. While the other four crowded around the table, Harry sat on the floor with his back against the wall, reading VG's web page, and thinking. "By the way, Harry," Erstein said, his mouth full of pizza, "I told that girl at the Forensic Medical Institute we'd meet in the Jealousy at 9 tonight, all right?" "Okay. Sung-Min Larsen from Kripos is coming as well." "What about you, Truls?" "What about me?" "Come to the Jealousy. It's 1977 today." "Huh?" "1977. Only the best tunes from 1977. Truls chewed while he scowled distrustfully at Erstein, as though he was unable to decide whether he was being made fun of or if somebody was actually inviting him to hang out. "All right," he said finally. "Excellent. We'll be the dream team. This pizza's going fast here, Harry. What are we doing, anyway?" "Pulling in the net," Harry said without looking up. "Eh?" "I'm wondering if I'm going to try getting Marcus Rudd that alibi he doesn't want." Anna approached him. "You seem relieved, Harry." "Relieved?" "I won't ask, but I'm guessing it has something to do with what you didn't want to talk about." Harry looked up, smiled, nodded. "Good," Anna said. "Good. Then I'm a little relieved, too." He shuffled towards the bed. At 7 o'clock, Ingrid Anna arrived. Erstein and Truls were in the cafeteria, and when Stoller went to the bathroom, Ingrid and Harry were left sitting alone in the room. "We're heading off now, so the two of you can get some peace," Harry said. Ingrid, a small, stocky woman with steel-grey hair, a steady gaze, and the residue of a Nordland accent, straightened up in the chair and took a deep breath. "I've just come from the senior consultant's office. He's received a report expressing concern from the head nurse about 3 men who tire Stoller Anna out with their numerous and lengthy visits. As the patients tend to find it difficult to say it themselves, he was wondering if I could urge you to curtail the visits from now on, as Stoller is entering the final phase." Harry nodded. "I understand. Is that what you want?" "Absolutely not. I told the consultant that you need him, and," she smiled, "that he needs you. We need something to live for," I said to him, "and sometimes something to die for." The consultant said they were wise words, and I told him they weren't mine, but Stoller's. Harry smiled back. "Did the senior consultant say anything else?" She nodded, turned her gaze to the window. "Remember that time you saved Stoller's life, Harry?" "No." She gave a brief laugh. "Stoller has asked me to save his life." That's how he put it, the nitwit. "He's asked me to get hold of a syringe." He suggested morphine. In the ensuing silence, Gibran's steady breathing as he slept was the only sound in the room. "Are you going to?" "I am," she said. Her eyes filled with tears and her voice grew thick. "But I don't think I can manage it, Harry." Harry placed a hand on her shoulder, felt it tremble weakly. Her voice was only a whisper. "And I know that's what I'm going to feel guilty about for the rest of my life." Chapter 34. Monday. Trans-Europe Express. Prim read the article on VG's website once more. It didn't directly say that Vogger had falsified the stories, but that was the subtext. Nevertheless, if they weren't saying it directly, that had to mean they had no proof. Only he, Prim, could prove it, tell them what actually happened. Once again this instilled in him that warm, intoxicating sense of control, which he hadn't anticipated, but was a pure bonus. He had been thinking over and over since this morning,
when he saw the small notice in Dagbladet about Teddy Våga being taken off their crime cases. Prim had understood why right away. Not only why Våga had been removed, but why Dagbladet had drawn attention to it instead of just letting it happen quietly. They knew they had to actively distance themselves from Våga before the other newspapers confronted them with the lies they had published about cannibalism and resewn tattoos. What was interesting was that Våga could now be used to solve the problem that had arisen, the problem of Marcus Rød sitting safely in prison and beyond his reach indefinitely. This was time he didn't have, because biology runs its course, the natural cycle has its rhythm. But it was a major decision to take, a big deviation from the original plan, and past improvisation had already proved there was a price to pay. So he would have to think carefully. He went through the details yet again. He looked down at the burner phone and at the note with Teddy Våga's number, which he had found in directory inquiries. Felt the nervousness a chess player running out of time must feel when he decides on a move, in the knowledge that it will either win or lose him the game, but has yet to move the piece. Prim thought through the scenarios one more time. What could go wrong? And what must not go wrong? Reminded himself that he could retreat at any time without any trails leading back to him, if he did everything right. Then he tapped in the number. He had a feeling of free fall, a wonderful shiver of excitement. It was answered on the third ring. "Terry?" Prim tried to hear if there was anything in Våga's voice to reveal the desperation he must be feeling. A man at rock bottom, a man nobody wanted, a man without alternatives, a man who had managed to make a comeback once before and was willing to do whatever it took to do so again, to win back his throne, to show them. Prim took a breath and put his voice in a deeper register. "Susanna Anderson liked being slapped in the face when she had sex. I'd imagine you can get her ex-boyfriends to confirm that. Bettina Bertilsson smelled of sweat, like a man. Elena Rød had a scar on her shoulder." Prim could hear Våga breathing in the pause that followed. "Who is this?" "This is the only person at large who could have this combined knowledge." Another pause. "What do you want?" "To save an innocent person." "Who's innocent?" "Marcus Rød, of course." "Because?" "Because I'm the one who killed the girls." Terry Våga knew he should have tapped reject when unknown caller came up on the display, but as usual he couldn't help himself. It was that bloody curiosity of his. The belief that suddenly something good might occur, that one day the woman of his dreams might just ring him up, for instance. Why didn't he learn? The calls today had been from journalists looking for a comment on Dagbladet giving him the sack, and from a couple of die-hard fans letting him know how unfair they thought it was, among them a girl who sounded fit on the phone, but he had found her Facebook page and discovered she was much older than she sounded, and pig-ugly. And now this call, yet another nutter. Why couldn't normal people ring? Friends, for instance? Was it due to him no longer having any, perhaps? His mother and sister got in touch, but his brother and father didn't. That's to say, his father had called once. He probably thought the success at Dagbladet compensated somewhat for the scandal that had brought shame to the family name. In the past year, a couple of girls had contacted Terry. They always popped up when he attracted attention. It had been the same when he was a music journalist. Obviously the band members got more pussy, but he got more than the guys on the mixing desk. The best strategy was sticking close to the band. A couple of positive reviews were always rewarded with a backstage pass, and hope for trickle-down benefits. The next best was the opposite: slate the band and reap the cred. As a crime journalist, he no longer had the gigs as a hunting ground, but he compensated with the gonzo style he had cultivated as a music journalist. He was in the story. He was the war correspondent of the streets. And with a byline and a photo, there was always the occasional woman who'd call. It was for that very reason he had kept his number listed, not for people to call him up at all hours of the day with all manner of idiotic tips and stories. Taking this anonymous call was one thing, not hanging up was something else entirely. Why hadn't he? Perhaps it wasn't what the man said, about him being the one who had killed the girls. It was the way he had said it, without fanfare, just stated it calmly. Terry Vogel cleared his throat. If you really killed those girls, shouldn't you be happy the police suspect someone else? True. I've no desire to be caught, but it gives me no pleasure that an innocent man should atone for my sins. Sins? Granted, choice of words a tad biblical. The reason I'm calling is that I think we can help one another, Vogel. Can we? I want the police to realize they have the wrong man so that Rudd is released immediately. You want to reclaim your place at the top after your attempts to fake your way there. What would you know about that? You wanting to get back to the top is just guesswork on my part, but as for your last article, I know it's made up. Vogel thought for a moment while his eyes wandered around what, with a measure of goodwill, could be termed a bachelor pad, but without, had to be termed a hole. In a year, with the level of income he was receiving from Dug-Blooded, he had imagined he could get someplace bigger, with more air and light, less dirt. Dagnya, his Latvian girlfriend, she thought she was at any rate, was coming to stay at the weekend. She could give the place a clean then. I will of course have to check what you claimed to know about the girls at the outset, Vogel said. Assuming that's correct, what's your suggestion? I'd prefer to call it an ultimatum, since it either happens in exactly the detail I want or not at all. Go on. Meet me on the south side of the roof of the Opera House tomorrow night. I'll provide you with proof that I was the one who killed the girls. 9 on the dot. You're not to tell a soul we are meeting, and naturally you're to come alone. Understood? Understood. Can you tell me a little about— Vogel stared at the phone. The man had hung up. What the fuck was that? It was too crazy to be the real thing, and he didn't have any number to find out who'd called either. He checked the time. 5 to 8. He felt like heading out for a beer, not to stop prison, or anywhere like that, but some place he wouldn't risk running into colleagues. He thought wistfully about the times he could go to release concerts, where the record companies handed out beer bongs to the journalists in the hope of a favourable review, and it wasn't unheard of for a young female artist to seek his sympathy with the same name in mind. He looked at the phone again. Too crazy. Or was it? It was 9:30, and Bob Marley and the Wailers' Jamming was streaming out of the loudspeakers at a packed Jealousy bar. It looked like the entire population of middle-aged hipsters in Grünerløkka had turned out to drink beer and offer their opinions on the playlist. They alternated between cheers and boos each time a new song came on. "I'm just saying that Harry's wrong," Erstein shouted to Truls and Sung Min. "Staying alive isn't better than Trans-Europe Express, and it's as simple as that." "The Bee Gees versus Kraftwerk," Harry translated for Alexandra as the 5 of them worked their way through 4 half-litres of beer and a mineral water. They were sitting in a booth they'd secured where the sound level was lower. "Nice to be on the same team as you all," Sung Min declared, holding up his glass for a toast. "And congratulations on the arrest yesterday." "Which Harry's going to try and get reversed tomorrow," Oystein said, clinking his glass against the others. "Pardon?" "He said he's going to get Rudd the alibi he doesn't want." Sung Min looked across the table at Harry, who shrugged. "I was going to try to get into Villa Dante and find witnesses who can confirm that Rudd was there on the Tuesday nights Susanna and Bertina were killed. If I find them, they'll be worth a lot more than the statement of a dead wife." "Why are you going there?" Alexandra asked. "Why can't the police just raid the place and make inquiries?" "Because," Sung Min said, For one thing, we'd need a court order, and we're not going to get that, as there's no reason to suspect anything criminal is going on at the club. For another, we'd never get anyone there to come forward as a witness, given that the whole point of Villa Dante is complete anonymity. What I'm wondering is how you're going to gain entry and get someone to talk, Harry.
Well, number one, I'm not a cop anymore, and I don't need to concern myself about court orders. Number two, I have these.
Harry had reached inside his jacket pocket and was holding up a cat mask and a Villa Dante membership card.
Plus, I have Ruud's suit. We're both the same height, same mask.
Alexandra laughed. Harry Hole intends to go to a gay sex club and pose as... She snatched the card and read, Catman? In that case, you might need a few pointers first.
I was actually wondering if you might consider coming along, Harry asked.
Alexandra shook her head. You can't take a woman with you to a gay club. That's a deal-breaker. No one will chat you up. The only way would be if I could pretend I was in drag. Not a chance, dear, Sung-min interjected. Listen, this is what's going to happen, Alexandra said, and her wicked grin made the others lean in closer to hear. While she elaborated, they alternated between gasping and laughing in disbelief. When Alexandra was finished, she looked at Sung-min for confirmation. I don't frequent those sorts of clubs, dear. What I'm wondering is how you know so much. You're allowed to bring women to Scandinavian Leatherman 1 night a year, she said. Still keen on going? Erstein asked, poking Harry in the ribs. Truls grunted his laugh.
More performance anxiety than penetration anxiety, Harry said. I doubt I'll be raped.
No one's going to get raped. Certainly not a daddy nearly 2 meters tall, Alexandra said. But there'll probably be twinks there who'll hit on you.
Twinks?
Cute, skinny boys who want to be towered over. But like I said, watch out for bears and take care in the dark rooms. Another round, Erstein said. He counted 3 fingers being held up.
I'll help you carry them, Harry said.
They squeezed their way to the bar and were standing in the queue when the guitar riff of David Bowie's Heroes sounded to rousing cheers all round. Mick Ronson is God, Erstein said.
Yeah, but that there is Robert Fripp, Harry said.
Correct, Harry, a voice behind them said. They turned. The man had a flat cap, several days of stubble, and warm, slightly sad eyes. Everyone thinks Fripp used an e-bow, but it's just feedback from the studio monitors. He held out his hand. Arne, Katrina's boyfriend. He had a nice smile, like an old friend, Harry thought, except that this guy had to be at least 10 years younger than them.
Ah,
Harry said, and shook his hand. Big fan, Arne said. Us too, Erstein said, as he tried in vain to attract the attention of the busy bartenders. I didn't mean of Bowie, but of you.
Of me, Harry said.
Of him, Erstein said. Arne laughed. Don't look so shocked. I was thinking of the incredible things you've done for the city as a policeman.
Is it Katrina who's been telling you tales?
No, listen. I knew about Harry Hole long before I met her. I must have been in my late teens when I was reading about you in the papers. You know, I even applied to police college because of you. Arne's laughter was happy, breezy.
But you didn't get in.
I was called in to take the entrance exams, but in the meantime I've been accepted on a course at university that I thought I could use to become an investigator later.
I see.
Is Katrina with you? Is she here?
I don't know. She sent me a text saying she might pop in, but it's so crowded in here that she might have bumped into some other people she knows.
How did you find her, by the way? Has she said it was me who found her?
Wasn't it?
Is that a guess?
Educated guess?
Arne looked at Harry in mock seriousness for a moment. Then his face broke into a boyish smile. You're right, of course. The first time I saw her was on TV, but don't tell her, please. And not long after that, she happened to come by where I work. So I approached her, said I'd seen her on TV, and that she seemed like a hell of a woman.
So kind of like you're doing now.
More breezy laughter. I can see how you'd think I was a fanboy, Harry.
Aren't you?
Anna seemed to think it over. Yeah, you're right again. I suppose I am. Although you and Katrina aren't my biggest idols.
Comforting to hear. Who is your biggest idol, then?
You wouldn't be interested, I'm afraid.
Maybe not, but try me.
All right. Salmonella tymphimurium. Anna pronounced it slowly and reverently with clear diction.
Salmonella, as in bacteria?
Exactly.
And why is that?
Because tymphimurium is outstanding. It can survive anything and anywhere, even out in space.
And why are you interested in it?
It's part of my job.
Which is?
I search for particles.
The kind within us or out there?
It's the same, Harry. The stuff life is made of. And death.
Okay.
If I were to gather up all the microbes, bacteria, and parasites within you, guess how much it would weigh?
2 kilos.
Erstein handed 2 half-liters to Harry.
Read it in Science Illustrated. Scary stuff.
Yeah, but it'd be even scarier if they weren't present, Anna said. Then we wouldn't be alive.
And they survive in space.
Some microbes don't even need to be in proximity to a star or have access to oxygen. Quite the opposite, in fact. They've carried out research on it aboard the space stations and discovered that tymphimurium is even more dangerous and more effective in those surroundings than on the Earth's surface.
Seeing as you sound like you know a lot about that kind of stuff.
Erstein sucked the froth off one of the half-liters he was holding.
Is it true that thunder can only occur when it rains?
Anna looked slightly disorientated. No.
Exactly, Erstein said. Listen.
They listened. Fleetwood Mac's Dreams had reached its chorus, where Stevie Nicks sings about thunder only happening when it rains. The 3 of them laughed.
Lindsay Buckingham's fault, Erstein said.
No, Harry said. It was actually Stevie Nicks who wrote that song. Well, it's the best 2-chord song ever, at any rate, Anna said.
No, Nirvana have that, Erstein said quickly. Something in the Way.
They looked at Harry. He shrugged.
Jane's addiction. Jane says.
You're improving, Erstein said, smacking his lips.
And the worst 2-chord song of all time?
They looked at Anna. Well, he said, Born in the USA might not be the worst, but it's definitely the most overrated. Erstein and Harry nodded in acknowledgement.
You coming over to our table?
Erstein asked. Thanks, but I have a pal over there I need to keep company. Another time. With their hands full of beer glasses, they exchanged careful knuckle bumps as they took their leave of one another, before Anna disappeared into the crowd, and Harry and Erstein started on their way back to the booth.
Nice guy, Erstein said. I think Brat might be onto a good thing there.
Harry nodded. His brain was searching for something which it had registered, but had not paid attention to. They arrived at the table with 4 half-liters, and since the others were drinking so slowly, Harry took a sip of one, and then another. When the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen finally came on, they got to their feet in the booth and pogoed up and down along with the rest of the rabble. By midnight, the Jealousy Bar was still jam-packed, and Harry was drunk. "You're happy?" Alexandra whispered in his ear.
Am I?
"Yes, I haven't seen you like this since you got home. And you smell good."
Guess it's true then.
"What's true?"
That you smell better when you're not in debt.
"I don't get it. But speaking of home, are you going to walk me?"
Walk you home or come home with you?
"We can figure that out along the way." Harry realized how drunk he was when he hugged the others goodbye. Sung Min smelled of a distinctive fragrance, lavender or something similar, and wished him luck at Villa Dante, but added that he would pretend not to have heard about Harry's improper plans. Maybe it was the talk of the smell of debt and Sung Min's lavender that did it, But on the way out the door, Harry realized what detail had eluded him. The smell. He had breathed it in at some point in the evening, here in this bar. He shuddered, turned, and let his gaze sweep over the crowd. A scent of musk, the same scent he had caught when he was in the autopsy room with Elena Rode. "Harry?"
"I'm coming."
Prim traversed the streets of Oslo. The wheels of his mind were going round and round, as though trying to grind the painful thoughts into pieces. He, the policeman, had been at the jealousy bar, and that had made his blood boil. He should have left straight away, avoided the policeman, but it was as though he had been drawn to him, as though he were the mouse and the policeman the cat. He had looked for her, too, and maybe she had been there, maybe not. It had been so packed that most people were standing, making it difficult to get an overview. He was meeting her tomorrow. Should he ask if she was there? No, she could bring it up if she wanted. He had too many things to think about at the moment. He needed to push this to the back of his mind. He needed to have a clear head for tomorrow. He continued walking. Nordalbrunsgata, Tor Ulsensgata, Fredensburgveien. His heels struck the tarmac in a rhythmic beat as he hummed the tune of Heroes by David Bowie. Chapter 35. Tuesday. The temperature plummeted on Tuesday. Along Operagata and running Eufemia's Gate, the wind gathered speed, and pavement signs outside the restaurants and clothes shops were blown over in the gusts. At 9:05, Harry picked up his suit from the dry cleaners in Grönland, and at the same time asked if they could press the suit he was wearing while he waited. The Asian woman behind the counter shook her head regretfully. Harry said that was a pity, as he was attending a masked ball that evening. He could see her hesitate slightly before she returned his smile, and said he was sure to have a lovely time all the same. See, Harry said, bowing slightly, then turning to leave. That was good pronunciation, the woman said, before he had managed to place his hand on the door handle. Where did you learn Chinese?
In Hong Kong, I only know a little.
Most foreigners in Hong Kong don't know any at all. Take off your suit. I can give it a quick press. At 9:15, Prim was standing by the bus stop, gazing across the road, over at Jernbanetorget, studying the people he saw there, those crossing the station square and those who loitered. Were any of them police? He was carrying cocaine and didn't dare set foot in the square before he felt sure. But you could never be sure. You just had to make a judgment and put your fear behind. It was that simple, and that impossible. He swallowed, crossed the street, entered the square, and walked over to the tiger statue. Scratched it behind the ear. That's it. Caress the fear and make it your friend. He took a deep breath and fiddled with the cocaine in his pocket. A man over by the steps was staring at him. Prim recognized him and ambled over. "Good morning, sir," he said. "I have something you might like to try." The daylight faded early, and it already felt late at night as Teddy Våga crossed Operagata and stepped upon the Carrara marble. The choice of the Italian slabs had generated heated debate while the building was being constructed at the seafront in Björvika, but criticism had died away, and the inhabitants had taken it to their hearts. Even on a September evening, it was teeming with visitors. Våga checked the time. 6 minutes to 9. As a music journalist, he used to arrive at least half an hour later than the artists were supposed to go on stage. Occasionally, some weird band might go on at the advertised time, and he would miss the first few songs. But then he would just ask some people who looked like fans what the opening number was, how the crowd had responded, and then embellish a little. It had always gone fine. But he wasn't taking that chance tonight. Teddy Våga had made up his mind. From now on, there was no more arriving late or making stuff up. He used the steps on the side instead of walking straight up the sloping, smooth marble roof like he saw most of the youngsters doing, because Våga was no longer young, and he couldn't afford any more slips. When he reached the top, He walked to the south side, like the guy on the phone had told him to, stood by the wall between two couples, and looked out over the fjord, which the wind was whipping white further out. He looked around him, shivered and checked the time, became aware of a man approaching him out of the gloom. The man raised something and pointed it towards Teddy Våger, who stiffened. "Excuse me," the man said in what sounded like a German accent, and Våger moved to give him a clear shot. The man pressed the shutter button. The camera gave a low hum, and he thanked him and disappeared. Våger shivered again, leaned over the edge, and looked down at the people on the marble below him. Looked at his watch again. 2 minutes past 9. There was light in the villa windows, and the wind rustled the chestnut trees along the side of the road off Drommondsveien. Harry had instructed Øystein to drop him a little way off from Villa Dante, even though pulling up in a taxi would hardly be conspicuous. Parking your own car in front of the villa would, after all, be asking to be identified. Harry shuddered, regretted not bringing a coat. When he was 50 meters from the villa, he put on the cat mask and the beret he had borrowed from Alexandra. 2 torches flickered in the wind by the entrance to the large yellow brick building. "Neo-Baroque with Art Nouveau windows," Arna had noted when they found pictures on Google. "Built around 1900, I'd say. Probably by a shipowner, a merchant, or some such type." Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside. A young man in a dinner jacket, standing behind a small counter, smiled at him, and Harry showed him the membership card. "Welcome, Catman. Miss Annabel will be performing at 10 o'clock. Harry nodded mutely and walked towards the open door at the end of the hall. Music was coming from there. Mahler. Harry entered a room illuminated by 2 huge crystal chandeliers. The bar and furniture were in a light brown wood, perhaps Honduran mahogany. There were 30 to 40 other men in the room, all with masks and dark suits or dinner jackets. Young, unmasked males wearing close-fitting waiters' outfits sashayed between the tables, carrying trays of drinks. But there were no male go-go dancers, like Alexandra had described, nor any naked man caged on the floor, huddled with hands tied behind his back, whom the guests could prod, kick, or humiliate at will in other ways. The guests' glasses suggested martinis or champagne were the tipple of choice. Harry moistened his mouth. He'd had a beer at Schroeder's on the way back from Alexandra's that morning, but promised himself that would be the only alcohol today. A few of the guests had turned and taken brief notice of him before returning to their conversations. Except for one, a clearly young and effeminate man of slight build, who continued to watch Harry as he steered towards an unoccupied part of the bar counter. Harry hoped it didn't mean his cover was already blown. "The usual?" the bartender asked. Harry felt the twink's eyes on his back. He nodded. The bartender turned, and Harry watched him take out a tall glass and pour in Absolute vodka, add Tabasco and Worcestershire sauce, and something resembling tomato juice. Finally he put a stick of celery in the glass and placed it in front of Harry. "I only have cash today," Harry said, and saw the bartender grin as though he had made a wisecrack, and realized at the same moment that cash was likely the sole currency in a place like this, where anonymity was demanded and accorded. Harry stiffened as he felt a hand glide across his backside. He had been prepared for this. Alexandra had said it usually began with eye contact, then continued with bodily contact, often prior to a single word being said. And from there the possibilities were legion. "Long time no see, Catman. You didn't have a beard then, did you?" It was the twink. His voice was high, so high that Harry wondered if he was putting it on. The animal his mask was meant to depict was not obvious, but it wasn't a mouse anyway. It was green, and the scaly pattern and narrow eyes pointed more in the direction of a snake. "No," Harry said. The twink raised his glass and looked questioningly at Harry when he hesitated. "Tired of Caesar?" Harry nodded slowly. The Caesar had been the #1 gay drink at Dantana's in L.A. Apparently it was a Canadian thing. "Maybe we should have something that wakes us up then."
Like what? Harry asked. The twink cocked his head to one side. You're different, Catman. Not just the beard, but your voice and— Throat cancer, Harry said. It had been Erstein's suggestion. Radiation treatment. Oh dear, the twink said without any appreciable interest. Well, then I get the ugly hat, and that you've gotten so thin. Certainly was aggressive, I must say. You're not wrong, Harry said. How long has it been exactly since we've seen each other? You tell me. A month? Or is it 2? Time flies, and you certainly haven't been here for a while. If I'm not mistaken, I was here on a Tuesday 5 weeks ago, wasn't I? And on the Tuesday before that. The twink drew his head back a little between his shoulders, as though to regard him at slightly more distance. Why the interest? Harry heard the scepticism in his voice, and realized he had got ahead of himself. It's the tumour, he said. The doctor says it pressed on the brain and is causing partial memory loss. Sorry, I'm just trying to reconstruct the last months. You sure you remember me? A little, Harry said, but not everything. Sorry. The twink snorted at the affront. Can you help me? Harry asked. If you help me? With what? Let's say you pay a little more for my blow than usual. The twink drew something halfway up out of his jacket pocket, and Harry saw the little plastic bag with white powder. Then I can give it to you the same way as last time. Harry nodded. Alexandra had told him that drugs, cocaine, speed, poppers, Emma, were bought and sold more or less openly at the gay clubs she had been to. How did you give it to me last time? Harry asked. Jesus, I thought you would have remembered that. I blew it up your lovely, tight, bear hole with this. The twink held up a short metal straw. Shall we go downstairs? Harry considered Alexandra's warning about dark rooms, rooms where anything and anyone were fair game. Okay. They stood up and moved through the room. Eyes watched them from behind animal masks. At the far end the twink opened a door, and Harry followed him into the darkness and down a steep, narrow staircase. Already halfway down he heard the sounds, moans and cries, and, when he came down into the basement, the slapping of flesh on flesh. There were small blue lights on the walls, and when his eyes eventually adjusted sufficiently to the semi-darkness, he could see in detail what was going on around him. Men having sex in all manner of ways, some naked, some half-dressed, and some with just their flies open. He heard the same sounds behind the doors to the cubicles. Harry's eyes met those of a man wearing a gold mask. He was big and muscular, and thrusting in and out of a person bent over a bench. The pupils behind the gold mask were large and black in the wide-open eyes fixed on Harry, who instinctively flinched when the man bared his teeth in a predatory leer. Harry let his eyes wander further. There was a smell in the room, almost making him gag, something other than the mixture of bleach, sex, and testosterone, an acrid odour resembling petrol. He couldn't put his finger on what it was, until he glimpsed a naked man open a small, stubby, bright yellow bottle and sniff. Of course, it was the smell of poppers. The stimulant had been popular in the clubs Harry had frequented in Oslo in his early 20s. They had called it rush back then, probably because that was what it was, a rush of a few seconds, where the heart beat like hell, increasing the blood circulation for a brief moment, heightening all the senses. It was only later he learned that gay men, receivers, used it to boost the anal pleasure. Hi. It was the man in the gold mask. He had sidled up next to Harry and placed a hand on his crotch. His predatory smile widened, and he breathed on Harry's face. He's mine, the twink said in a sharp voice, grabbing Harry by the arm and pulling him along. Harry heard the beefcake laugh behind them. Seems all the cubicles are occupied, the twink said. Shall we— No, Harry said. In private. The twink sighed. Might be some empty ones further in. Come on. They passed the open door of a room with a splashing sound like that of a running shower coming from within. Harry looked in as they walked by. 2 naked men were sitting in a bath with their mouths open, as other men, some wearing clothes,
stood around, urinating on them. They went through a large room with strobe lighting and Joy Division's She's Lost Control pounding in the background out of loudspeakers. In the center of the room was a swing, attached to the ceiling by chains. A man appeared to be flying like Peter Pan as he, with his body outstretched, swung back and forth within a circle of men. They took turns using him, like a joint being passed round. Harry and the Twink entered a corridor with several cubicles, and again the sounds indicated what was happening behind the sliding doors. 2 men exited one cubicle, and the Twink hurried to claim it. Harry followed him in, and the Twink pushed the door closed. The room measured about 2 meters by 2 meters. Without preamble, the Twink began unbuttoning Harry's shirt. "Maybe a little cancer isn't such a bad thing, Catman. You feel more like a jock than a bear now."
"Wait," Harry said. He put his back to him and reached into his suit pocket. When he turned round, he was holding a wallet in one hand and a phone in the other. "You wanted to sell me some cocaine, right?"
The other man smiled. "If you pay the price."
"Then let's get the deal done first."
"Oh, now that's more like the old you, Catman. Coke man?" He laughed and produced the bag of powder. Harry accepted the bag and handed him the wallet.
"Now I've received cocaine from you, and you can take out what you're due for the cocaine from my wallet."
The Twink's eyes fixed on him dubiously from behind the mask. "You're being awfully meticulous today." Then he opened the wallet, peered inside, and pulled out 2,000-kroner notes. "That should do it for now," he said, put the wallet back in Harry's suit pocket, and began unbuttoning Harry's trousers. "You want me to suck your bear dick? Sorry, your jock dick?"
"No, thanks. I've got what I wanted," Harry said, placing the hand not holding the phone behind the other man's head, as though to caress him, but instead pulling the snake mask off him with a tug.
"What the fuck, Catman? That's... yeah, no big deal for me." The Twink made to continue, opening Harry's trousers, but Harry stopped him and buttoned them up again. "Oh, I get it. Coke first."
"Not exactly,"
Harry said, taking off the beret and his own mask. "You're blonde," the Twink said in surprise.
"More importantly," Harry said, "I'm a policeman who's just made an audio and video recording of you selling me cocaine, which carries a penalty of up to 10 years.
It was impossible to make out in the blue light if the other man's face went pale, so Harry was unsure the bluff had been successful until he heard the sobbing in his voice. "Fuck! I knew it wasn't you. You don't walk like him. You have an East Oslo accent, and I could feel you didn't have that doughy arse of his. I'm such an idiot. Fuck you, and Catman." The Twink grabbed the sliding door to get out, but Harry held him back. "Am I under arrest?" Something in the Twink's tone of voice and in the way he looked up at him made Harry wonder if the guy was turned on by the predicament. "Are you going to handcuff me?"
"This isn't a game." Harry pulled a card holder from the man's inside pocket. "Philippe Kessler."
Philippe put his face in his hands and began to cry.
"However, there is a way we can work this out," Harry said.
"There is?"
Philippe looked up with tear-stained cheeks. "We can walk out of here now, go someplace nice and quiet, and you can tell me everything you know about Catman. All right?"
Teddy Vogler checked the time again. 9:36. No one had tried to contact him. He reread the message he had got on his phone again and arrived at the same conclusion as before. Neither the time nor the place had been unambiguous. He had given the guy an extra half-hour as a gesture to the half-hour he used to give himself. But 40 minutes was too much. The guy wasn't coming. A bluff. A practical joke, perhaps. Maybe someone was standing among the tourists on the level below having a good snigger at him now, laughing at the disgraced, despised charlatan of a journalist. Maybe this was the punishment. He pulled his woolen coat tighter around him and began walking towards the sloping roof. Fuck them. Fuck the lot of them. Bream moved among the tourists on the marble slabs at ground level. He had seen Terry Vaughan arrive, recognized him from the byline photo and other images he had found online, watched him stand on the roof and wait. Preem hadn't seen anyone follow Vaughan, nor anyone who looked like police in position at the place beforehand. He had moved around, taken note of most of the people who were there, and after half an hour concluded he no longer saw any of the faces he had seen when he arrived. At 20 to 10, he saw Vaughan make his way down from the roof. He had given up. But now Preem was certain. Terry Vaughan had come alone. Preem cast one last glance around him, then set off for home. Chapter 36, Wednesday.
What's he doing here? Marcus Rudd sputtered, pointing at Harry. A guy I've paid $1 million to send me to jail when I'm innocent to boot.
Like I told you, Crone said, he's here because he doesn't actually think you're guilty. He thinks you are—
I heard what he thinks, but I haven't been to any bloody gay club.
He spat the last two words out. Harry felt a drop hit the back of his hand, shrugged, and looked at Johann Crone. The room the three of them had been allocated for their meeting was actually a visiting room for the inmates' families. It had a window where the morning sun shone in behind rose-patterned curtains and iron bars, a table with an embroidered tablecloth, 4 chairs, and a sofa. Harry had avoided the sofa and noticed Crone did the same. He probably knew it was marinated in the juices from desperate and fast sex.
"Could you explain?" Harry said.
"Yes," Crone said. "Philippe Kester is saying that on the 2 Tuesdays Susanna and Bertina were murdered, he was with a person wearing the mask you see here." Crone pointed at the cat mask lying on the table next to the membership card. "This person had the nickname Catman. Both items were in your suit, Marcus, and the rest of the physical description matches you as well."
"Really? Which distinguishing features did he tell you about, then? Tattoos or scars? Birthmarks? Any peculiar abnormalities?"
Rudd looked from one to the other. Harry shook his head.
"What?" Rudd laughed angrily. "Nothing?"
"He doesn't remember anything like that," Harry said, "but he's pretty sure he'd recognize you if he was to touch you."
"Oh, Jesus fucking Christ,"
Rudd said, looking like he was going to retch. "Marcus," Crone said, "this is an alibi we can use to get you released immediately, and that we can enter as evidence to have you acquitted should they still decide to prosecute. I understand that you're worried what this alibi would mean to people's image of you, but—"
"You understand?" Rudd roared. "Understand? No, you don't fucking understand what it's like to sit here suspected of killing your own wife, and then be accused of this filth on top of it. I haven't seen that mask before. You want to know what I think? I think Elena got that mask and the membership card from some queer who looks like me and gave it to you so she could use it against me in the divorce. As for this Philippe guy, he's got nothing on me. He just sees the opportunity to make a quick buck. So find out how much he wants, pay him, and make sure he keeps his mouth shut. That isn't a suggestion, Johann, it's an order."
Rudd sneezed hard before continuing.
"The two of you are contractually bound by confidentiality clauses. If either of you say a single word about this to anybody, I'll sue the shit out of you."
Harry cleared his throat. "This isn't about you, Rudd."
"What was that?"
"There's a killer out there who can and will, in all likelihood, strike again. That will be made all the easier for him as long as the police are convinced they already have the guilty party, as in you, in custody. If we withhold information about you being at Villa Dante, it makes us complicit when he kills his next victim."
"We? You can't honestly believe you still work for me, Huller?"
"I intend to honour the contract, and I don't regard the case as solved."
"Really? Then give me back my money."
"Not as long as 3 police lawyers are of the opinion you face conviction. What's important now is to get the police to refocus their attention, and that means we have to give them this alibi."
"I wasn't at that place, I'm telling you. It's not my fucking responsibility if the police aren't able to do their job. I'm innocent, and they'll find that out in a straightforward fashion, not with these gay lies. There's no reason for panic or rash actions here." "You idiot," Harry said with a sigh, as though it were a sad fact he was merely stating. "There's every reason to panic." He got to his feet. "Where are you going?" Crone asked. "To inform the police," Harry said. "You wouldn't dare," Rudd snarled. "You do that and I'll make sure you and everyone you care about rot in hell. Don't think I'm not capable of it. And another thing, you might be under the impression I can't reverse a wire transfer to the Cayman Islands 2 days after I've instructed my bank to pay it. Wrong!" Something snapped in Harry, a familiar feeling of free-fall. He took a step towards Rudd's chair, and before he knew it, his hand was round the property mogul's throat, and he was squeezing. Rudd jerked back in his chair, gripped Harry's forearm with both hands, and tried to pull it away, as his face turned red from lack of blood flow. "You do that, and I'll kill you," Harry whispered. "Kill you." "Harry!" Crone had also risen to his feet. "Sit down, I'll let go," Harry hissed, staring into the bulging, imploring eyes of Marcus Rudd. "Now, Harry!" Rudd gurgled and kicked, but Harry held him down in the chair. He squeezed even harder, and felt the power, the thrill, that he could squeeze the juice out of this anti-human. Yes, thrill, and that same feeling of free-fall as when he lifted the glass of his first drink after months of sobriety. But he could already feel the thrill subside, the power in his grip ebb, because there was no reward for this free-fall either, other than it was free for the briefest of moments, and only led one way, down. Harry let go, and Rudd drew in air in a drawn-out wheeze before leaning forward in a fit of coughing. Harry turned to Crone. "I'm guessing that now I'm fired." Crone nodded. Harry smoothed his tie and left. Mikhail Bellman stood by the window, gazing longingly down towards the city centre, where he could make out the high rise in the government quarter. Closer, down by Gulhaug Bridge, he could see the treetops waving. The wind speed was supposed to increase even further. There had been talk of strong gales overnight. Something else had been forecast too, something about a lunar eclipse on Friday. Apparently the events weren't connected. He raised his arm and looked at his classic Omega Seamaster watch. 1 minute to 2. He had spent much of the day discussing in his own mind the dilemma the chief of police had presented to him. In principle, an individual case like this had of course no business being on the desk of the Minister of Justice, but Bellman had made it his business by getting involved earlier, and now he couldn't just drop it. He cursed. Vivian tapped gently on the door and opened it. When he hired her as his personal assistant, it wasn't just because she had a master's in political science, spoke French after 2 years as a model in Paris, and was willing to do everything from making coffee to greeting visitors and transcribing his speeches. She was pretty. There was much to be said about the function of physical appearance in today's world, and much was said. So much that one thing was certain: it was as important as it had always been. He himself was a handsome man, and was under no illusions as to it having played a part in his career advancement. Despite the modelling career, Vivian was not taller than him, and was therefore someone he could take into meetings and to dinners. She had a live-in boyfriend, but he saw that as more of a challenge than a drawback. Actually, it was an advantage. A visit to a couple of South American countries was planned for winter. The main issue on the agenda was human rights, a pure pleasure trip, in other words. And like he told himself, there are a lot less flashbulbs and shepherding of a Minister of Justice than a Prime Minister. "It's the Chief of Police," Vivian said softly. "Send him in." "On Zoom," she said. "Oh, I thought he was coming, yes, but he just called and said it was too far to get up to Nidolan because he has another meeting downtown afterwards. He sent a link. Shall I?" She went over to the desk and the PC. Quick fingers, so much quicker than his own, ran across the keyboard. "There," she smiled, and added, as though to ease his irritation, "He's sitting waiting for you." "Thank you." Bellman remained standing by the window until Vivian left the room, and then waited some more, until he tired of his own childishness, walked over and sat down in front of the PC. The Chief of Police looked tanned,
probably a recent autumn break abroad somewhere. But it didn't help much when the camera angle was so unfortunate that his double chin dominated. He had obviously placed the laptop on the desk that had been there when Bellman himself was chief of police, instead of on top of a stack of books. "Compared to down where you are, there's hardly any traffic up here," Bellman said. "I get home to Huyenhal in 20 minutes. You should try it." "Apologies, Mikhail. I was called into an emergency meeting about the state visit next week." "Okay, let's get straight to business. Are you alone, by the way?" "Completely alone. Go for it." Mikhail felt the irritation rise again. Lax use of first names and invitations like "go for it" ought to be the prerogative of the Minister of Justice, especially as the 6-year term of the Chief of Police was soon up, and it was no longer the National Police Commissioner but the King in Council, in effect the Minister of Justice, who decided who would continue and who would not, and Bellman had little to lose politically by giving the keys to Bodil Melling. Firstly, because she was a woman, and secondly, because she understood politics, understood who was in charge. Bellman took a deep breath. "Just so we understand each other, what you're seeking my advice on is whether you should release Marcus Röd from custody or not, and you also feel sure that both options are open to you." "Yes," the Chief of Police said. "Ulla has a witness who says he was with Röd the nights the first 2 girls were killed. A credible witness? Credible in that, as opposed to Elena Röd, the person concerned has no obvious motive in providing Röd with an alibi. Less credible because, according to the drug squad, the person in question is on their list of people selling cocaine in Oslo. But not convicted? A small-time dealer, one who would be replaced overnight." Bellman nodded. They let those they had control over continue their activities. Better the devil you know. "But," Bellman said, glancing at his Omega watch, it was impractical and bulky, but sent the right signals. At the moment, the signal was for the Chief of Police to hurry up. He wasn't the only one with a busy day. "On the other hand, Susanna Anderson had saliva from Marcus Röd on her breast. That's a pretty overwhelming argument for continuing to keep him in custody, I should imagine." "Yes, it is of course a possibility he and Susanna met earlier that day and had sex. It hasn't been possible to retrace all her movements, but if they did, it's odd Röd made no mention of it in interviews. Instead, he denies ever having been intimate with her and claims he never saw her after the party." "In other words, he's lying." "Yes." Bellman drummed his fingers on the desk. Prime Ministers were only re-elected if the harvest has been good, figuratively speaking. His advisers emphasized repeatedly that as Minister of Justice he would always share some measure of blame or credit for what happened further down the system, no matter if the mistake or good decision was made by people who were in the same job under the previous government. If the voters felt that a wealthy, privileged slimeball like Röd was let off the hook easily, it would indirectly affect Bellman no matter what. He made up his mind. "We have more than enough to keep him in custody with the semen. Saliva. Yeah, and I'm sure you agree that it wouldn't look good if Harry Huller got to decide when Röd is to be arrested and when he's to be released." "I don't disagree, no." "Good. Then I think you have my advice." Bellman waited for the name of the Chief of Police to come to him, but when for some reason it did not, and the intonation of the sentence he had begun required an ending, he inserted a "don't you?" "Yeah, sure do. Thanks very much, Mikhail." "Thank you, Chief of Police," Bellman said, fumbling for a moment with the mouse before he managed to disconnect the link, leaned back in his chair and whispered, "Outgoing Chief of Police?" Prim looked at Friedrich Steiner, sitting on the bed. His eyes were childlike in their clarity, but his stare was vacant, as though a curtain were drawn within. "Uncle," Prim said, "can you hear me?" No response. He could say anything to him. It wouldn't go in. Ergo nothing would come out, either. Not in a way anyone would believe, at any rate. Prim closed the door to the corridor and sat down by the bed again. "You're going to die very soon," he said, relishing the sound of the words. His uncle's expression didn't change.
He was gazing at something only he could see that seemed a long way off. "You're going to die, and I suppose, in a sense, I should be sad. I mean, after all, I am your—" He glanced at the door just in case. "Biological son." The only sound to be heard was the low whistle of the wind in one of the gutters of the nursing home. "But I'm not sad, because I hate you. Not in the way I hate him, the man who took over your problems, who took over Mum and me. I hate you because you knew what my stepfather was up to, what he was doing to me. I know you confronted him about it. I heard you that night, heard you threaten to expose him, and how he threatened to then expose you. The two of you left it at that. You sacrificed me to save yourself. Save yourself, Mum, and the family name. What was left of it? You didn't even use it yourself any longer, after all." Prim reached into the bag, took out a biscuit, and let it crunch between his teeth. "And now you're going to die, nameless and alone. You'll be forgotten and disappear, while I, the spawn of your loins, the sinful fruit of your lust, will see my name shine in the heavens. You hear me, Uncle Frederick? Doesn't it sound poetic? I've written all that down in my diary. It's important to give the biographers some material to work with, isn't it?" He stood up. "I doubt I'll be back. So this is farewell, Uncle." He walked to the door, turned. "I don't mean farewell, of course. I hope your journey to hell is anything but." Prim shut the door behind him, smiled at a nurse walking towards him, and left the nursing home. The nurse entered the old professor's room. He was sitting on the edge of the bed with a blank expression, but tears were running down his cheeks. That was how it was with the elderly. They lost control of their emotions, especially the senile. She sniffed. Had he soiled himself? No. It was just that the air in here was stale and smelled of bodily odours and— musk. She opened a window to air the room. It was 8 in the evening. Terry Vogel listened to the metallic whining from the inner courtyard, where the rising wind was making the communal rotary clothesline turn. He had resumed the crime blog. There was so much to write about. Even so, he had been sat staring at the empty white page on the PC screen. The phone rang. Maybe it was Dagnia. They'd had a row last night, and she said she wasn't coming at the weekend. Now she probably regretted it, as usual. He could feel how he hoped it was her. He looked at the mobile. Unknown number. If it was that phony from yesterday, he shouldn't take it. Nutcases you had responded to once or twice could be impossible to get rid of. Once, after he had written the truth about the war on drugs being the most boring band in the world, both live and on record, he had been stupid enough to answer a pissed-off fan one time, and had ended up with a pest who phoned, emailed, and even collared him at gigs, and whom it took 2 years of ignoring to shake off. It continued ringing. Terry Walker cast another glance at the empty screen. Then he answered the phone. "Yeah? Thanks for coming alone yesterday and waiting on the roof until 20 to 10. You were there? I was watching. I hope you understand that I had to be sure you wouldn't try and trick me." Volga hesitated. Yeah, okay. But I don't have time for any more hide-and-seek." "Oh, yes, you do." He heard a small chuckle. "But we'll drop it, Volga. In fact, you're going to drop everything. Right now." "What do you mean?" "You're going to go to the end of a road called Topoisvaen in Kolsos as quickly as possible. I'll call again. I'm not telling you when. It could be in 2 minutes. If I get an engaged tone, this will be the last time you and I have contact. Understood?" Volga swallowed. "Yes," he answered, because he understood. Understood it was to prevent him from contacting someone like the police. Understood that this wasn't a mindless nut job. Crazy, yes, but not a nut job. "Bring a torch and a camera, Volga, and a weapon if it makes you feel safe. You're going to find tangible, irrefutable evidence that you've been talking to the killer, and you're free to write about it afterwards. That includes this conversation, because we want people to believe you this time, don't we?
What will—" but the man had hung up. Harry was lying in Alexandra's bed, his bare feet sticking out just over the end. Alexandra was also naked, lying crosswise, with her head on his stomach. They had made love the night they had been at the Jealousy Bar, and now they had made love again. Now it had been better. He was thinking about Marcus Road, about the fear and hatred in his eyes while he fought for air. The fear had been greater, but had it remained so after he was able to breathe again? In that case, if Road hadn't reversed the money transfer, they must have released Lucille by now. As he had been instructed not to try to find her or contact her before the debt was paid, he had decided to wait a couple of days before calling her number. She didn't have his number or details, so it wasn't strange he hadn't heard anything. He had looked up Lucille Owens online, and the only hits had been old articles in the Los Angeles Times about the Romeo and Juliet film. Nothing about her being missing or kidnapped. And he had realized what it was they shared, what connected them. It wasn't the outward danger after what happened in the parking lot, nor was it that he saw his own mother in Lucille, that she was the woman in the doorway of the classroom or the woman in the hospital bed whom he had a fresh opportunity to save. It was the loneliness, that they were two people who could vanish from the face of the earth without anyone noticing. Alexandra passed him the cigarette they were sharing, and Harry inhaled and looked up at the smoke curling up towards the ceiling while "Hey, that's no way to say goodbye" came from a little Geneva speaker on the bedside table. "Sounds like that's about us," she said. Lovers who break up." "Yeah? And what Cohen says about not talking of love or chains?" Harry didn't respond, held the cigarette and gazed at the smoke, but was aware of her still lying with her face turned to him. "It's in the wrong order," he said. "Wrong because Raquel was already in your life when we met?" "I was just thinking of something a woman said to me. How we're fooled when the writer changes the order of the sentences around." He took a fresh drag of the cigarette. "But yeah, probably that about Raquel, too." After a while, he felt the warmth of her tears on his stomach. He wanted to cry himself. The window creaked, as though what was out there wanted to get into them. Chapter 37. Wednesday. Reflex. Topos Verne didn't quite live up to the name. The road wound its way between villas a fair way up to higher ground, but the top of Colsos was still a good distance away when the road ended. Terry Voga parked by the side of the road. There was forest above him. In the darkness he could make out something lighter further up, which he knew were rock faces popular with climbers and other boneheads. He fiddled with the sheath of the knife he had taken with him, looked over at the torch and the Nikon camera on the passenger seat. The seconds passed. The minutes passed. He peered down towards the lights in the darkness below. Rosenwilde High School was down there somewhere. He knew that because Ginny had been a pupil there when he had discovered her. Because it was he, Terry Voga, who had done it, who had used his influence as a music critic to lift her and that talentless band of hers up from the underground into the light, into the mainstream, the marketplace. She had been 18, attending school there, and he had driven over a couple of times because he was curious to see her in a school setting. Was there something wrong with that? He had just hung around outside the schoolyard to catch a glimpse of the star he had created, hadn't even taken any pictures, which he easily could have. The telephoto lens he had taken with him would have rendered razor-sharp pictures of a different genie from the performer playing a role as a dangerous seductress. It would have shown the innocence, the little girl. But hanging around a schoolyard like that could easily have been misunderstood if he'd been discovered. So he had left it at those 2 times, and sought her out at the concerts instead. He was about to check the time when the phone rang. "Yes?" "You're in position, I see." Voga looked around. His car was the only one parked on the road, and he would have seen anyone in the street light. Was the guy watching him from somewhere in the woods? Vogel's hand squeezed the handle of the knife. Take your torch and camera, walk along the forest trail past the barrier, keep an eye on the left-hand side. After about 100 meters, you'll see reflective paint on a tree trunk. Leave the trail and follow the reflected paint further. Got it? Got it, Vogel said. You'll know when you reach the spot. Once you do, you have 2 minutes to take pictures. Then you walk back, get into your car and drive straight home. If you haven't left after those 120 seconds, I will come for you. Do you understand? Yes. Then it's time to reap your reward, Vogel. Hurry up. The connection was broken. Terry Vogel drew a deep breath, and a thought struck him. He could still turn the key in the ignition and get the hell out of there. He could go and have a beer at Stop Prison, tell anyone who would listen that he had spoken to the serial killer on the phone, and they had arranged a rendezvous, but that Terry had chickened out at the last minute. Vogel heard his own barking laughter, grabbed the camera and torch, and stepped out of the car. Perhaps this was the lee side of the hill, because strangely enough the wind wasn't as strong up here as it had been lower down or in the city centre. He spotted the forest trail a few meters in from the road. He walked past the barrier, turning towards the street light one last time, before switching on the torch and continuing on into the darkness. The wind soughed in the treetops, and the gravel crunched beneath his shoes as he counted the steps and alternated between shining the torch on the ground and at the tree trunks on the left side. He had made it to 105 when he caught sight of the first patch of reflective paint shining in the beam. He saw the second patch further into the forest. He touched the sheath of the knife in his jacket pocket again, before swinging the strap of the camera over his shoulder, hopping over the ditch and making his way in among the trees. It was pine forest, and the space between the trees meant he could move through it without great effort and be afforded some visibility. The paint had been applied at eye level at 10 to 15-meter intervals on selected tree trunks. The terrain grew gradually steeper. At one spot he paused to catch his breath and ran a finger over the blotch on the tree. Looked at his finger. Fresh paint. He was standing on a carpet of pine needles in a cluster of mighty pines. The rustle from the treetops was distant, but that only served to make the cracking and creaking from the almost imperceptible swaying of the trunks all the more present. The sounds were coming from all around, as though a conversation were taking place, as though they were discussing among themselves what to do with their nocturnal guest. Vogel continued. The forest grew more dense, visibility poorer, and the distance between the smudges of paint less, and now the ground was so rugged and steep that there was no point in counting steps any longer. Then, suddenly, he made it to a plateau and the forest opened up. The beam from his torch shone into a small clearing and had to search before it found more paint. This time it wasn't just a patch, it was a T-shape. He went closer. No, it was a cross. In the center of the clearing he raised the torch. He couldn't see any more reflective patches beyond the cross. He was at journey's end. He held his breath. A sound could be heard, like when you hit two wooden sticks against one another, but he couldn't see anything. Then, as if to help him, the moon appeared between the scudding clouds, bathing the clearing in a soft yellow light. And he saw them. He shuddered. The first thing he thought of was an old number Billie Holiday sang, Strange Fruit, because that was what they looked like, the two human heads hanging from the branch of the birch tree, the long hair on both heads swaying in the wind, and when they knocked against each other they made a hollow sound. It struck him at once that it must be Bertina Bertilsson and Helena Rudd, not because he recognized the stiff, mask-like faces, but because one was dark and the other blonde. His pulse was racing as he swung the camera off his back and began to count again. Not steps this time, but seconds. He pressed the shutter release again and again. The flash went off and continued going off as the moon disappeared back behind the clouds. He had counted to 50, moved closer, refocused, and continued taking pictures. More excited than terror-struck, he no longer thought of the two heads as people who had been alive not too long ago, but as proof that Marcus Röd was innocent, proof that he, Terry Våger, wasn't a fraud, but had spoken to the killer, proof that he was Norway's best crime journalist, a person demanding of everyone's respect, his family's, Solstad's, Jeannie's, and that crappy band of hers. And, most important of all, the respect and admiration of Mona Dor. He had pushed the thought from his mind after being fired, how he must have fallen in her esteem. But now that would be turned on its head. Everybody loves a comeback kid. He couldn't wait for them to meet again. No, he literally couldn't wait, so he would have to ensure that they did meet, and he promised himself it would happen as soon as Dagnyr left for Latvia. 90. He had 30 seconds left. Then I'll come for you. Like a troll in a folk tale. Våger lowered the camera and filmed with his phone, turned the camera towards himself so he had proof he was the one who had been there and taken pictures. Time to reap your reward, the guy had said. Was that why Våger had picked up on the association with the Billie Holiday song when he saw the heads in the trees? That was about the lynching of black Americans in the South, not about this. By reap, had he meant he could take the heads with him? Våger took a step closer to the birch tree. Stopped. Had he lost his mind? These were the killer's trophies. And time was up. Våger slung the camera behind his back and held his hands up in the air to show any watching eyes in the forest that he had finished and was leaving. The return journey was more difficult, given that he didn't have any reflective paint to navigate by, and even though he hurried, it took nearly 20 minutes before he found the forest trail again. When he was back in the car and had started the engine, a thought occurred to him. Even though he hadn't taken the heads, he should have taken something, a strand of hair. As it was, he had photos of two heads that even he, who had seen countless pictures of Bettina Bertilsson and also some of Elena Röd, couldn't say for certain was them. Or if they were real human heads. Fuck! If it hadn't been for him having to engage in a little artifice after Truls Björnsson had let him down and he had been found out, they would have believed in solid pictorial proof like this without question. Now he risked it being viewed as fresh deception, and then he really was finished. Should he call the police right away? Would they get here before the murderer made off? He was steering the car down Toposvajen when he remembered what the guy had said. Get into your car and drive straight home. The guy had been worried about Våger waiting for him. Why? Maybe this was the only road down from the forest. He slowed down and tapped his phone. Kept an eye on the road while he brought up the window with the map he had used on the way there. After consulting it, he concluded that if the guy had come by car, there were only two roads he could have parked on. Våger drove all the way down Toposvajen and up the alternative road that ended where the forest trail began. No cars parked on either road. Okay, then maybe he had walked all the way up from the main road, walked beneath the street lamps through a quiet neighborhood with the residents' eyes on him as he carried a couple of heads and a tin of paint in his backpack. Maybe, maybe not. Våger studied the map a little more. Getting to the top of the mountain and to the main road around the back looked like a steep and arduous hike, and he couldn't see any trails shown on the map. But the climbing wall was shown, with a path along the base. And there, towards the west, a path led down to a residential area and a football pitch. From there you could drive down past Kolsås shopping centre to the main road without going close to Toposvajen. Våger thought for a moment. If the guy was up in the forest, and if he were in his shoes, Våger had no doubt which retreat route he would have chosen. Harry woke with a start. He hadn't meant to fall asleep. Was it a sound that woke him? Something blown over by a gust of wind in the courtyard, perhaps? Or a dream, a nightmare he had struggled his way out of? He turned, and in the semi-darkness he made out the head lying turned away from him, the black hair cascading over the white pillow. Rakel. She stirred. Maybe the same sound had woken her. Maybe she sensed he had woken. She usually did. Harry?
she mumbled drowsily. She turned to him. He stroked her hair. She reached towards the bedside light. "Leave it," he whispered. "Okay. Shall I shh? Just shush for a moment. A few seconds." They lay silent in the darkness, and he ran a hand over her neck, shoulder and hair. "You're pretending I'm Raquel," she said. He didn't answer. "You know what?" she said, caressing his cheek. "It's fine." He smiled, kissed her on the forehead. "Thank you. Thanks, Alexandra. But I'm done with all that. Cigarette?" She reached across to the bedside table. She usually smoked another brand, but had bought a pack of Camel today, because they were what he used to smoke, and she didn't have any strong preference. Something lit up on the bedside table. She handed him the phone, and he looked at the display. "Sorry, I'll need to take this." She smiled wearily and flicked the lighter into a flame. "You never get calls you don't need to take, Harry. You should try it now and then. It's pretty nice." "Crown?" Good evening, Harry. It's about Rudd. He wants to revise his statement." "Okay." "He now claims to have met Susanna Andersen in secret earlier in the day at his other apartment, the one in Thomas Hefjesgata, and that they had sex and he kissed her breast. He says he didn't want to say anything before, first and foremost because he was afraid it would tie him to the murder, but also so as to keep it hidden from his wife. He says that seeing how he had given a false statement and been found out, he was worried it would only seem even more suspicious were he to change it. Furthermore, he had neither witnesses nor other supportive evidence to confirm he had a visit from Susanna. He foolishly maintained, therefore, that he had not met her in anticipation of you or the police finding the guilty party or other evidence which would clear his name. He says, Was it stewing in the slammer that softened him up? If you ask me, I'd say it was you. I think being grabbed by the throat was a wake-up call. He realizes there's such a thing as punishment, and he can see there's no headway being made on the case, and that he can't endure 4 weeks in custody. 4 weeks without cocaine, you mean? Cron didn't answer. What's he say about Villa Dante? He's still denying that. Okay, Harry said. The police aren't going to let him go. He has no witnesses, and he's right about changing his story, only making him look like a worm trying to wriggle off the hook. I agree, Cron said. I just wanted to keep you informed. Do you believe him? Is that important? Me neither. But he's a pretty good liar. Thanks for keeping me up to speed. They hung up. Harry lay with the phone in his hand, staring into the darkness, trying to make the pieces fit. Because they fitted. They always did. So the problem was with him, not the pieces. What are you doing? Alexandra asked, taking a drag of the cigarette. I'm trying to see, but it's so bloody dark. You can't see anything? Yeah, something, but I can't make out what it is. The trick in darkness is not to look directly at an object, but a little to the side. Then you actually see the object more clearly. Yes, and that's what I'm doing. But it's as though that's where the object is situated. To the side? Yeah. It's like the person we're looking for is in our field of vision. Like we've seen him, but without knowing he's the one we've seen. How do you explain it? That, he sighed, is something I have no insight into and will not attempt to explain. Some things we just know? There's no mystery to it. There is just some stuff the brain figures out by putting together the information available, but neglects to tell us the detail, merely offers us the conclusion. Yeah, she said softly, taking another drag of the cigarette and passing it to him. Like me knowing that Björn Holm murdered Raquel? Harry dropped the cigarette on the duvet. He got hold of it again and put it between his lips. You know, he asked, inhaling. Yes and no. It's like you said, information the brain adds up without you consciously trying or even wanting it to. And then you have the answer,
but not the calculation, and you have to do the sums backwards to see what your brain was thinking while you were thinking of something else.
And what was your brain thinking?
That when Björn discovered you were the father of the child he believed was his, he needed to seek revenge. He murdered Raquel and let the evidence point to you. You told me it was you who killed Raquel, because you feel it's your fault.
It was my fault. It is my fault.
Björn Holm wanted you to feel the same pain as him, didn't he? Lose the person you love the most, and feel guilt. I sometimes think about how lonely you both must have been. Two friends without any friends, separated by things that happen, and now neither of you has the woman you love. How much did it hurt?
It hurt.
Harry sucked desperately at the cigarette.
I was going to do the same as him.
Take your own life?
I'd sooner call it ending my own life. There wasn't much life left to take.
Alexandra accepted the cigarette. It was almost down to the filter, and she put it out in the ashtray and snuggled up to him. I can be Raquel for a little longer, if you like. Terry Vogel tried to block out the annoying sound of the halyard continuously slapping against the flagpole in the wind. He had parked in the car park in front of the unassuming Colsource shopping centre. The shops were closed, so there were not many cars there, but a sufficient number for his own vehicle not to be noticed by the few cars coming down the road from the residential area. He had been sitting there for half an hour now, and had only counted 40 passing cars. Without using the flash, he took a photo of each car as they drove into the light from the street lamp, just 40 or 50 meters from where he was sitting. The pictures were more than sharp enough for him to read the license plates. It had now gone nearly 10 minutes without a single vehicle. It was late, and people were probably staying home in this weather if they could. Vogel listened to the sound of the halyard, and decided he had waited long enough. Besides, he needed to publish the pictures. He'd had a little time to think about how to do that. Using his own platform and blog would of course breathe life back into it. But if he wanted to get the blog up and running, and not just back on its feet, then he needed the help of a bigger medium. He smiled at the thought of Solstad choking on his morning coffee. Then he turned the key in the ignition, opened the glove compartment and pulled out an old scratched CD he hadn't played in a long, long time, and pushed it into the aged player, turned up the sound of Jeannie's lovely nasal voice, and put his foot on the accelerator. Mona Dore did not believe her ears, not the story nor the man who told it to her, but she did believe her eyes, which was why she was now reconsidering her opinion about Terry Vogel's story. When he had called, she had almost inadvertently answered the phone to spare herself yet another of Isabel May's pretentious monologues in the TV series 1883, left Anders on the sofa and gone into the bedroom. Her irritation at May's words of wisdom was not lessened by her suspicions that Anders had a crush on the actress. But she had forgotten about all that now. She stared at the pictures Vogel had sent to back up his story, and his suggestion. He had used a flash, so even though it had been dark and the heads were moving in the wind, the photos were pin-sharp. I sent a video as well, so you could see I was the one there, Vogel said. She opened the video and was no longer in any doubt. Even Terry Vogel wasn't crazy enough to stage such an outrageous lie. You need to call the police, she said. I have done, Vogel said. They're on their way, and they'll find the reflective markings. I doubt he's had time to remove them. For all I know, he's left the heads hanging there too. Whatever they do find, they'll make public, which means you and the paper don't have much time to decide if you want this. And the price? I'll take that up with your editor. Like I said, you can only use the one photo I've tagged that's a little out of focus, and the reference to my blog has to be in the opening sentence after the lead-in. It also has to clearly state that there are more pictures and a video on the blog. Does that sound all right? Oh yeah, one more thing. The byline is yours and yours alone, Mona. I'm an outsider here. She looked at the pictures again and shuddered. Not because of what she saw, but because of the way he had articulated her first name.
Half of her felt like yelling no and hanging up. But that was the half which wasn't at work. She couldn't not do something. And ultimately, she wasn't the one who had to make the decision. That fell under editorial responsibility, thank God. All right. Good. Ask the editor to ring me within the next 5 minutes, okay? Mona ended the call and brought up Yulia's name. While waiting for Yulia to answer the phone, she felt her heart beating and heard 8 words echoing in her head. The byline is yours and yours alone, Mona. Chapter 38. Thursday. Alexandra moved the magnifying glass millimetre by millimetre over Helena Rhodes' entire head. She had been at it since arriving this morning, and soon it would be lunchtime. "Can you come here for a sec, Alex?" Alexandra took a break in the hunt for clues and walked to the far end of the bench where Helga was busy with Bettina Bertilsson's head. She didn't allow anyone other than him to shorten her name to an androgynous one, perhaps because coming from his mouth it sounded so natural, almost affectionate, like she was his sister. "What is it?" "This," Helga said, pushing down the decomposing lower lip on Bettina's head and holding the magnifying glass up in front of the teeth in the lower jaw. "There. It looks like skin." Alexandra leaned closer. It was barely visible to the naked eye, but under the magnifying glass there was no doubt. A white, dried-up flake protruding between 2 teeth. "Jesus, Helga," she said. "It is skin." It was 11:55. Katrina looked out over the audience in the parole hall and concluded that, like the last time, the press had turned out in strength. She saw Teddy Vogel seated next to Mona Dore. Not so strange, considering the story he had served up on a plate to VG. Still, she thought Dore looked slightly uneasy. She let her eyes wander towards the back, noticed a man she hadn't seen before, and assumed must be from a church magazine or Christian newspaper, as he was wearing a clerical collar. He was sitting very straight-backed, looking right at her, like an expectant, attentive schoolboy, with a constant smile and unblinking eyes, putting her in mind of a ventriloquist's dummy. At the very back of the room, leaning against the wall with arms folded, she saw Harry. Then the press conference began. Kedzierski outlined what had happened, that the police, acting on information from journalist Terry Vogel, had arrived at Kosostoppen, where the heads of Bettina Bertilsson and Elena Röd had been found. That Vogel had given a statement, and how at present the police had no plans to bring any charges against the journalist for his conduct in the case. That they could, of course, not rule out the possibility of 2 or more people cooperating to carry out the murders, but as things stood, Marcus Röd would be released. Afterwards, like an echo of the previous night, a storm of questions followed. Bodil Melling was seated on the podium to handle questions of a more general character, and, she had informed Katrina, to answer any questions about Harry Höhler. "I think it would be best if you didn't mention Höhler at all in your answers," the chief superintendent had said. Nor should Röd's new alibi be touched upon, that he had been at a club for men at the time of 2 of the murders, since the manner in which this information had been obtained was highly dubious. The first questions concerned the discovery of the heads, and Katrina responded with the standard phrases about not being in a position to answer or being unable to comment. "Does that also mean you haven't found forensic evidence at the crime scene?" "I said we couldn't comment on that," Katrina said. "But I think we can safely say that Kolsos is not considered a primary crime scene." Some of the more seasoned reporters chuckled. After several questions of a technical character, the first awkward one was put. "Is it embarrassing for the police to have to release Marcus Röd 4 days after placing him in custody?" Katrina glanced at Bodil Melling, who nodded to signal her intent to take it. "As with every other case, the police are investigating this one with the tools we have at our disposal," Melling said. "One of these tools is the detention of individuals whose suspicion falls upon due to technical or tactical circumstantial evidence, and this is utilized to minimize the risk of flight or tampering with evidence.
This is not the same as the police being convinced they have found the guilty party, or that mistakes have been made should further investigation lead to detention no longer being deemed necessary. Given the information we had on Sunday, we would do the same thing again. So no, it's not embarrassing. But it wasn't the investigation that saw to it. It was Terry Vaughan. Having open lines so that people can call in with information is an element of the investigation. Part of the job is sifting through this information, and the fact that we took Vaughan's call seriously is an example of correct judgment on our part. Are you saying it was difficult to judge whether or not Vaughan should be taken seriously? No comment, Melling said curtly, but Katrina saw the trace of a smile. The questions were coming from all directions now, but Melling answered calmly and confidently. Katrina wondered if she had been wrong about the woman. Perhaps she was more than a grey careerist after all. Katrina had time to study the people in the audience, and saw Harry take out his phone, look at it, and stride out of the hall. As Melling finished responding to one question, and the next journalist in Kadzierski's queue was allowed to put one to the people on the podium, Katrina felt her phone vibrate in her jacket pocket. The next question was also addressed to Melling. Katrina saw Harry re-enter the hall, catch her eye, and point to his own phone. She understood and slipped her phone out under the table. The text was from Harry. Forensic Med Inst. Have DNA an 80% match. Katrina read it again. 80% didn't mean that the DNA profile matched 80%. Then you would have to include all mankind and every animal down to snails. 80% match in this context meant there was an 80% chance they had the right person. She felt her heart rate soar. The journalist had been right about them not finding any evidence around the tree on Kosselstoppen. So this was simply fantastic. 80% wasn't 100%, but it was 80%. And seeing as it was only midday, they wouldn't have had time to get a full DNA profile yet, so that figure could increase during the course of the day. But might it also decline? In fairness, she hadn't taken in everything those times Alexandra had explained the finer points of DNA analysis. No matter. She just wanted to get up and rush out, not sit here feeding the vultures, not now they finally had a lead, a name. Someone they had in the database, probably with a previous conviction, or someone they had arrested at least. Someone. A thought had crossed her mind. Not Rudd. Oh, God, don't let it be Rudd again. She couldn't face that rigmarole one more time. She had closed her eyes and realized it had gone quiet. Brat? It was Kadzierski's voice. Katrina opened her eyes, apologized, and asked if the journalist could repeat the question. The press conference is finished, Johan Krohn said. Here's what VG wrote. He handed Marcus Rudd the phone. They were sitting in the back of an SUV on the way from the custody block to the apartment in Oslo-Bukta. They had been allowed to leave via the subterranean tunnel to police HQ to avoid the posse of journalists at the exit. Krohn had hired a car and people from a security company Rudd had used before, Guardian. It had been done on the advice of Harry Höhle, and his rationale had been simple. 6 people had at one point been in the same room with a few lines of green cocaine. Of these, 3 had been murdered by what increasingly seemed to be an insane serial killer. The likelihood of one of the 3 remaining people being next in line was not sky-high, but high enough for it to make good sense to hole up in a breach-proof apartment with bodyguards for a while. Rudd had, after some deliberation, agreed. Krohn suspected the 2 bull-necked men in the front seats were inspired by the Secret Service in choice of suits, sunglasses, and workout regimens. He was unsure if the reason the black, off-the-peg suits appeared so tight was due to muscle mass or bulletproof vests, but he was sure that Rudd was in good hands. "Ah!" Rudd exclaimed. "Listen!" Krohn had, of course, read Dawes' column, but could bear to hear it again. "Melling claims the release of Marcus Rudd isn't embarrassing, and she's right. It's his being remanded in custody that's embarrassing. Just as the fraud squad tarnished their reputation a few years ago by engaging in a desperate hunt of high-profile business leaders and captains of industry
to acquire a feather for their hat. Melling's department has fallen into the same trap. You can like Marcus Rude or not, and you can swear to equality before the law, but there isn't more justice in going harder out against Ebenezer Scrooge than Bob Cratchit. The time the police have wasted in a hunt for a big bear would have been better spent hunting down what this has all the earmarks of, a mentally disturbed serial killer. Rude turned to the lawyer. Do you think that part about the bear is a pun on—
No, Johann Krohn smiled. What are you going to do now?
Good question. What am I going to do?
Rude asked, handing Krohn back his phone.
What do released prisoners usually do? Party, of course.
I would advise against that, Krohn said. The eyes of the whole country are on you and Elena. His voice trailed off.
Her body isn't cold yet, you mean?
Something like that. Besides, I'd like as little traffic as possible.
Meaning?
Meaning that you stay put in the apartment, just you and your 2 new friends, at least for the time being. You can work from there.
Fine, Rude said, but I'll need a little something to keep my spirits up, if you know what I mean.
I think I do, Krohn sighed. But can't that wait?
Rude laughed and laid a hand on Krohn's shoulder. Poor old Johann. You don't have many vices, but you probably haven't had too much fun either. I promise not to take any chances. I do actually want to keep this beautiful, unique— He drew a circle over his head.
Good, Johann said, and looked out the window at the strict yet playful design of the barcode buildings that had brought Oslo into this century. He dismissed the thought that had been in his mind for a fraction of a second, that he would not have mourned very long if Marcus Rude were to be decapitated. "Shut the door behind you, please," Bodil Melling said as she stepped out from behind her desk. Katrina closed the door behind her and Harry and sat down at the table where Sung Min was already in place. "What do we have?" Melling said, sitting at the end. She was looking directly at Katrina, but Katrina nodded towards Harry, who was still getting settled in his chair.
"Well," Harry said, pausing until he had found his preferred half-lying position.
Katrina saw the impatience on the chief superintendent's face.
"The Forensic Medical Institute called me and—"
"Oh, why you? If they have something to report, then they ought to ring the detective leading the investigation."
"Maybe so," Harry said. "Anyway, they said—"
"No, I want this cleared up first. Why didn't they contact the lead detective?" Harry grimaced, stifled a yawn, and looked out the window as though the question were immaterial. "It was perhaps not formally correct," Katrina said, "but they called the individual who in effect has been leading this investigation, in the sense of being at the forefront. Can we move on?" The 2 women's eyes met. Katrina was aware that what she had said, and the way she had said it, could be perceived as provocative. And maybe it was. So what? This wasn't the time for office politics and pissing contests. And perhaps Melling realized that too. In any case, she gave Katrina a curt nod. "Okay, Brat. Go on, Hula." Harry nodded in the direction of the window as though he'd had a silent conversation with someone outside, and turned to the others again. Pathology found a skin fragment between Bertina Bertilson's teeth. According to the post-mortem technicians, it was so loose that it would have disappeared had she rinsed her mouth or brushed her teeth, so it's reasonable to assume it ended up there just prior to death. For example, by her biting her killer. There is a preliminary profile with a very likely match in the database. Criminal? Not convicted, but yes. How high is the probability? High enough to merit arrest, Harry said. In your opinion? We can't afford to make yet another arrest where the press—
"This is our man."
Harry said it in a low voice, but the words seemed to resound in the room. Melling shifted her gaze to Katrina, who nodded. "And you, Larsen? The latest information from pathology is a probability of 92%, Sung-min said. This is our man." "Good," Melling said, and clapped her hands together. "Get to it." They stood up. On the way out, Melling held Katrina back. "Do you like this office, Brat?" Katrina looked at Melling, uncertain. "Yes, the place looks nice." Melling ran a hand over the back of one of the meeting chairs. "I only ask because I haven't got the green light yet, but I might be moving to another one, which means this will be vacant." Melling smiled with a warmth Katrina didn't know she possessed. "But don't let me keep you, Brat." Chapter 39. Thursday. Ornamental Kale. Harry entered the cemetery. The florist in Grönlandslädet had suggested he place ornamental kale on the grave, not only because it resembled a beautiful flower, but because the colours would only turn prettier as the temperature dropped over autumn. He picked up a branch that must have broken off in the previous night's storm, and now lay partly across the headstone, placed it by the trunk of the tree, walked back, squatted down, and used his hands to work the pot of flowering kale down into the soil. "We found him," Harry said. "I thought you'd like to know, because I expect you're keeping tabs." He peered up at the crisp blue sky. "I was right about it being someone on the periphery of the case, a person we had seen but not seen. As regards everything else, I was wrong. I'm always looking for motive, you know that. Believe that's what will lead us in the right direction. And of course there's always a motive, but it's not always shining so brightly that we can use it as a lodestar, is it? Not when the motive is so locked away in the darkness of insanity, as here, at any rate. Then I give up on the why and concentrate on the how. It's better to just let Stoller and his people take care of the sick why afterwards." Harry cleared his throat. "Stop beating around the bush and get to the how. Okay, then." It was 3 o'clock when Øystein Eikeland entered Jernbanetorget, where he had met Harry a week and a half earlier. It seemed like an eternity ago. Passing the tiger statue, he saw Al bent double, with one hand resting on the wall of the old Central Station building. "How's it going, Al?" Øystein said. "Took some bad shit," he said, retching one more time before straightening up, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his parka. "Otherwise good. What about you? Long time?" "Yeah, I've been busy with some other stuff," Øystein said, looking down at the pool of vomit. "Remember I asked you about that party at Marcus Rude's? Told you it was because I was wondering who the other dude selling beak was. He was handing it out for free, but yeah, what about him? I probably should have told you that I was asking because I'm working for a private investigator." "Oh?" Al fastened his blue eyes on Øystein. "The cop who was here? Harry Huller? You know who he is? I do read the newspapers." "Really? Wouldn't have thought that." "Not that often, but after you told me about those 2 girls at the party, I've been following that particular case." "Have you now?" Øystein looked around. The square looked the same as always, the same clientele, tourists looking like tourists, students like students, buyers like buyers. He should stop now. We're supposed to stop now. Or rather, we're supposed to leave now. Why did he always have to overdo things? Why couldn't he abide by Keith's commandment about moderation? All he was meant to do was point out Al in the crowd and distract him slightly. But no, he had to. "Or have you been doing a little more than just following the case, Al?" "What?" Al's eyes appeared to grow bigger. The whites were now visible all the way round. "He met the girls at the party, or maybe he provided them with cocaine before," Harry said to the headstone. "I suppose he liked them, or hated them, who knows. Maybe the 3 girls liked him too. He is a good-looking kid and has a charisma about him. The charisma of loneliness, Øystein calls it. So, yeah, perhaps that was how he lured them in. Or he lured them with cocaine. He wasn't at home during the raid on his apartment this morning. According to Øystein, he keeps regular working hours at Jernbanetorget. Single, apparently,
but the bed was neatly made up. They found a lot of interesting stuff. All kinds of knives, hard porn, a car forensics are going over as we speak, a poster of Charles Manson above the bed, and a gold snuff bullet with the initials BB on it, which I'm guessing someone who knew Bertina Bertilsson will identify as hers. It contained green cocaine. You like that, huh? But listen to this. There were 8 kilos of white cocaine underneath the bed, which they said seemed pretty pure. 8 kilos, mind. Stepped on a little and you're talking a street value of over 10 million krona. He doesn't have any convictions, but has been arrested twice. One was a gang rape case. Seems he wasn't even there, but that was how his DNA ended up in the database. We haven't had time to dig around in his past yet, or his childhood, but you wouldn't get high odds betting on it being of the shitty kind. So there you have it. Harry checked the time. They're taking him into custody around now, I imagine. He's known to be vigilant, bordering on paranoid, and the combo of the collection of knives, together with how crowded with people it gets down there, means they're using Øystein as a distraction. Bad idea involving amateurs, if you ask me. But they were the orders from above, apparently. "What the fuck do you mean?" Al said. "Nothing," Øystein said, keeping an eye on Al's hands buried deep in the pockets of his parka. It occurred to him that he was possibly in danger now. So why was he standing here, dragging this out? He looked at Al's hands. What did he have in those pockets? At that moment he realized what it was he liked. That finally, for once, he was the center of attention. That at this very moment radio communications were probably squawking, "Why is he still standing there? He's got some bottle. Fuck me, talk about cool." Øystein saw 2 dancing red dots of light appear on the chest of Al's parka. His moment in the limelight was over. "Have an all right day, Al." Øystein turned and walked towards the road and the bus stops. A red bus passed right in front of him, and in the reflection flickering across the windows, he saw 3 people in the square start to move simultaneously as they each slipped a hand inside their clothing. He heard Al's screams, and just had time to catch sight of them wrestling him to the ground, 2 of them with pistols pointed at Al's back, the third with handcuffs which he clamped around Al's wrists. Then the bus drove past, and he looked up Karl Johansgata towards the palace, watched the people streaming towards him and away from him, and he thought for a second about all the people he had met and left behind in his life. Harry rose on stiff knees and looked down at the pink-tinged flower, which was cabbage, raised his gaze to the name on the headstone. Björn Holm. "So now you know, Björn, and I know where you lie. Maybe I'll be back someday. They miss you at the Jealousy Bar as well, by the way." Harry turned and walked in the direction of the gate he had entered by. Took out his phone and rang Lucille's number again. No answer this time either. Mikael Bellman was standing by the window as Vivian handed him a short report on the successful arrest at Jernbanetorget. "Thanks," he said, his gaze as usual seeking out the center of things. "I'd actually like to issue a statement, a press release praising the tireless work of the police, their work ethic and professionalism in dealing with difficult cases. Could you work up a draft?" "Of course," she said, and he heard the enthusiasm in her voice. It was the first time she had been entrusted with writing anything from scratch. Still, he sensed trepidation. "What is it, Vivian?" "You are not concerned that it might be perceived as presumption of guilt?" "No." "No?" Bellman turned to face her. She was so pretty, so smart, but so young. Was he beginning to prefer them a little older, wise rather than bright? "Write it as a general tribute to the police all across the country," he said. "A minister of justice doesn't comment on individual cases. Then those who want to link it to the solving of this specific case can do so if they wish." "But this case is what everyone is talking about, so most people will make that connection?" "I hope so," Bellman smiled. "And that will be perceived as—" She looked at him, uncertain. "Do you know why Prime Ministers send telegrams of congratulation when someone wins a gold medal at the Winter Olympics?"
because those telegrams end up in the newspapers, so that the Prime Minister can bask a little in the reflected glory and remind the people who created the conditions to facilitate such a small country being able to take so many gold medals. Our press release will be correct, but also show that I'm on the same wavelength as the people. We've put a drug-pushing serial killer behind bars, and that's even better than a rich guy. We won the gold medal. You understand?" She nodded. "I think so." Chapter 40. Thursday. Absence of fear. Terry Vaughan lifted the chair, just to hip height, he couldn't raise it higher, and flung it at the wall. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" Locating the owners of the vehicles that had passed Colso's shopping centre had been easy. All you had to do was go into the REJNR online and type in the license plate. Then, for a certain fee, you were given a name and address. It had cost him over 2,000 kroner and taken a couple of hours, but finally he had a complete list with 52 names and addresses and was about to start calling them. But now, on VG's website, he had just read the guy had been caught, arrested at Jernbanetorget. The chair didn't even tip over, just came rolling back towards him on the sloping floor, as though bidding him to sit down and calmly evaluate things. He put his head in his hands and tried to do as the chair suggested. The plan had been to land the scoop of all time, one that would even top the photographs he had taken of the heads in Kolsos. He was going to find the killer on his own, and here was the genius of it, demand an exclusive, in-depth interview about the murders and the man behind them in exchange for complete source protection. Vaughan would explain that source confidentiality would be cemented by going public, safeguarding them both against prosecution by the police or other authorities. He would, however, fail to mention that this protection of sources, just like the privileged information and duties of confidentiality of certain professions, only stretched so far, and certainly not past the point where life was in danger. Vaughan would, therefore, as soon as the interview was published, tell the police where they could find the murderer. He was a journalist, and nobody could hold the fact he was doing his job against him, especially when it was he, Terry Vaughan, who had found the killer. But now, someone had beaten him to it. Fuck! He scrolled through the other newspaper sites. No pictures of the guy, and no name. Common practice when the person concerned wasn't a high-profile figure, like Marcus Rudd, for example. It was just typical bloody Scandinavian mollycoddling, protecting the bastards. It made you want to emigrate to the USA and other places where journalism got a bit of elbow room. Oh, well. Anyway, so what if he did find the name? All he could do was berate himself for not having found it sooner and ringing the guy. Vaughan sighed heavily. He was going to be in a bad mood the rest of the weekend, and that would impact Dagnia. But she would just have to put up with it. He had paid half the cost of her tickets, after all. At 6 o'clock, everyone in the honour group was in room 618. Erstein had brought a bottle of champagne and plastic cups. "I got it at Police HQ," he said, "as a thank you, like. Think they must have had a few bottles themselves. Never seen so many jolly cups." Erstein popped the cork and poured into the cups, which Truls distributed to everyone, a smiling Gibran Seti included. They toasted. "Can't we just continue having these meetings?" Erstein said. "We don't need to be solving cases, either. We can argue about who the most underrated drummer in the world is, for instance. The correct answer is Ringo Starr, by the way. The most overrated is Keith Moon from The Who, and the best is, of course, John Bonham from Led Zeppelin." "Would make for a pretty short meetings, by the sound of it," Truls said, and everyone laughed, not least Truls himself, upon realizing he had actually been funny. "Well, well," Anna said from the bed when the laughter had subsided. "I guess it's time for a summary." "Yep," Erstein said, tilting back on his chair. Truls merely nodded. All three looked at Harry expectantly. He said, fidgeting with the plastic cup, which he had yet to drink from. "We don't have all the details yet, and some questions remain.
But let's draw some lines between the dots we have and see if we get a clear picture. Okay?
Yeah,
Erstein said, and stamped approvingly on the floor. We have a killer with a motive unknown to us, or that we can't understand, Harry said. Hopefully the interviews will tell us something more. Otherwise, it seems clear to me that the whole thing started at the party at Ruud's place. As you'll recall, I thought we should track down the cocaine pusher, but I have to admit my focus was on the wrong pusher. After all, it's easy to believe that the guy wearing a face mask, sunglasses and a baseball cap is the bad guy. Let's go through what we know about him before we look at the murderer. What we know is that this guy was an amateur with samples of green cocaine originating from a recent seizure. Let's call him the Greenhorn. My guess is the Greenhorn is someone who happens to be at one of the stops along the way before the drugs are sent for analysis, so one of the customs officers or someone working at police storage. He realizes the quality of this stuff is off the scale and spots his chance to hit the jackpot. What he needs to do after stealing so much from the seizure is sell the whole lot in one go to one individual who appreciates quality product and can pay for a batch that size.
Marcus Ruud,
Erstein said. Exactly. And that's the reason the Greenhorn is so insistent on Ruud having a taste. He was the target.
And I was the one who got the blame,
Truth said. But let's forget the Greenhorn for now, Harry said. After Marcus sneezes on the table and ruins everything for the poor guy, it's Al who provides Marcus with cocaine. And probably the girls too, even though they got some of the green type first. The girls like Al, he likes them, and he lures them into taking a walk in the forest. And that's where we get to what for me is a mystery. How did he manage that? How does he get Susanna to willingly travel all the way across the city and meet him at a secluded spot? By dangling some mediocre cocaine under her nose? Hardly. How does he get Bettina to readily agree to meet him in the forest after another girl who she knows about has just disappeared? And after these two murders, how on earth does he persuade Helena Ruud to willingly leave with him in the interval at Romeo and Juliet?
Do we know that?
Ona asked.
Yeah, Truth said. The police checked with the ticket office and found out which seat numbers they'd sent to Ruud and who'd been sitting next to her as well. And they said the woman sitting beside them hadn't returned after the interval. The cloakroom attendant also remembered a lady picking up her coat and a man standing waiting a little way off with his back turned. She remembered because they were the only people she had seen leave that particular play during the break.
I spoke to Helena Ruud, Harry said. She was a smart woman and capable of taking care of herself. It just doesn't make sense to me that she would willingly leave a play with a drug dealer she doesn't know. Not after everything that's happened.
You keep bringing up willingly, Anna said.
Yes, Harry said. They ought to be scared.
Go on.
Yes, terrified. Harry was no longer sitting in his usual slumped position, but on the edge of the chair, leaning forward. It reminds me of this mouse I saw one morning when I woke up in Los Angeles. It just walked right over to the house cat, who of course killed it. And a few days ago I saw the same thing happen in a backyard here in Oslo. I don't know what's wrong with these mice. Maybe they were drugged or had lost their natural instinct of fear.
Fear is good, Erstein said. A little bit at least. Fear of strangers, for instance. Xenophobia is a pretty negatively charged word, and yeah, it's to blame for a lot of seriously evil shit. But the world we live in is eat or be eaten, and if you're not suitably scared of what's unfamiliar to you, then sooner or later you're fucked. Don't you think, Ståle?
Certainly, Anna said. When our senses perceive something they recognize as a danger, the amygdala excretes neurotransmitters, like glutamate, so we become fearful. It's a smoke alarm from evolution, and without it...
We burn up, Harry said. So what's wrong with these murder victims? And the mice?
The four of them looked at one another in silence.
Toxoplasmosis. They turned to the fifth person. The mice have toxoplasmosis, Gibran said.
What's that? Harry asked.
It's a parasite that's infected the mouse, blocking the fear response. and replacing it with sexual attraction instead. The mouse approaches the cat because it's sexually attracted.
"You've got to be kidding,"
Erstein said. Gibran smiled. No, the parasite is called Toxoplasma gondii, and is actually one of the most common in the world.
"Wait,"
Harry said.
"is it only found in mice?"
No, it can live in almost any warm-blooded animal, but its life cycle goes through animals which are prey for cats because the parasite needs to get back into the intestines of the main host to reproduce, and that has to be a feline.
So the parasite can, in principle, be present in people?
Not just in principle. In certain areas of the world, it's quite common for humans to be infected with the gondii parasite.
And they are then sexually attracted to, cats?
Gibran laughed. Not that I've heard of. Perhaps our psychologist knows something about that. I'm familiar with the parasite, so I should have made the connection, Auna said. The parasite attacks the brain and the eyes, and there's research to show that people with no history of mental problems begin to display abnormal behavior. Not that they start carrying on with cats, but they do exhibit violence, directed primarily at themselves. There are numerous instances of suicide where it's believed the parasite is to blame. I read in a research paper that the reaction times of people with the gondii parasite are diminished, and that the probability of them being involved in road accidents is 3 to 4 times greater. And there's an interesting study showing that students with toxoplasmosis are more likely to become businessmen. They reasoned that this was due to an absence of fear of failure.
Absence of fear,
Harry said. Yes.
But not sexual attraction.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that the women didn't just leave willingly. They went all the way across town or left a theatre production they liked to be with their killer. No signs of rape were found, and their footprints in the forest may indicate that they had their arms linked as they walked, like lovers.
It's the scent of the cat and cat's urine that attracts infected mice, Gibran said. Imagine the parasite eats away at the mouse's brain and eyes, while at the same time it knows it needs to return to the cat because it's only within the bowels of the cat that the environment is conducive to reproduction. So it alters and manipulates the mouse's brain to be attracted sexually by the smell of the cat, so that the mouse voluntarily helps the parasite return to the cat's intestines.
Holy shit, Truls said.
Yes, it's gruesome, Gibran conceded, but that's how parasites function.
Is it conceivable that the killer has taken on the role of the cat, as it were, after he's infected them with the parasite?
Gibran shrugged. It's perfectly conceivable that it's a mutated parasite, or that someone could breed a gondii parasite that requires human intestines as a primary host. I mean, in this day and age, even a biology student can engage in gene manipulation on a cellular level. But you'd have to ask a parasitologist or microbiologist about that.
Thanks, but first we'll hear what Al has to say.
Harry checked the time.
Katrina said they were going to question him as soon as he had a chance to talk to the lawyer appointed to him.
It was rare anyone at the custody unit dared to ask Duty Officer Groth the reason behind his chronically bad humour and ill temper. Those who had were now gone. His hemorrhoids, however, were not. They had been at the custody unit as long as Groth, for 23 years. He had been interrupted in the middle of a promising game of patience on the PC, and now winced in pain on the chair as he looked at the ID card the man in front of him had placed on the counter. The man had introduced himself as the lawyer for the prisoner arrested at Jörn Torget earlier that day. Groth didn't care much for lawyers in expensive suits, even less for ones like this, slumming it in a bomber jacket and wearing a flat cap like some dock worker. "Would you like an officer present in the room, Bigström?" Groth asked. "No, thank you," the lawyer said, "and no one listening at the door either." "He's killed 3 suspected of having killed." Groth shrugged and pressed the button that opened the full-height turnstile. "The guard on the inside will search you and open the cell door." "Thanks," the lawyer said, picking up his ID card and going through.
"Idiot," Groth said,
not bothering to look up from the PC screen to see if the lawyer had heard. 4 minutes later, it was clear the game of patience wasn't working out after all. Groth swore, and just then heard someone clear their throat, and saw a man wearing a face mask standing behind the full-height turnstile. Groth was momentarily taken aback before he recognized the flat cap and the bomber jacket. "That was a short conversation," Groth said. "He's in pain, just bawling and wailing," the lawyer said. "You need to get him medical help, and then I'll come back later." "Ah, the doctor was just in there, but he couldn't find anything the matter with him. The guy got painkillers, so I'm sure he'll stop his wailing soon. He's screaming like he's about to die," the lawyer said, walking towards the exit. Groth watched him leave. Something wasn't right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He pressed the call button. "Sven, how are things in number 14? Is he still screaming?" "He was when I unlocked to let the lawyer in, but when I went to let the lawyer out, he'd stopped." "Did you take a peek inside?" "No. Should I?" Groth hesitated. The line he took, and it was built on experience, was to let the prisoners scream, cry, and yell without giving it too much attention. They'd been stripped of anything they could use to harm themselves, and if you came running every time they started whining, they soon learned it got them attention, just like wailing infants. In the box that was still in front of him lay the possessions the prisoner in number 14 had had on him when they brought him in, and Groth automatically took a look for something that could give an answer. Evidence and seizure had already been to collect the bags of cocaine and money, and all he saw were house keys, car keys, and a crumpled theatre ticket that said Romeo and Juliet on it. No packets of medicine, prescriptions, or anything to give an indication. He twisted in the chair, felt a jolt of pain as one of the hemorrhoids became pinched, and swore under his breath. "Well?" Sven said. "Yeah," Groth said gruffly. "Yeah, check on the prick." Olna and Øystein were sitting at one of the tables in the Radium Hospital's almost deserted canteen. Truls had gone to the toilet, and Harry was standing on the terrace outside the canteen, with the phone to his ear and a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. "You're the doctor in these sorts of things," Øystein said, and nodded out in the direction of Harry. "What's bugging him?" "Bugging?" "Driving him on. He never stops working. Even now the guy's been caught, and he's not getting paid any more." "Oh, that," Ona said. "I suppose he's seeking order, an answer. The need for that is often more keenly felt when everything else in your life is chaotic and seems to lack meaning." "Okay." "Okay? You don't sound convinced. What do you think the reason is?" "Me? Well, same as Bob Dylan answered when he was asked why he keeps on touring long after he become a millionaire and his voice had gone to shit. It's what I do." Harry leaned on the railings with the phone in his left hand, while he sucked on the single cigarette he had allowed himself to take from Alexandra's Camel packet. Perhaps the principle of moderation could be applied to smoking. While waiting for an answer on the other end, he caught sight of a person standing down below in the sparsely lit car park. A man with his face tipped up towards Harry. It was hard to make out at this distance, but he had something white on his neck, a freshly laundered shirt collar, a neck brace, or a clerical collar. Harry tried to put the thought of the man in the Camaro out of his mind. He had got his money. Why would he be coming for Harry now? Another thought occurred to him. What he had said to Alexandra when she asked if he thought he had killed the man with that blow to the throat. "If he had died, I don't think his friends would have let me live afterwards." Afterwards. After he had made sure they got their money. "Helga?" Harry was jarred out of his thoughts. "Hi, Helga. Harry Euler here. I got your number from Alexandra. She was saying you might be at the Forensic Medical Institute working on your doctorate." "She's not wrong," Helga said. "Congrats on the arrest, by the way." I was going to ask you for a favor." "Shoot." "There's a parasite by the name of Toxoplasma gondii." "Yeah? You're familiar with it?" "It's very common, and I am a bioengineer." "Okay.
What I was wondering was if you could check to see if the victims might have had the parasite, or a mutated version of it. I understand. I wish I could, but the parasite is concentrated in the brain, and we don't have theirs. Yes, but the parasite can also be present in the eyes, I'm told, and the killer left one eye on the corpse of Susanna Anderson. True, they are also concentrated in the eyes, but it's too late. Susanna's remains were sent for the funeral, and that was to take place earlier today. I know, but I checked. The funeral did go ahead today, but the body is still lying in the crematorium. There's a queue, so she won't be cremated until tomorrow. I got an oral court order over the phone, so I can go up there now, get the eye, and then come over to you. That okay? Helga let out a laugh of disbelief. All right, but how are you planning to remove the eye? You've got a point. Any suggestions? Harry waited until he heard Helga sigh. It would, strictly speaking, be regarded as part of the post-mortem, so I'd better get down there and do it. The country owes you a debt of thanks, Harry said. See you there in 30 minutes. Katrina walked as quickly as she could across the floor of the custody unit. Sung-min was right behind her. Open up, Groth, she called out, and the duty officer did as he was told without a murmur. For once Groth looked more shocked than grumpy, but that was small comfort. Katrina and Sung-min squeezed through the rotating bars of the turnstile. A guard held open the door leading into the corridors between the detention cells. The door of cell 14 was open. Even in the corridor she could smell the stench of vomit. She stopped in the doorway. Over the shoulders of the two medics, she saw the face of the person lying on the floor. Or rather, what should have been a face, but was now only a bloody mass, the front of a head where fragments of nasal bone were the only white in a red pulp of flesh. Like a... Katrina didn't know where the words came from. Blood moon. Her eyes moved to the spot on the brick wall the man had obviously dashed his head against. He must have done it recently, because half-coagulated blood was still making its way down the wall. Inspector Bratt, she said, we just got the message. Is he... The doctor looked up. Yes, he's dead. She shut her eyes and cursed to herself. Is it possible to say anything about the cause of death? The doctor grinned grimly and shook his head wearily, as though it were an idiotic question. Katrina felt anger bubbling up. She saw the Médecins Sans Frontières logo on his jacket. He was probably one of those doctors who had spent a few weeks in some war zone and played the role of hardcore cynic the rest of his life. I asked, Miss... He interrupted, his voice sharp. As you can see, it's not even possible to tell who he is. Shut up and let me finish my question, she said. Then you can open your mouth. Now, how... The doctor without borders laughed, but she could see the vein in his neck become more pronounced and more colour come into his face. You may be an inspector, but I'm a doctor and have just declared our prisoner dead, so your job here is done. Pathology will take care of the rest. You can either answer here or be locked up in one of the neighbouring cells. Okay? Katrina heard Sung-min clear his throat softly beside her. She ignored the discreet admonition about having gone too far. Fuck it. Their party was ruined. She could already see the newspaper headlines. Murder suspect dies in police custody. The biggest murder case she had ever had would probably never be completely resolved now that the central figure couldn't talk. The families would never know what had really happened, and here was this puffed-up doctor guy trying to play cool. She breathed in, out, then in again. Sung-min was, of course, right. That was the old Katrina Bratt who had surfaced, the one this Katrina had hoped was buried for good. Sorry. The doctor sighed and looked up at her. I'm being childish. It's just that it looks like he was suffering for a long time without anything being done, and then I react emotionally and blame you lot. Sorry. It's fine, Katrina said. My own apology was close on the heels of yours. Can you say anything about the cause of death? He shook his head. It could have been that. He nodded at the blood on the whitewashed wall. But I've yet to see someone manage to take their own life by banging their head against a wall. So maybe the pathologist should check that out as well. He pointed to the yellowish-green pool of vomit on the floor. I heard he'd been in pain. Katrina nodded. Any other possibilities? Well, the doctor said, getting to his feet, possibly someone killed him. Chapter 41. Thursday. Reaction speed. It was 7 o'clock, and at the Forensic Medical Institute the only lights on were those in the laboratory. Harry stared first at the scalpel in Helga's hand, and then at the eyeball lying on one of the glass plates. "Do you really?" he asked. "Yeah, I have to get to the inside," Helga said, and cut. "Yeah, well," Harry said, "the funeral is over, I suppose. No one in the family is going to see her again." "Well, actually, they're going there tomorrow," Helga said, placing the piece he had cut away under the microscope. "But the guy from the undertaker's had already put in a glass eye, and we'll just put in one more. Look at this." "You see something?" "Yeah. Gondii parasites, or at least something similar. Look." Harry leaned forward and peered into the microscope. Was he imagining things, or did he detect an almost imperceptible odor of musk? He asked Helga. "It could be from the eye," he said, "in which case you have an exceptional sense of smell." I have parosmia. I can't smell corpses, but maybe it means I smell other things all the better. Like with blindness and hearing, you know." "You believe that?" "No. I do, however, believe that the killer might have used the parasite to render Susanna fearless, and that she felt sexually attracted to him." "No way. That he's made himself the primary host, you mean?" "Yeah. Why no way?" "Just that it's not that far off from the field I'm toiling in to obtain a doctorate. Theoretically, it is possible, but if he's managed to do it, we're talking the Odile Bain Prize. That's like the Nobel Prize in parasitology." I'm thinking he'll get life instead." "Yeah, of course. Sorry." "Another thing," Harry said. "The mice are attracted by the smell of cat. Any cat, I mean. So why are these women attracted to just one man in particular?" "You tell me," Helga said. "The key is the smell the parasites can direct an infected person towards. Perhaps he carried something the women caught the scent of? Or he might have smeared it directly on his body." "What kind of smell?" "Well, the most direct way is a smell from the intestinal tract, where the parasites know they can reproduce." "Excrement, you mean?" "No, he'd use excrement to spread the parasite. But to attract an infected person, he might use the intestinal juices and enzymes in the small intestine, or the digestive secretions from the pancreas and gallbladder." "You're saying he's spreading the parasite with his own feces?" "If he has created his own parasite, then he's probably the only possible compatible host, so he alone must ensure the life cycle continues running its course so the parasites don't die out." "And how does he do that?" "Same as the cat. He could see to it, for example, that the water the victims drink is infected with his feces." "Or the cocaine they snort?" "Yes, or the food they eat. It will take a while before the parasite reaches the victim's brain and can manipulate it." "How long?" "Well, if I had to guess how long it took with a mouse, I'd say 2 days, maybe 3 or 4. The point is that in humans the immune system would generally eradicate the parasite, and that would occur after a couple of weeks or a month, so he doesn't have all the time in the world if he's trying to keep the life cycle going." "So he'd need to wait a couple of days, but not too long, before killing them?" "Yes, and then he'd have to eat the victim." "All of the victim?" "No, the parts where parasites ready to reproduce are most concentrated should do it. So the brain." Helga stopped abruptly and stared at Harry, as though it had just dawned on him. He swallowed. "Or the eyes." "Last question," Harry said hoarsely. Helga just nodded. "Why don't the parasites take over the brain of the primary host as well?" "Oh, but they do." "Really? And what do they do to him?" Helga shrugged. "Pretty much the same thing. He becomes fearless,
and seeing as how he is receiving a continuous top-up, as is the case here, the immune system won't be able to get rid of the parasite, and he risks a dulling or a slowing down of reaction times, for instance. And schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia?
Yes, recent research indicates it, unless he keeps the number of parasites in his own body in check.
How?
Well, that I don't know.
What about parasiticides, like Hillman pets, for example?
Helga gazed into the air thoughtfully. I'm not familiar with that brand, but theoretically the right dosage of a parasiticide could create a balance of sorts, yes?
So the quantity of parasites you have in you is important?
Oh, yeah. Were you to give someone a large dose with a high concentration of Gondii, the parasites would block the brain, paralyzing the person in the space of a few minutes. They'd be dead within an hour.
But you wouldn't die from snorting a line of infected cocaine?
Maybe not within an hour, but if the concentration is high enough, it could easily kill you within a day or two. Excuse me. Helga picked up a ringing phone. Yes? All right. He hung up. Sorry, I'm going to be busy now. They're on their way up with the body from the custody unit. I have to carry out a preliminary post-mortem on.
Okay,
Harry said, buttoning up his suit jacket.
Thanks for your help. I'll find my own way out. Sweet dreams.
Helga gave him a faint smile. Harry had just walked out the door of the lab when he turned and went back in.
Whose body are they bringing over, did you say?
I don't know his name. The guy arrested at Jernbanetorget today.
Fuck,
Harry said in a low tone, gently striking the door jamb with his fist. Something wrong?
That's him.
Who?
The primary host.
Sung-Min Larsen was standing behind the counter at the custody unit, peering down into the box containing the property of the deceased. There was no great hurry on the house keys, since they had already broken in and searched his place, but a forensics officer was on the way to collect the keys to the car, which had been found in the multi-story car park closest to Jernbanetorget. Sung-Min turned the theatre ticket. Had he been to the same performance as Helena? No, there was an earlier date on the ticket, but maybe he had gone to the National Theatre to reconnoitre, to plan the abduction and murder of Helena Rudd. His phone rang. Larsen? We're at Beckstrom's now, but only the wife is home. She says she thought he was at work. Sung-Min was puzzled. No one at Beckstrom's office knew where the defense lawyer was either. Beckstrom was a key witness, given that he was the last person who had seen the detainee alive. This was urgent. True, the media hadn't linked the arrest on Jernbanetorget to anything in particular so far. After all, it wasn't unusual for the police to apprehend pushers there. But it might only be a matter of minutes or hours before a journalist got wind of a death in the custody unit, and then they'd all be on the warpath. Groth, Sung-Min called out to the shift commander, leaning on the other side of the counter. How did Beckstrom seem when he came out?
Different,
Groth said sourly. Different how? Groth shrugged.
He'd put on a face mask. Maybe that was it. Or he was distressed by seeing the prisoner so sick. Well died, anyway. Completely different from when he arrived. Maybe he's the sensitive type. What do I know?
Maybe, Larsen said, his gaze lingering on the theatre ticket, while he ransacked his brain for the reason why this alarm clock was going off in his head. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening when Johann Krohn tapped in the number of the apartment and looked up at the video camera above the entrance. After a few moments he heard a deep voice, not belonging to Marcus Rudd.
Who are you?
Johann Krohn, the lawyer who was in the car earlier today.
Right. Come in.
Krohn took the lift up and was let into the apartment by one of the bull-necked security men. Rudd seemed irritable and was restlessly pacing the living room back and forth like one of the mangy old lions Krohn had seen as a little boy in Copenhagen Zoo. His white shirt was open and was ringed with sweat under the arms. I come bearing good news, Krohn said, and added dryly when he saw his client's face light up. News, not coke. As Krohn saw the anger flare up in the other man's face, he hurried to extinguish it. The suspected killer has been caught.
Really? Ruud blinked in disbelief. Then he laughed. Who is it?
His name is Kevin Selmer. Crone saw the name didn't ring a bell with Ruud. Harry says he's one of your cocaine suppliers. Crone was half expecting Ruud to dispute the allegation he had anyone who supplied him with cocaine, but instead it looked as though he was trying to recall the name. He's the guy who was here at the party, Crone said.
Ah, I didn't know his name. He never told me. Said I should just call him K. I just figured he couldn't spell and thought it stood for... Well, you can probably guess.
That I can.
So K killed him. That's baffling. He must be mad.
I think that's a safe assumption, yes. Ruud stared out at the roof terrace. A neighbour was leaning with his back against the wall beside the fire escape, smoking a cigarette.
I should buy his apartment and the other two as well, Ruud said. I can't bear them standing out there looking like they own...
He didn't finish the sentence.
Well, I can get out of this prison, at least.
Yes.
Good. Then I know where I'm going.
Ruud strode towards the bedroom. Crone followed. Not out to party, Marcus.
Why not?
Ruud walked past the big double bed and opened one of the built-in closets. Because it's only been a few days since your wife was killed. Think how people will react.
You're wrong, Ruud said as he browsed the suits. They'll understand that I'm celebrating the fact her killer has been caught. Hello, long time since I've worn this.
He took out a navy blue double-breasted blazer with gold buttons and put it on, felt in the pockets and pulled something out that he tossed on the bed.
Whoa, has it been that long?
Crone saw it was a black masquerade mask shaped like a butterfly. Ruud did up the blazer while he looked in a gold-framed mirror.
Sure you don't want to come on a bender, Johann?
Quite sure.
Maybe I can take my bodyguards instead. How long have we paid them for?
They're not allowed to drink on the job.
Right. That would make for boring company.
Ruud went out to the living room and, with laughter in his voice, shouted,
Have you heard, lads? You're discharged.
Crone and Ruud took the lift down together.
Ring Hurler, Ruud said. He likes to drink. Tell him I'm going on a bar crawl on joining Euphemius Gata, from east to west, and the drinks are on me. Then I can congratulate him right away.
Crone nodded as he posed himself that perennial question. If he'd known that, as a lawyer, he would have to spend such a large portion of his life with people he disliked so much, would he still have chosen the same career?
Creatures? Hi, is that Ben?
Yeah, who's this?
Harry, the tall blonde.
Hi, Harry, long time. What's up?
Harry looked down from Eckerberg, out over the city that lay like an inverse starry sky below him. It's about Lucille. I'm in Norway and I can't get hold of her on the phone. Have you seen her?
Not for about a month?
She lives on her own, as you know, and I was worried something might have happened to her.
Okay.
If I give you an address on Dehaney Drive, could you check on her for me? If she's not there, you should probably contact the police.
There was a pause. Okay, Harry, I'm jotting it down. After the call, Harry walked to the Mercedes, parked behind the old German bunkers, sat on the bonnet next to Erstein again, lit up a cigarette, and continued from where they had left off while the music streamed out of the two open car windows. About all the others, and what had become of them, about the girls they never got, about the dreams that didn't shatter but faded away like a half-baked song or a long joke without a punchline, about the life they chose or the life that chose them, which was one and the same, since you, as Erstein said, can only play the hand you're dealt.
It's warm,
Erstein said, after they had sat in silence for a while.
Old engines give the best heat,
Harry said, patting the bonnet.
No, I meant the weather. I thought it was over, but the warm weather's back. And tomorrow, that there will be eclipsed by blood.
He pointed up at the pale full moon. Harry's phone rang.
Talk to me.
So it's true, Sung-min said. You really do answer the phone like that?
I saw it was you and was just trying to live up to the myth, Harry said. "What's going on?" "I'm at the Forensic Medical Institute, and to be completely honest, I don't quite know what's going on." "Oh, yeah? Are the press on to you about the death of the suspect?" "Not yet. We're holding off a little before making it public, until he's identified." "If he's really named Kevin Silmer, you mean? Erstein here called him Al." "No, if the man we found dead in cell 14 is the same man we brought in." Harry pressed the phone harder against his ear. "What do you mean, Larson?" "His legal counsel has disappeared. He was alone in the cell with Kevin Silmer. 5 minutes after he arrived, he left again. If it was him. The man who left was wearing a face mask and the lawyer's clothes, but the shift commander of the custody unit thought the person seemed different." "You think that Selma—"
"I don't know what I think," Sung-min said, "but yeah, it's possible. Selma might have escaped. That he killed Beckstrom, smashed his face in, switched clothes, and just walked out of there. That the corpse we're sitting with is Beckstrom, not Al. Or Selma, that is. The face is totally beyond recognition. We can't find any friends or relatives of Kevin Selma who know him well enough to identify him. And on top of that, Beckstrom is nowhere to be found."
Sounds a bit far-fetched, Larson. I know Doug Beckstrom. He's probably gone off the deep end. You have heard about Judgment, Doug?"
No.
"Beckstrom has a reputation for having a rather sensitive nature. If a case has upset him, he goes out and drinks, and then he turns into Judgment Doug and pronounces verdicts on all and sundry. Sometimes for days. That's probably what happened here."
"Well, let's hope so. We'll find out soon enough. Beckstrom's wife is on her way over here. I just wanted to give you a heads up."
"Okay, thanks."
Harry hung up. They sat in silence, listening to Rufus Wainwright singing Hallelujah.
"I think I might have underrated Leonard Cohen," Erstein said, "and overrated Bob Dylan." "Easily done. Put out the fag, we need to go."
"What's happening?" Erstein asked, hopping off the bonnet.
"If Sung-min is right, Marcus Rudd could be in danger."
Harry swung into the passenger seat.
"Groan called while you were in the bushes taking a piss. Rudd's gone on a bar crawl and wants my company. I said no, but maybe we need to find him all the same. Joining Euphemia's Gata."
Erstein turned the key in the ignition. "Can you say step on it, Harry?" He revved the engine. "Please?"
"Step on it," Harry said.
Marcus Rudd lurched to the side, took a step to steady himself, and stared down at the glass on the table in front of him. It had spirits in it, he was sure of that. He wasn't so sure what the rest of the stuff in there was, but the colours were nice, both in the glass and in the bar, which he didn't know the name of. The other guests were younger and looked over at him with stolen, and not so stolen, glances. They knew who he was. No, they knew what his name was, had seen his picture in the papers, especially lately, and would have formed an opinion on him. Choosing this particular street for a pub crawl had been a mistake. You only had to look at the pretentious name of Oslo's newest attempt at an avenue, Dronning Euphemia's Gata. Ouch, Fimi. There you have it, a bloody gay street. He should have gone to some of the old spots, places where people accepted the offer and flocked to the bar when a capitalist got to his feet and announced the next round was on him. In the last 2 bars he'd been in, they just gawped at him, as if he had spread his cheeks and shown them his balloon knot. In one place the barman had even asked him to sit down, as if they didn't need the revenue. Those places would be out of business within a year, just wait. It was the old hands who survived, those who knew the game, and he, Marcus Rudd, knew the game. His upper body began tipping forward, his dark hair flopping down towards the glass. He managed to straighten up at the last moment. A full head of hair. Real hair that didn't need dyeing every fucking week. Put that in your pipe. He gripped the glass, something to hold on to, drained it. Maybe he should drink a little slower. On the way between the first 2 bars, he had been crossing the avenue, when he heard the piercing clatter of a tram bell. He had reacted so sluggishly as though wading through mud. But that drink he'd had in the first bar must have been strong, because not only were his reflexes poor,
It was as if he had lost all sense of fear, too. When the tram passed so closely that he could feel the air pressure on his back, his pulse had hardly increased, now that he wanted to live again as well. It was like a distant memory that he had asked to borrow Crone's tie when he was in custody, not to improve his appearance, but to hang himself. Crone had said he wasn't allowed to hand anything over. Idiot. Rude looked around the room. They were all idiots. His father had taught him that, beaten it into him, that everyone, except those with Rude as a surname, was an idiot. That it was an open goal, all you had to do was tap the ball in every time. But you had to do it. Don't feel sorry for them, don't feel you had enough, you had to keep going. Increase the wealth, get further ahead, take what came your way, and then some. Damn it, he might not have been the most academically gifted in the family, but unlike the others, he had always done what his father said. And didn't that give him the right to live it up once in a while? Snort a few lines, slap a few boys on their tight asses. If they were under that idiotic age of consent, so what? In other countries and cultures they saw the big picture, knew that it did the boys no harm, that they grew up and moved on, became solid, decent citizens, not drama queens and queers. It wasn't contagious or dangerous getting a grown man's cock in you when you were young. You could still be saved. You'd often seen his father strike out, but only once seen him lose his temper. It was when Marcus was in 5th year, and his father had walked into his bedroom to find Marcus and the boy next door playing mummies and daddies in bed. Jesus, how he had hated that man, how frightened he had been of him, and how much he had loved him. One single word of approval from Otto Rudd, and Marcus felt like the master of the world, invincible. "So this is where you are, Rudd." Marcus looked up. The man standing in front of his table was wearing a face mask and a flat cap. There was something familiar about him, about the voice too, but Marcus was too drunk. Everything was blurry. "Got any coke for me?" Marcus asked automatically, and wondered in the same moment where that had come from. Probably just the craving. "You're not getting any coke," the man said, sitting down at the table. "You shouldn't be out drinking at a bar, either." "I shouldn't?" "No. You should be at home crying over that lovely wife of yours, and over Susanna and Bettina. And now another person is dead. But here you sit, looking to party. You worthless fucking pig." Rudd winced, not because of what he said about the women. It was the word worthless that had struck home, an echo from childhood, and the man who had stood over him, frothing at the mouth. "Who are you?" Rudd slurred. "Can't you see? I come from the custody unit. You in Manitoget. Kevin Selma. Ring any bells?" "Should it?" "Yes," the man said, removing his face mask. "You recognize me now?" "You look like my Marcus slurred. "My father." He had the vague feeling he ought to be scared, but he wasn't. "Death," the man said. Maybe it was the sluggishness and the absence of fear that caused Marcus not to raise a hand in defense when he saw the man lift his. Or maybe it was just automatic, the conditioned response of the boy who has learned that his father has the right to hit him. The man was holding something in his hand. Was it a hammer? Harry entered the bar, which, if the red neon letters over the door spelled the name, was simply called Bar. This was the third place he had tried, and it was indistinguishable from the other two, glossy, probably stylish, and no doubt pricey. He scanned the room and spotted Rudd seated at a table. In front of him, with his back to Harry, a man was sitting in a flat cap, with his hand raised. He was holding something. Harry saw what it was, and knew in the same instant what was going to happen, and that he was too late to prevent it. Sung-min and Helga were standing next to the woman, gazing down at the body. She was somewhere in her 60s, and had the hair, clothes, and makeup of a hippie. Sung-min expected she was one of those women who turned up at music festivals featuring old acoustic heroes from the 70s. She had already been crying when they opened the door of the Forensic Medical Institute to her,
and Helga had given her some paper towels, which she was now using to wipe away tears and running mascara with. Now that Helga had washed away all the coagulated blood, Sung-min could see the face of the dead man was more intact than he had previously thought. "Take your time, Fru Beckström," Helga said. "We can leave you alone if you wish." "No need," she sniffed. "There's no doubt." The buzz of voices in the bar fell silent instantly, and the customers turned in the direction of the sound. A bang as loud as a pistol shot. Half in shock, they stared at the man in the flat cap who had risen to his feet. Some had picked up on the fact that the other person at the table was the property magnate, the husband of the woman found dead on Snorria. In the silence they heard the man's voice clear as a bell, and saw him raise the hand with the blunt weapon. "I said death. I sentence you to death, Marcus Röd." There was another loud bang. They saw a tall man in a suit walking quickly towards the table, and as the man in the cap lifted his hand a third time, the tall man snatched the object from his grip. "It's not him," Fru Beckström sobbed. "It's not Doug, thank God. But I don't know where he is. I'm beside myself with worry every time he disappears like this." There, Sung-min said, and wondered if he should place a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sure we'll find him, and we're also relieved it's not your husband. I'm sorry you had to go through this, Fru Beckström, but we just had to be certain." She nodded mutely. "That's enough now, Judgment Dog." Harry pushed Beckström back down into his chair and put the gavel in his own pocket. The two drunk men, Röd and Beckström, gawped stupidly at each other, as if they had both just woken up and were wondering what had happened. The glass-topped table had a large crack in it. Harry sat down. "I know you've had a long day, Beckström, but you should contact your wife. She went to the Forensic Medical Institute to see if the body of Kevin Selmer was you." The defense lawyer stared at Harry. "You didn't see him," he whispered. "He couldn't handle the pain. He'd told them his stomach and head were hurting, but the doctor had just given him some mild painkillers, and when they didn't work and no one came to help, he bashed his head against the wall to knock himself unconscious. That's how much pain he was in." "We don't know that," Harry said. "Yes," Beckström said, his eyes now wet with tears. "We do, because we've seen this type of thing before. While his sort," he pointed a trembling finger at Röd, who was sitting with his chin on his chest, "don't give a fuck about anyone or anything. They just want to be rich, and along the way they trample on and exploit anybody weaker in society, all those who never had the silver spoon they suck on. But the day will come when the sun will be turned into darkness, the great and terrible Judgment Day, Judgment Dog." Beckström glowered at Harry while looking like he was making a great effort to keep his head straight. "Sorry," Harry said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Let's do this another time. Right now, I think you need to call your wife, Beckström." Doug Beckström opened his mouth to say something, but shut it again. Nodded, took out his phone, got to his feet and left. "You handled that well, Harry," Röd said, clearly sloshed, almost missing the table as he put his elbows on it. "Can I buy you a drink?" "No, thanks." "No? Now that you've solved the case and everything?" "Well, almost everything." Röd motioned to a waiter for another drink, but he ignored him. "What do you mean by almost?" "What do I mean?" Röd said. "Well, you tell me. Out with it." "What?" The tip of Röd's tongue emerged. He smiled, and his voice became a hoarse whisper. "Or else you'll put me in a chokehold." "No," Harry said. "No?" "I can put you in a chokehold, if you tell me." Röd laughed. "Finally, a man that understands me. It's just that I have a little confession to make, now that the case is solved. I lied when I said Susanna and I had sex on the same day she was killed. I didn't meet her at all." "No?" "No, I only said it to give the police
a plausible explanation as to why my saliva was found on her body. It was what they wanted to hear, and it was also going to save me a lot of trouble. The path of least resistance, you might say. Can we keep that between ourselves? Why, the case has been cleared up, and you hardly want it known you were screwing another woman behind your wife's back? Ah, Rudd said and smiled. I'm not worried about that. There are other rumours to consider. Are there? Rudd twirled the empty glass in his hand. You know, Harry, when my father died, I was both devastated and relieved. Can you understand that? What a release it was to be rid of a man you didn't want to disappoint for anything in the world. Because you know that sooner or later the day will come when you have to disappoint him, when he has to find out who you really are. And so you hope to be saved by the bell. And I was. Were you afraid of him? Yes, Rudd said. I was afraid. And I suppose I loved him too. But above all, he put the empty glass to his forehead, I wanted him to love me. You know, I would happily have let him kill me if I just knew that he loved me.
Chapter 42. Friday. Terry Vaughan blinked. He had slept poorly and was in a bad mood. Anyway, no one liked press conferences that started at 9 in the morning. Or perhaps he was mistaken. The other journalist in the parole hall looked annoyingly perky. Even Mona Dore, the seats next to her already occupied when he arrived, appeared wide awake and animated. He had tried to make eye contact, but to no avail. None of the other journalists had paid any attention to him when he entered either. Not that he was expecting a standing ovation, but you would think that going into the woods in the middle of the night and running the risk of encountering a serial killer might garner you a modicum of respect, especially when you came back alive with pictures that had been sold to media outlets and appeared all around the world. Happiness is short-lived, as they say. A real win would have meant his getting that exclusive interview, but that scoop had been snatched away at the last minute. So yes, he had more reason than the rest to be on bad form today. Moreover, Dagnia had called last night to say she couldn't come at the weekend after all. When she told him she couldn't make it, although he wasn't convinced that she couldn't, he had naturally grown keener and attempted to persuade her, which had ended in an argument. Kevin Selmer, Katrina Bratt said from the podium, "We've chosen to go public with the name because the suspect is deceased, because of the seriousness of the crime and in order to spare others who have been under police scrutiny from public suspicion." Terry Vaughan watched the other journalists take notes. Kevin Selmer. He searched his brain. He had the list of car owners on the PC at home, but couldn't remember anyone with that name offhand. But his memory wasn't what it once was. Not like when he was able to reel off the name of every notable band, their members, records and release dates from 1960 to, 2000. I'll now hand over to Helga Forfang from the Forensic Medical Institute, Head of Information Kedzierski said. Terry Vaughan was slightly puzzled. Wasn't it uncommon for forensic scientists to be present at press conferences? Didn't they usually just have their reports quoted? And he was puzzled by what Forfang presented, that at least one of the victims had been infected with a mutated or manipulated parasite, and the evidence suggested the killer had been responsible, and that the killer had also been infected. The post-mortem carried out on Kevin Selmer last night revealed a high concentration of the Toxoplasma gondii parasite, high enough for us to say with a large degree of certainty that the parasite was the cause of death, not the self-inflicted injuries to the head and face. Although speculative, it might appear as if Kevin Selmer acted as a primary host for the parasite and was able for a time to control the population, perhaps by use of anti-parasitic agents, but again, we don't know that for sure. Terry Vaughan stood up and left when they opened for questions from the floor. He had found out what he needed to know.
He was no longer puzzled. He just needed to get home and confirm it. Sung-min walked through the canteen and out onto the terrace. He had always envied the employees of Police HQ this view from the top of the glass palace. At least on a day like this, when Oslo lay bathed in sunshine and the temperature had spiked unexpectedly. He made his way over to Katrina and Harry, both standing by the railing, each smoking a cigarette. "Didn't know you smoked?" Sung-min said, smiling at Katrina. "I don't really," she said, smiling back. "I just bummed one off Harry to celebrate." "You're a bad influence, Harry." "Yep," Harry said, holding out a pack of Camel. Sung-min hesitated. "Why not?" he said, taking a cigarette that Harry lit up for him. "How are you going to celebrate?" Katrina asked. "Let me see," Sung-min said. "I have a dinner date. What about you?" "Me too. Arne told me to meet him up at Frogner-Sæteren restaurant. It's going to be a surprise." "A restaurant on the edge of the forest, with a view from the mountain? Sounds romantic." "Sure," Katrina said, looking with momentary fascination at the smoke she was blowing out through her nose. "I'm just not that big into surprises. You going to mark the occasion, Harry?" "I was. Alexandra invited me up onto the roof of the Forensic Medical Institute. She and Helga are going to share a bottle of wine and watch the lunar eclipse." "Ah, the blood moon," Sung-min said, "and it looks like it's going to be a nice night." "But," Katrina said. "We'll see. Been some bad news. Stoller's wife called. He's taken a turn and wants me to come visit. I'll probably stay as long as he has the energy." "Shit." "Yeah." Harry took a long drag of his cigarette. They stood in silence for a while. "You see the tribute we received today from the Minister of Justice, no less?" Katrina sounded sarcastic. The other two nodded. "Just one thing before I go," Harry said. "Rud told me last night that he wasn't with Susanna the day she was killed. And I believe him." "Me too," said Sung-min, who, with the cigarette in his hand, angled his wrist in a way he otherwise managed to avoid. "Why?" Katrina asked. "Because it's obvious he prefers men to women," Sung-min said. "I reckon his sex life with Elena was a compulsory exercise." So we're inclined to believe him. Then how did Rud's saliva wind up on Susanna's breast?" "Indeed," Katrina said. "I was slightly confused myself when Rud came up with that story about sex earlier in the day, that the spit was from then." "Oh?" "What do you think I'll do before I meet Arne tonight? And this goes for all my dates, no matter what, even the ones where sex isn't on the cards." "You'll take a shower," Sung-min said. "Correct. I thought it strange that Susanna wouldn't shower before she took the metro to Skullerud, especially if she'd had sex." "So, I repeat the question," Harry said. "Where did the saliva come from?" After she was killed?" Sung-min said. "Theoretically possible," Harry said, "but highly unlikely. Think about how meticulously planned these 3 murders have been. I think the killer planted Rud's saliva on Susanna with the intention of misleading the police." "Perhaps," Sung-min said. "I could buy that," Katrina said. "Of course we'll never get an answer," Harry said. "No, we never get all the answers," Katrina said. They stood for a while, closed their eyes to the sun, as if they already knew that this would be the last warm day of the year. It was just before closing time when Jonathan asked. He was standing by the rabbit hutches, and the question whether Tan had any plans for the evening was meant to come across as casual. If Tan had suspected anything, naturally she would have answered yes, but she hadn't, so she replied truthfully that she did not. "Good," she said. "Then I'd like you to accompany me someplace." "Someplace?" "Someplace where I'm going to show you something. But it's secret, so you mustn't tell a soul. Okay?" I'll pick you up at home." Tan felt panic mount. She didn't want to go anywhere, and certainly not with Jonathan. True, he no longer seemed angry. She had taken a walk with the policeman and his dog. Yesterday he had even brought her a large coffee, something he had never done before. But she was still a little afraid of him. He was so difficult to read, and she considered herself pretty good at reading people. But now she had painted herself into a corner. She could, of course, say that she had another appointment that had slipped her mind, but he wouldn't believe her. She was also a terrible liar. And he was her boss, after all, and she needed this job. Not at all costs, of course, but at a certain cost. She swallowed. "What is it you want to show me?" "Something you'll like," he said. Did he sound grumpy because she didn't say yes straight away? "What?" "It's a surprise. 9 o'clock, all right?" She needed to decide. She looked at him, looked at the odd, closed-off man whom she feared, tried to make eye contact as though that might give an answer, and then she caught a glimpse of something she hadn't seen before. It wasn't big, just an attempt at a smile that seemed to slip, as it were, as though behind the hard exterior he was nervous. Was he afraid she would say no? Perhaps that was the reason she suddenly felt she wasn't so scared of him after all. "Okay," she said. 9 o'clock. And then it was as though he regained self-control. But he smiled. Yes, he smiled. She didn't know if she had seen him smile like that before. It was a nice smile. But on the metro on the way home she began having doubts again. She wasn't too sure it had been wise to say yes. And then there was one thing she had thought was a little strange, although perhaps it wasn't. He'd said he would pick her up, but had not asked where she lived, and she couldn't remember ever having told him. Chapter 43, Friday. The Alibi. Sung Min was coming from the shower when he saw the phone that lay charging beside the bed was ringing. "Yes?" "Good afternoon, Larson. This is Mona Dor from VG. "Good evening, Dor." "Oh, it's late, you mean? Sorry if your working day is done. I just wanted a couple of quotes from the people involved in the investigation about how it's been and how it feels to have finally solved the case. I mean, it must be a great relief and a triumph for you and Kripos, who were involved from the start, when Susanna Anderson went missing on the 30th of August. I think you're a good crime reporter, Dor, so I'm going to give you some short answers to your questions. Thanks so much. My first question concerns, I meant the ones you've already asked. Yes, it is evening and my workday is done. No, I have no comments to make. You'll need to call Katrina Bratt, who was in charge of the investigation, or my boss, Ole Winter. And no, Kripos was not involved from the start when Susanna Anderson was reported missing on the 30th of August, Mona Dor repeated. Thanks. We hadn't been brought in at that stage. That didn't happen until 2 people went missing, and it became clear that it was a murder case. Sorry again, Larson. I'm aware I'm being pushy now, but it is my job. Could I get a quote, whatever, just something general, and use a picture of you? Sung Min sighed. He had an idea of what she was after. Diversity. A picture of a police officer who was not a 50-year-old, ethnically Norwegian, heterosexual man. He ticked those boxes anyway. Not that he had anything against diversity in the media, but he knew that once he opened that door, it wouldn't take long before he was sitting on a sofa in a TV studio, answering questions from a certain TV presenter about what it was like to be gay in the police. Not that he had anything against it. Someone should do it. Just not him. He declined, and Mona Dor said she understood and apologized again. Good woman. After they'd broken the connection, he stood staring into space. He froze. He was naked, but that was not why. It was the alarm clock in his head, the same one that had rung when he was at the custody unit. It had begun to ring again. It wasn't what Groth had said about Beckström seeming different when he left that had made the alarm go off. It was something else, something altogether and distinctly different. Terry Vorga stared at the PC screen, checked the names again. It might, of course, be a coincidence. Oslo was a small town when it came down to it. He had spent the last few hours deciding what to do. Go to the police, or carry out the original plan.
He had even considered calling Mona Dor to bring her in on his scheme and, if it was whom he suspected and they hit the jackpot, get the story published in the country's leading newspaper. The two of them on an adventure together, wouldn't that be something? But no, she was too proper. She would insist on notifying the police, he was sure of it. He stared at the phone, on which he had already tapped in the number. All he had to do was press call. He was done debating with himself now, and the winning argument had been this. It might be a coincidence. He had no absolute proof to present to the police, so surely that meant it had to be all right to continue digging on his own. So what was he waiting for? Was he scared? Terry Vaughan chuckled. Bloody right he was scared. He pressed his forefinger firmly on the call icon. He could hear his own ragged breathing against the phone while it rang. For a brief moment he hoped no one would take it, or if they did, that it wasn't him. Yes? Disappointment and relief, but mostly disappointment. It wasn't him. This wasn't the voice he had heard on the phone the other 2 times. Terry Vaughan took a deep breath. He had decided beforehand that he would go through with the whole plan, no matter what, so as not to be left in any doubt afterwards. "It's Terry Vaughan," he said, managing to control the quiver in his voice. "We have spoken previously, but before you hang up, you should know I haven't contacted the police. Not yet. And I won't either. Not if you talk to me." There was silence on the line. What did that mean? Was the person on the other end trying to decide whether it was a crazy person or a pal playing a prank? Then, quietly and slowly, a different voice sounded. "How did you find out, Vaughan?" It was him. It was that deep, rasping voice he had used when he had called Vaughan from the hidden number, probably on an unregistered phone. Vaughan shuddered, without knowing how much it was down to delight and how much it was down to pure dread. He swallowed. "I saw you driving past Colso's shopping centre 2 nights ago. You went by 26 minutes after I left the place where you'd hung up the heads. I have all the timestamps on the photos I took." There was a long pause. "What do you want, Vaughan?" Terry Vaughan took a deep breath. "I want your story. The whole story, not just about these killings. A true picture of the person behind them. So many people have been affected by what's happened, not only those who knew the victims. And they need to understand. The entire country needs to understand. I hope you realize I have no interest in portraying you as a monster." "Why not?" "Because monsters don't exist." "Don't they?" Vaughan swallowed again. "You have, of course, my word that you will remain anonymous." A brief snort of laughter. "Why would I take your word for it?" "Because," Vaughan said, stopped to get his voice under control. "Because I'm an outcast in journalism. Because I'm stuck on a desert island, and you are my only salvation. Because I have nothing to lose." Another pause. "And if I don't grant you an interview?" "Then my next call is to the police." Vaughan waited. "All right. Let's meet at Weiss, behind the Munich Museum. I know where it is. 6 o'clock sharp. Today?" Vaughan checked the time. "That's in 3/4 of an hour. If you come too early or too late, I'm leaving." Fine. See you at 6. Vaughan put the phone down, took 3 shaky breaths. Then laughter took hold, and he lay his head on the keyboard as he slammed his palm on the desk. "Fuck you! Fuck the lot of you!" Harry and Erstein were sitting on either side of the bed when the door opened gently, and Truls stole into the room. "How's he doing?" Truls whispered, found a seat, and looked at Sturla Ona, lying there, pale, with eyes shut. "You can ask me," Arna said, sharply, opening his eyes. "I'm fair to middling. I asked Harry to come, but don't the 2 of you have something better to do on a Friday night?" Truls and Erstein looked at one another. "Nope," Erstein said. Arna shook his head.
Where were you, Eikeland? Yeah, Øystein said. So, I had a fare from Oslo to Trondheim, 500 kilometres, and this guy was playing a cassette with a panpipe version of Careless Whisper, and in the middle of the Dovrefjell mountain range, I snapped, ejected the tape, rolled down the window. Harry's phone rang. He presumed it was Alexandra, wondering if he was going to make it over for the lunar eclipse at 10:35 p.m., but he saw it was Sung Min. He hurriedly stepped out into the corridor. Yes, Sung Min? No, say talk to me. Talk to me. I will, because it doesn't add up. What doesn't add up? Kevin Selma. He had an alibi. Oh? I was at the custody unit, and it was right in front of me. Selma's ticket to Romeo and Juliet. If my brain was a little more efficient, I'd have realized it there and then. That is to say, my brain tried to tell me, but I didn't listen. Not until Mona Dor spelled it out for me on the phone. Sung Min paused. On the date Susanna Anderson was reported missing, Kevin Selma was at Romeo and Juliet at the National Theatre. I've traced the ticket. It was one of several sponsor tickets that were sent to Marcus Road, the same type as Helena used. Yeah, she told me she handed out a few of them at the party, probably where Selma got his, and I assumed that was where he found out when Helena would be going to the theatre too. Her ticket was stuck to the fridge door. But it wasn't him, not if it was the same man who killed Susanna Anderson, because the ticket office at the theatre contacted the people next to Selma that night, and they confirmed the man in the seat beside them fitted his description. They remembered because he sat there in his parka, and he didn't disappear at the interval. Harry was surprised, mostly by the fact he wasn't more surprised. We're back where we started, Harry said. It's the other guy, the greenhorn. Sorry? The killer. It's the amateur with the green coke. It's him after all. Fuck. You sound, sure? I am sure, but if I were you, I wouldn't trust someone who's been wrong as many times as me. I need to call Katrina and Krohn. They hung up. Katrina was in the process of putting Gert to bed when she took the call, so Harry quickly informed her of the development in the case. After that he called Krohn and explained the indications were that the case wasn't solved after all. Put Rudd back under house arrest. I don't know what this guy's planning, but he's had us fooled the whole way, so we'll take every precaution. I'll call the Guardian Company, Krohn said. Thanks. Chapter 44. Friday. Interview. Prim checked the time. 1 minute to 6. He had taken a seat at one of the window tables at Weiss. From where he was sitting, he had a view of the 2 freshly pulled half-litre beers in front of him, the Munch Museum in the light of the low sun outside, and the building where he had gate-crashed the terrace party. A half-minute to 6. He let his eyes drift around. The customers looked so happy. They were standing in groups, smiling, chatting, laughing, and patting each other on the shoulders. Friends. It looked nice. It was nice to have someone. To have her. Then they would drink beer, and her friends would be his. A man wearing a pork pie hat came in. Terry Volker. He stopped and scanned the room as the door slid to behind him. At first he didn't notice Prim discreetly waving his hand, his eyes no doubt needing to adjust to the dimly lit premises. But then he gave a brief nod and steered towards Prim's table. The reporter looked pale and out of breath. You're... Yes. Sit down, Volker. Thanks. Volker took his hat off. His forehead glistened with sweat. He nodded at the beer on his side of the table. Is that for me? I was going to leave as soon as the head was beneath the rim of the glass. Volker smirked in response and lifted the glass. They drank, put down the beers, and wiped the foam from their lips with the backs of their hands in an almost synchronized motion. So here we are at long last, Volker said, sitting drinking like 2 old friends. Prim understood what Volker was trying to do. Break the ice, gain trust, get under his skin as quickly as possible. Like them? Prim nodded towards the boisterous people at the bar. Oh, they're pen pushers. The Friday drinks they're having now are the highlight of their week, before they head home to their dull family lives. You know, eat tacos with the kids, put them to bed, and watch TV with the same woman until they're both bored enough to fall asleep. Then it's up in the morning to more nagging from the kids and a trip to Playland. I imagine that's not the sort of life you live. No, Prim thought, but it might not be far off the kind of life I could see myself living. With her. Vorga knew there wouldn't be much opportunity to drink once he had taken out his notebook, so he took a big mouthful of the beer. Jesus, he needed that. What do you know about the kind of life I live, Vorga? Vorga looked at the other man, tried to read him. Was this resistance? Had being so direct so early been a mistake? Profile interviews were often a delicate dance. After all, he wanted the interviewees to feel safe, regard him as a friend who understood them, open up and tell him things they wouldn't otherwise. Or, to be more precise, say things they'd regret. But sometimes he could be a bit pushy, too overt in his intentions. I know a little, Vorga said. It's unbelievable what you can find online when you know where to look. He noticed the other man's voice was different than on the phone, and that he smelled of something, an odour that conjured up memories of a childhood holiday, his uncle's barn, the smell of the horses' sweaty harnesses. Vorga felt a slight sting of pain in his stomach, probably the old ulcer saying hello, as was its wont following periods of stress and indulgence in bad habits, or when he drank too quickly, like now. He pushed the glass away and placed the notebook on the table. Tell me, how did it start? Prim didn't know how long he had been talking when he mentioned that his uncle was also his biological father, but that he only found that out after his mother had died in the fire. Initial inbreeding isn't necessarily so unfortunate. It can, on the contrary, yield excellent results. It is through persistent inbreeding that family defects arise. I had noticed there were some distinguishing features that I and Uncle Frederick shared. Small things, like the way we both put our middle finger to the corner of our mouth when thinking, and larger things, like us both having an exceptionally high IQ. But it was only when I began to immerse myself in animals and breeding that I suspected there was a connection and sent in both our DNA for testing. I'd harbored thoughts of revenge long before that. I was going to humiliate my stepfather the way he'd humiliated me, and he was indirectly responsible for the death of my mother. But now I realized the two of them were to blame. Uncle Frederick had also left my mother and me in the lurch, so I gave him a box of chocolates for Christmas. Uncle Frederick loves chocolates. I'd injected a subspecies of Angiostrongylus cantonensis into them, a rat lungworm that is especially fond of human brains, and which is only to be found in the slime of the Mount Caputa slug. The result is a slow, agonizing death with increasing dementia. But I can see I'm boring you, so let's cut to the chase. I spent years developing my own subspecies of Toxoplasma gondii, and once it was ready, the plan also began to form. The first and biggest problem proved to be getting close enough to Marcus Road to plant the parasite in him. Wealthy people are so much less accessible, so much harder to get close to. As a journalist, you'd know all about that, when you're trying to get a few words out of rock stars, right? The solution cropped up more or less by accident. I'm not the kind of person who goes out on the town much, but I got wind of a party being held on the rooftop where Rudd lives. Up there, Prim pointed out the window. And at the same time, through my job, I happened to come across a batch of green cocaine that I realized I could skim. You're familiar with the expression? Yes, so I mixed it with my Gondii friends. Not much, just enough to be sure it would have the desired effect once Rudd consumed it. The plan was to wait for a couple of days after the party, and then visit him again. That would be enough for him to get a scent of me, of the primary host, and be unable to reject me. On the contrary, he'd have done exactly what I asked of him, because from then on, he'd only have had one thought on his mind: having me. I may no longer have had that little boy's ass he wanted, but no one with Gondii in their brain can resist the primary host. The Arna group was once more gathered round the bed in room 618. Harry had explained to them how the case now appeared in a fresh light. "But that can't be bloody right," Erstein exclaimed. "Bettina had a bit of Selma's skin between her teeth. So where did that come from? Maybe she screwed him earlier, on the day she went missing?" Harry shook his head. "The greenhorn planted it, just like he planted red saliva on Susanna's breast." "How?" Truls asked. "I don't know, but he must have. He did it to mislead us, and it worked." "Fine in theory," Erstein said, "but running around planting DNA? Who the fuck does that?" Harry looked thoughtfully at Erstein. "Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan at the party." Prim sighed. While I was arranging the lines on the coffee table, the other dealer, the guy I would later read in the newspaper was called Kevin Selma, was talking about how he'd never tried green cocaine before, only heard about it. His eyes were shining, and when the lines lay ready, he dived in to snort the first one. I grabbed his arm and pulled him away. After all, I had to be sure there was enough for Rud. I clawed at him. Prim looked down at his hand. "Got blood and skin under my nails. Later, when I got home, I picked it out and preserved it. You never know when you might have use for that sort of thing." Anyway, the problems at the party just continued. Rud insisted that his two female friends each snort a line before him. I didn't want to risk raising any objections, but at least the girls were well-mannered enough to do the two thinner lines of the three I had arranged. When it was Rud's turn, his wife, Elena, walked in and started giving him a telling off, and maybe that was what stressed him out and caused him to sneeze and blow away the cocaine. That was bad. I didn't have any more with me, so I ran to the kitchen worktop, found a dishcloth and cleaned the cocaine up off the table and the floor, showed the dishcloth to Rud, and told him there was enough there for a line. But he wouldn't hear of it, said it was full of fucking snot and spit, and that he'd get some off Kevin, that is, instead. Kevin was mad at me, so I told him maybe he could get a taste another time. He said he'd like that he didn't do drugs, but that everyone had to test things once. He wouldn't tell me his name or where he lived, but that I could find him at Jönnebarnetåget during normal working hours if I wanted to trade a little of my cocaine for his. I said, yeah, sure. Figured I'd never see him again. In any event, the party had been a fiasco, and I went back to the kitchen worktop to rinse the cloth and leave it, when I noticed something on the door of the fridge. A theatre ticket to Romeo and Juliet, like the ones Rud's wife had handed out to some of us on the rooftop terrace. I'd stuffed the one I'd been given into my pocket without any intention of using it, and I'd seen Kevin getting one too. Anyway, while I was standing there, my mind began hatching a plan B, and my mind was quickly vulgar. It's incredible how many moves ahead a brain can think out when under pressure, and mine was, like I've said, both fast and under pressure. I don't know how long I stood there, scarcely more than a minute, perhaps two. Then I stuffed the cloth in my pocket and approached the girls. First one, then the other. They were favourably disposed towards me after the cocaine I'd given them, and I pumped them for as much information as possible. Not personal stuff, but the kind of things that could tell me where I might find them. Susanna wondered why I still wore a face mask. Bettina wanted more cocaine. But in both cases other men moved in, and it was obvious that they were more interested in them than in someone like me. I went home happy, however. After all, I knew it would be only a matter of days until the parasites reached their brains, until they'd be screaming within like little girls in front of a boy band when they caught my scent. Prim laughed and raised his glass to Volga. "So the question is," Harry said, "where do we start looking for the greenhorn?" Truls grunted. "Yes, Truls?" Truls made a few more sounds before he managed to speak. "If he's managed to get a hold of green cocaine, we need to check the people who were near the seizure before it was sent for analysis. By that I mean people at the airport and at evidence storage. And yes, me and the ones who drove it from Gardermoen to Police HQ. But also the guys who transported it from the evidence storage to Krimteknisk. Whoa, Erstein said. We don't know for sure that seizure was the only batch of green cocaine to have come into the country. Jules is right, Harry said. First we search in the light. As I suspected, I didn't get another chance to get close to Ruud, Prim said with a sigh. I'd mixed all the parasites I had into the cocaine, and those in my own body had been killed off by my immune system and a slight overdose of insecticide. So in order to infect Ruud, I needed the parasites in the girls before their immune systems put paid to them. In other words, I had to eat some of the girls' brains and eyes. I opted for Susanna because I knew the gym where she worked out. Given that the human sense of smell is about as strong as that of a mouse, I had to enhance my appeal a tad. So I smeared myself with intestinal juices distilled from my own excrement. Prim smiled broadly and looked up. Volga didn't return the smile, just stared at him with what looked like disbelief. I waited for her outside the gym, and I was excited. I'd tested the parasite on animals that usually shy away from humans, like foxes and deer, and they had been attracted to me, especially the fox, but I couldn't know for sure if it would work on people. She came out, and I could tell straight away she was attracted. I arranged to meet her at the car park by the forest trails in Skullerud. When she didn't turn up on time, I wondered if I'd made a mistake, if she'd got her wits back about her, when she no longer had the smell of my intestines in her nostrils. But then she appeared, and I was exultant, believe you me. Prim took a gulp of his beer, as though getting ready to dive in. We walked into the forest, arm in arm, and when we were a little distance from the road, we left the trail and had sex. Then I slit her neck. Prim felt tears coming and had to clear his throat. I am aware that you might like more details at this point, but I think I must have suppressed some parts. Anyway, I'd also brought along a vial of saliva from Ruud that I smeared on her breast. I dressed her upper body so that the saliva wouldn't be washed away in the rain before the police found her. The spit seemed like a good idea at the time, but it only served to complicate matters. He took a sip of beer. With regards to Bertina, it was quite similar. I met her at a bar she told me she frequented and arranged to meet her in Grefsenkollen. She came by car, and when I asked her to leave her phone and accompany me on an adventure in my car, she had no qualms, only pure lust. She brought something she called a snuff bullet, a sort of mini peppermill you inhale cocaine from. She persuaded me to take a sniff. I said I wanted to take her from behind and put a leather strap around her neck. No doubt assuming it was a sex game, she let me do it. It took a little longer to strangle her than I thought. Nevertheless, she stopped breathing in the end. Prim sighed heavily and shook his head. Wiped a tear away. I must point out that I was very careful to remove any traces of myself the police might find, so I took her snuff bullet, seeing as DNA from my nose could have made its way inside. At the time I didn't know that I would have use for it later. I had learned, incidentally, that if you're going to kill someone and procure their brain and eyes, it's a lot smarter to take their entire head home. Prim flexed his feet under the table. They felt like they were going to sleep. Over the following weeks, I ate little bits of brain and eyes. I needed to keep the reproduction of the annoyingly short-lived parasites going while I waited to get within striking distance of Ruud. I sat a number of times at this very table, wondering if I should drop by and ask if we could speak. But he was never home. I only saw Elena coming and going. Perhaps he was living someplace else, but I never managed to find out where. In the meantime, I'd eaten up the brains. The parasites were dead, so I needed a new mouse. Elena Ruud. I figured it would cause Marcus Ruud pain, at least a certain amount, if I took her from him. And I knew of 2 locations I could get close to her. at the National Theatre on the date of the ticket on the fridge door, and at a place called Danielle's. When I asked Susanna, she told me that was where she first met Marcus Röd, and she couldn't understand why Helena Röd still went to those Monday lunches. After all, she'd already reeled in her big fish. So I went along on a Monday, and sure enough, Helena Röd showed up. I ordered the same drink I'd seen her have at the party, a dirty martini, and poured an appropriate dose of Gondii juice into it. Then I summoned the waiter, gave him a 200-kroner note, and had him take the drink to her table. I told him to point out another sender, that it was a joke between friends. I waited until I saw her drink, and then left. I found out what time the interval for Romeo and Juliet was, and that you only needed a ticket to get into the auditorium, that anybody could walk in when there was an interval and mingle with the audience. So I did what I already felt fairly experienced at. I went in and picked her up, and Prim grimaced and kicked out with one foot. Didn't know whether it was the leg of the table or Vogel's leg he hit. The next day she was found, and Röd was taken into custody. And that was when I realized I'd shot myself in the foot. I had ensured he would wind up there because I wanted him to suffer, but then they said he'd probably be sitting there for months, so I had to solve that problem. Fortunately, I have this. Prim tapped a finger against his forehead. I used it, and found another innocent person who could take Röd's place. Kevin, the cocaine dealer. After all, he'd been so keen to try green cocaine. He was perfect. Chapter 45. Friday. Collection. Prim glanced towards the office gang celebrating Friday, while slowly turning his own glass. I also had a small shred of skin preserved, skin from Kevin Selmer's forearm. He wasn't the only person I had a tissue sample of. They were something I collected, and sometimes had use for in my project to cultivate the perfect parasite. With a toothpick, I lodged a flake of skin between two of the teeth in Bertina's skull. And then you ensured the evidence landed in the hands of the police. But I expected that sooner or later it would be discovered that the bodies had a variant of the Gondii parasite, and if someone understood the connection, they would begin to hunt for the primary host. Could I make Kevin appear to be both the killer and the primary host? Apologies if I sound a little smug, but the solution was as ingenious as it was simple. I prepared a mixture of green cocaine and Gondii, a dose guaranteed to be lethal, put it into Bertina's snuff bullet, and went down to Kevin at Jan Barnetoget to make the trade I had agreed to at the party. He was thrilled, especially when I gave him the snuff bullet into the bargain. I can only imagine the pains he must have had in his stomach before he died. I don't doubt I would have butted my head against the wall to render myself unconscious as well. Prim drained the rest of his beer glass. That was a long monologue, so enough about me. Terry, how are you doing? Prim leaned across the table. Like, really, are you feeling paralyzed? Because it happens very quickly when you drink a beer containing such a strong concentration of Gondii, even stronger than Kevin got. After a few minutes, you're simply unable to lift a finger, not make a sound either. But I can see you're still breathing. Heart and respiratory failure are actually the last things to occur. Well, the brain ceases to function too, of course. So I know you can hear this. I'm going to take your house keys and collect your PC, throw it and your phone in the fjord. Prim looked outside. The daylight was beginning to dwindle. Look, there's a light on in my stepfather's apartment. He'll be on his own now. Do you think he'd fancy a visitor? The time was a little past 6:30 when Marcus Röd heard a ring at the door. You expecting anyone? Asked the older of the two bodyguards. Röd shook his head. The bodyguard walked from the living room towards the hallway and the intercom. Once he had left the room, Röd made use of the opportunity. And what do you want to do after you finish working as a bodyguard? The young man looked at him. He had long eyelashes and soft brown eyes. The unnecessarily large muscles were compensated by the naive, childish mien. If you added some goodwill and imagination, he could pass for 5 or 6 years younger than he was. "Dunno," he said, letting his gaze sweep around the living room. Probably something they were taught on the courses. No unnecessary conversation with the client, and constantly check the surroundings, even when sitting behind locked doors in the cozy cocoon of a home. "You could come and work for me, you know." The young man eyed Ruud briefly, and Ruud saw something resembling contempt, disgust. Then, without responding, the young man began to scan the room again. Ruud cursed to himself. Fucking pup. Didn't he understand what he was being offered? "It's a guy who says he knows you," the guard called from the hallway. "Kron?" Ruud called back. "No." Ruud frowned. He couldn't think of anyone who would just call at his place unannounced. He went out to the hall, where the bodyguard had assumed a wide stance and was pointing at the video screen. There was a young man staring up at the camera above the entrance door down on the street. Ruud shook his head. "I'll ask him to leave," the bodyguard said. Ruud peered at the screen. Hadn't he seen the guy before, just a while back? And hadn't he recognized something then as well, from long ago, but dismissed it as just another face that brought back memories? But now, when he was standing out there, might it— "Wait," Ruud said, and held out his hand. The bodyguard gave him the handset. "Go back inside," Ruud said. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before doing as he was instructed. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Ruud said into the intercom. It sounded more negative than he'd intended. "Hi, Dad. It's your stepson, and I just wanted to talk to you." Ruud gasped for breath. There was no doubt. The boy from so many dreams, the fear from so many nightmares about being found out. No, it wasn't the boy, but it was him. After all these years. Talk? That didn't bode well. "I'm a bit busy," Ruud said. "You should have called ahead." "I know," the man said into the camera. "I wasn't planning on getting in touch. I just decided today. You see, I'm going away tomorrow on an extended trip, and I don't know when I'll be back. I didn't want to leave with matters unresolved, Dad. It's time for forgiveness. I had to see you one last time, face to face, to get it off my chest. I think it'll be good for both of us. It doesn't need to take more than a few minutes, and we'll both regret it if we don't, I'm sure of that." Ruud listened. He hadn't heard that deep voice before. Not back then, or recently. From what he could remember of those last days in the house in Gostad, the boy's voice had just begun to break. Of course, the thought had crossed his mind that he may show up one day and cause trouble for him. It would be one person's word against another's, and the only person who could confirm that any so-called sexual abuse had occurred had perished in a fire. But even an allegation would damage his reputation if it came out. Stain the facade, as the people in this country so contemptuously put it, because Norway was a country where concepts like family honor had been eroded by social bloody democracy, because the state was the family for most people now, and the small individuals had nobody to answer to but their equals, social democracy's grey mass, so lacking in tradition. It was different if your name was Ruud, but that was something the average citizen would never understand. Understand the expectation to sooner take your own life than drag the family name through the mud. So, what should he do? He had to decide. His stepson had resurfaced. Ruud wiped his forehead with his free hand, and was astonished to find he was not afraid. It was like when the tram nearly ran him over. Now that what he had been so terrified of was finally happening, why didn't it scare him more? What if they did talk together? If his stepson had bad intentions, then talking wasn't going to make the situation any worse. And at best it was just a matter of forgiveness. All forgotten, thank you and goodbye. Maybe he would even sleep better at night. The only thing he had to be careful about was not to say anything. confess directly or indirectly to something that could be used against him. "I can give you 10 minutes, Rudd said, and pressed the button that opened the street door. "Take the lift to the top floor." He replaced the handset. Could the boy be planning on making a recording? He returned to the living room. "Do you frisk visitors?" he asked the bodyguards. "Always," the older one said. "Good. Check if he has any microphones taped to him, and keep his phone until he leaves." Preem was sitting in a soft armchair in the TV room, looking at Marcus Rudd. The bodyguards were standing just outside, with the door ajar. It had come as a surprise to find he had bodyguards, but it didn't really matter much. The important thing was that he had him on his own. The whole thing could, of course, have been made easier. Had he wanted to kill Marcus Rudd or cause him physical harm, it would not have been very difficult. After all, only now did he have bodyguards, and in a city like Oslo the inhabitants are so naively trusting that no one thinks the guy they meet on the street might have a weapon under his jacket. It just doesn't happen. And that wasn't what was going to happen to Marcus Rudd either. That wouldn't be enough. Yes, it would be easier to shoot him, but if the vengeance he had planned for his stepfather gave him just a fraction of the delight it had given him in his imagination, it would be worth all the work. Because the revenge Preem had composed was akin to a symphony, and the climactic crescendo was building. "I'm sorry about what happened to your mother," Marcus said, loud enough for Preem to hear him clearly, low enough for the bodyguards in the hallway not to catch it. Preem could see the big man was uncomfortable, sitting there in the chair, his fingers picking at the material on the armrest, his nostrils flaring, a sure sign he had caught the odor of the intestinal juices. The dilated pupils told Preem that the scent signals had already reached the brain, where the parasites eager to breed had been in place for several days. The result of a little work of art, if he might say so himself. When the original plan to infect his stepfather at the party had gone awry, Preem had been forced to improvise and come up with a fresh plan. And he had carried it out. He had infected Marcus Rudd, right in front of all of them, the lawyers, the police, even Harry Hurler. Marcus Rudd looked at his watch and sneezed. "Not to rush you, but as I said, I'm pressed for time, so we need to be brief. What country is it you're "I want you," Preem said. His stepfather gave such a start in the chair that his jowls quivered. "I'm sorry, what?" "I fantasized about you all these years. There's no doubt it was abuse, but I guess I learned to like it, and want to try it again." Preem looked straight into Marcus Rudd's eyes, saw the parasite-infested brain working behind them and drawing the wrong conclusions. "I knew it. The boy liked it. He was only pretending to cry. I didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, I merely taught someone to like what I like. And I think we should make it as similar as possible to how it was before." "Similar?" Marcus Rudd said. His throat was already tight with excitement. That was the paradox of toxoplasmosis, how the sexual drive, which is essentially the desire to reproduce, suffocates the fear of death, ignores dangers, giving the infected being that delightful, hopeless tunnel vision, a tunnel leading right into the cat's maw. "The house," Preem said, "it's still there. But you have to come alone. You have to give your bodyguards the slip." "You mean," Marcus swallowed, "now?" "Of course. I can see you." Preem leaned forward and placed a hand on the other man's crotch. "Want to?" Rudd's jaw was moving up and down uncontrollably. Preem got to his feet. "You remember where it is?" Marcus Rudd just nodded. "And you'll come alone?" Another nod. Preem knew he didn't need to tell Marcus Rudd not to let anyone know where he was going or who he was planning to meet. Toxoplasmosis renders the infected person horny and fearless, but not stupid. That is to say, not stupid in the sense that they would do something that might potentially prevent them from getting the only thing on their minds. "I'll give you 30 minutes, Prim said. The older bodyguard, Benny, had been in the business for 15 years. When he opened the door, he saw the visitor had put on a face mask. Benny watched on as the younger bodyguard patted him down. Apart from a set of keys, the visitor had nothing on him that could be used as a weapon. Neither did he have a wallet, nor any form of ID. He gave his name as Carl Arneson, and even though it sounded like something he had made up on the spot, Röd had confirmed it with a curt nod. The visitor was relieved of his mobile phone, as Röd had requested, and Benny insisted on the door to the TV room remaining slightly open. It took just 5 minutes, at least that was the length of time Benny would give in his statement to the police later, for this young Arneson to emerge from the TV room, get his mobile phone, and leave the apartment. Röd called out from the TV room that he wanted to be alone and closed the door. It took another 5 minutes before Benny knocked to say that Johann Krohn wanted to speak to him. But Benny got no answer, and when he opened the door, the room was empty and the window out to the terrace was open. His eyes fell on the door of the fire escape leading down to the street. It was hardly any great mystery. The client had hinted 3 times within the last hour that he would pay exceptionally well if Benny or his colleague would head over to Torgata or Jörnbarnatorget and procure some cocaine. Chapter 46. Friday. Blood Moon. Marcus got out of the taxi by the gate at the end of the drive. The first thing the taxi driver had asked him when he got into the car at Oslo had been if he had any money. A reasonable question, given that Marcus wasn't wearing his jacket over his shirt and had slippers on. But he had his credit card with him, as always. No matter what, he felt naked without it. The hinges screeched as he opened the gate. He walked up the gravel drive, reached the top, and was a little shocked when he saw the half-burnt-out house standing there in the dusk. He hadn't been here since leaving Molle and the boy with that idiotic nickname, Prim. He had read about her death in the paper, had gone to the funeral, but hadn't known the house was so badly damaged. He only hoped enough of the backdrop was preserved for them to act out the scene in a credible manner, so to speak, reconstruct what they had done and what they had been to one another back then. Although what he had been to the boy God only knew. As Röd began walking down towards the house, he saw a figure step out the front door. It was him. The desire Röd had felt sitting in the TV room across from the boy had been overwhelming, almost making him lose control and lunge. But he had done that sort of thing one too many times in his life, and had just about got away with it. Now his desire was under control, enough to enable rational thought, he felt. Still, the craving, after so many years of stored-up memories about Prim, was so strong that nothing could have stopped him now. He walked down to the young man, who extended his hand in welcome and smiled. It hadn't crossed Röd's mind until now, but the 2 big, rodent-like front teeth were gone, and the boy had a line of nice, even teeth. For the sake of illusion, he would have preferred the childhood teeth, but forgot about that as soon as he drew close and was led into the house. Another small shock. The hallway, living room, everything black and burnt out. The partition walls were gone, rendering everything more open. The man, the boy, led him straight to the floor space that had been his room on the ground floor. With a shudder of delight, Röd realized he didn't need any light. He had walked these steps from the bottom of the staircase to the boy's room in the darkness of night so many times that he could do it with his eyes closed. "Undress yourself and lie down there," the boy said, shining his phone's torch. Röd stared at the filthy mattress and the burnt-out skeleton of an iron bed, and did as he was told, laying his clothes over the headboard. "Everything," the boy said. Röd took off his underpants. His erection had grown ever since the boy had taken his hand. Röd liked to dominate, not be dominated. Not up until this point, anyway. But now he was enjoying the sound of the commanding voice, the cold giving him goose pimples, the humiliation in being naked while the boy was fully dressed. The mattress stank of urine and was wet and cold against his back.
Let's get these on. Ruud felt his arms being pulled upwards and something being tightened around his wrists. Looked up. In the light from the boy's phone, he saw his hands being tied to the headboard with leather straps. Then the same with his feet. He was at the mercy of the boy, the same way the boy had been at the mercy of him. "Come," Ruud whispered. "We need more light," the boy said. He had taken Ruud's mobile phone from the jacket on the headboard. "What's the code?" "I reckon," Ruud began before the screen appeared in front of his face. "Thanks." Ruud was blinded by the two light sources and couldn't see what the boy was doing before discerning his figure between the two phones. He realized they must have been mounted on two stands at head height. The boy was older, had become a man, but was still young enough for Ruud to want him. Clearly, his erection was beyond reproach, and the tremor in his voice owed as much to excitement as the cold when he whispered, "Come to me, boy." "First, tell me what you want me to do to you." Marcus Ruud moistened his dry lips and told him. "Say it again," the boy said, pulling down his trousers and placing his hand around his own still flaccid penis. "This time without using my name." Ruud was nonplussed. But fair enough. More than a couple of the ones at Tuesdays got off on the whole impersonal thing, preferring a stiff cock in a glory hole instead of seeing the entire person. Fortunately. He repeated his wish list without mentioning any names. "Tell me what you did to me when I was a little boy," the man between the lights said, now masturbating. "Just come here and let me whisper it in your ear." "Tell me." Ruud swallowed. So that was how he wanted it. Direct, crude, a harsh tone, and in glaring light. Fine. Ruud just needed to tune in his own receiver and transmit on the same frequency. Jesus, he'd do anything to have him. Ruud began hesitantly, skirting around at first, but got going after a while. Told him, directly, in detail, and found the frequency. Was aroused by his own words of the memories they conjured up, told it how it was, used words like rape, both because that was what it had been, and because it further increased the excitement, both his and the boys. He was groaning in any case, although no longer visible. He had taken a few steps back into the darkness behind the light. Ruud had told him everything, up to how he wiped his penis on the boy's duvet before tiptoeing back to the first floor. "Thanks," the boy said, his voice sharp. One light was switched off, and he stepped into the light of the other. He had pulled his trousers up, was fully dressed. He was holding Ruud's phone and tapping something into it. What are you doing?" Ruud moaned. "I'm sharing the last video recording with all your contacts," the boy said. "You recorded it?" "On your phone. Want to see?" The boy held the phone up in front of Ruud. On the screen he saw himself, a portly man well into his 60s, pale, almost white in the harsh light, lying on a dirty mattress with an erection, going slightly to the right. No mask this time, nothing to hide his identity, and the voice slightly thick with excitement but clear as a bell at the same time, eager for the other man to hear the words. He noticed that the clip was framed so that a viewer couldn't see his hands and feet were bound to the bedposts. "I'm sending it together with a short text message I prepared," the boy said. "Listen. Hello, world. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and I've decided that I can no longer live with what I've done. So I'm going to burn myself to death in the same house where Mola did. Goodbye." What do you think? Not exactly poetry, but loud and clear, right? I'll send it to your list of contacts with the time delay, so they get it just after midnight. Ruud opened his mouth to say something, but didn't manage to get a word out before something was forced between his lips. "Soon, everyone you know will discover what a perverted pig you are," Prim said, fixing a piece of tape over Ruud's mouth, into which he had stuffed one of the Bulgarians' left-behind woolen socks.
and after a day or so, the rest of the world will know as well. What do you think of that?" No answer, just a pair of wide-open eyes and tears rolling down round cheeks. "There, there," Prim said. "Let me offer you a little comfort, Father. I'm not going to carry out my original plan, which was to out you, then take my own life and let you live with the public humiliation. Because I want to live after all. You see, I found a woman I love, and tonight I'm going to propose. Look what I bought for her today." Prim took the burgundy velvet-covered box from his trouser pocket and opened it. The small diamond on the ring glittered in the torchlight from the phone on the stand. "So I've decided to live a long and happy life instead, but of course that entails my identity not being revealed, and that means those who do know need to die in place of me. You must die, Father. I realize that's hard enough in itself, never mind doing so in the knowledge that your family name is ruined. Mum told me how important that sort of thing was to you, but at least you don't have to live with humiliation. And that's nice, isn't it?" Prim wiped away one of Ruud's tears with his forefinger and licked at it. They wrote about bitter tears in literature, but didn't all tears actually taste the same? "The bad news is, I was planning to kill you slowly to compensate for you avoiding the humiliation. The good news is, I'm not going to kill you very slowly, given that I have a date with my beloved in not too long." Prim checked the time. "Oops, I need to get home to shower and change, so we'd best get started here." Prim took hold of the mattress with both hands. After 2 or 3 hard yanks, he managed to pull it from under Ruud, the iron bed springs issuing a screech as the weight of his body landed on them. Prim walked over to the blackened brick wall and fetched the camping stove beside the jerry can. He placed the camping stove on the floor beneath the bed directly below his stepfather's head, turned on the gas, and lit it. "I don't know if you remember, but this is the best torture method in that book about Comanches you gave me as a Christmas present. The skull is the pot, and in a while your brain will begin to bubble and boil. The consolation is the parasites will die before you." Marcus Ruud writhed and thrashed about. Some of the iron springs pierced his skin, and drops of blood fell on the ash-covered floor. And then sweat also began to drip from his back. Prim watched as veins protruded on Marcus Ruud's neck and forehead as he tried to scream behind the woolen sock. Prim watched him, waited, swallowed, because nothing was happening inside him. That is to say, something was happening, but not what was supposed to happen. Yes, he had been prepared for vengeance, not tasting as sweet as it had in his imagination, but not this. Not that it would taste like his stepfather's bitter tears. It came as more of a shock than a disappointment to feel this way. He felt sorry for the man lying there, the man who had destroyed his childhood and was to blame for his mother killing herself. He didn't want to feel this way. Was it her fault? Was it because she had brought love into his life? In the Bible it said that love was the greatest. Was that true? Was it greater than revenge? Prim began to cry, could not stop. He walked over to the charred staircase, found the heavy old spade lying half buried in ash, took hold of it, and went back over to the iron bed. This wasn't the plan. Long drawn-out suffering had been the intention, not compassion. But he raised the spade above his head, saw the desperation in Marcus Ruud's eyes as he jerked his head this way and that to avoid the flat blade, as though he would rather live a few more torturous minutes than die quickly. Prim aimed, then brought the spade down, once, twice, 3 times. Wiping away the spray of blood that had hit his eye, he bent down and listened for breathing, straightened up and lifted the spade above his head again. Afterwards he exhaled, checked the time again. All that remained was to remove every trace. Hopefully the impact of the spade hadn't left any marks on the cranium to cast doubt on it being suicide. The flames would soon remove all else. He undid the straps and stuck them in his pocket. He cut the start and the end of the film on Ruud's phone, so no one would suspect another person had been present, but it would seem as though Ruud himself had edited the recording before he sent it out. Then he marked every contact on Ruud's list, set the time to 00:30, and pressed send. Thought about all the horrified, disbelieving faces lit up by screens. Then he wiped his fingerprints off the phone before slipping it into Ruud's suit jacket. Noticed he had 8 missed calls, 3 of them from Johan Krohn. He poured petrol on the body, let it soak in, and repeated the process 3 times, until he was certain the body was properly marinated. Doused the remaining beams and the walls still standing, which were flammable. He walked around, igniting it, remembered to place the lighter by the bed, so it appeared as though the last thing his stepfather had done was to set himself alight. Walked out of the shell of his childhood home, stood on the gravel drive, and turned his face to the sky. The ugliness was over. The moon had risen. It was beautiful, and would soon be even more beautiful. Darkened, covered by blood, a celestial rose for his beloved. He would tell her that, use exactly those words. Chapter 47, Friday. Blue Man. Blue man, my buck, think of your small boy. Katrina sang the last note almost soundlessly as she tried to gauge from Gert's breathing if he had fallen asleep. Yes, it was deep and even. She pulled the duvet a little higher up and made ready to leave. "Where is Uncle Harry?" She looked down into his blue, wide-open eyes. How had Björn not seen that they were Harry's? Or had he? Had he known right from day one in the delivery room? "Uncle Harry is at the hospital with a friend who's sick, but Granny is here." "Where are you going?" "To a place called Frognersetern. It's almost in the forest, high up in the hills. Maybe you and I can take a trip up there one day." "And Uncle Harry?" She smiled at the same time as she felt a prick in her heart. "And maybe Uncle Harry," she said, and hoped she wasn't lying. "Is the bears there?" She shook her head. "No bears." Gert closed his eyes, and moments later was asleep. Katrina looked at him, could hardly tear herself away. Looked at the clock. 8:30. She had to get going. She kissed Gert on the forehead and left the room, heard the faint clink of her mother-in-law's knitting needles from the living room, and stuck her head in. "He's asleep," she whispered. "I'm off." Her mother-in-law nodded and smiled. "Katrina." Katrina stopped. "Yeah? Can you promise me something?" "What?" "That you'll have a nice time." Katrina met the older woman's gaze and understood what she was saying, that her son was long dead and buried, that life had to go on, that she, Katrina, had to go on. Katrina felt a lump in her throat. "Thanks, Gran," she whispered. It was the first time she had called her Gran, and she could see the other woman's eyes filling with tears. Katrina walked quickly towards the metro station by the National Theatre. She hadn't dressed up too much, a warm jacket and practical shoes, as per Anna's recommendation. Did that mean they would be dining in the outdoor part of the restaurant, under patio heaters and with the view all around, with only the sky above? She glanced up at the moon. Her phone rang. It was Harry again. "Johan Krohn called," he said. "Just so you know, Marcus Ruud has given his bodyguards the slip." "Not exactly a shock," she said. "He's a drug addict." "The security company sent people to Jernbanetorget. No sign of him there. He hasn't come back, nor is he answering his phone. Of course, he might have headed somewhere else to score and then gone on to celebrate his release. I just thought you should know." "Thanks. I was planning on having a night where I don't give Marcus Ruud a thought, but concentrate on the people I like. How's Stoller?" "Astonishingly well for a man so close to death." "Really?" "He thinks it's the Grim Reaper's way of welcoming him. Have him step voluntarily over the threshold of the underworld."
Katrina couldn't help smiling. "Sounds like Stoller. How are his wife and daughter doing?"
"They're bearing up well. Coping."
"Okay. Give him my love."
"Will do. Is Gert asleep?"
"Yeah. He mentions you a little too often, I feel."
A new uncle you never knew about is always exciting. Enjoy your restaurant date. Bit late to be eating now, isn't it?"
"Was inevitable. They're having trouble getting through the workload at Krimteknisk. Sungmin was supposed to be going out to dinner with his partner. Does he know?"
"Yeah, I called about Rude."
"Thanks." They hung up as Katrina made her way down into the underground. Harry looked down at his phone. He had received one missed call while talking to Katrina. Ben's number. He rang back.
"Good morning, Harry. Me and a friend went down to Doheny. No Lucille there, I'm afraid. I called the police. They may want to talk to you."
"I see. Give them my number."
"I did." "Okay. Thank you."
They broke the connection. Harry shut his eyes and swore silently. Should he call the police himself? No. If the Scorpion guys still had Lucille, he'd be running the risk of them killing her. He couldn't do anything but wait. So he had to put Lucille out of his mind for the moment, because he was encumbered with the brain of a man and could only concentrate on one thing at a time, and sometimes not even that, and right now he required it to stop a killer. When Harry returned to room 618, G. Brown had got out of bed and was sitting with Øystein and Truls by Ona's bed. A phone was lying on the middle of the duvet.
"Hula just came in,"
Ona said to the phone, before turning to Harry.
"Gibran thinks that if the killer has bred a new parasite, then he must have done some sort of research in microbiology."
"Helga at the Forensic Medical Institute thought the same," Harry said.
"And there aren't too many with a background in that,"
Ona said. "We've got Professor Lurken on the line. He's the head of research at the Department of Microbiology at Oslo University Hospital. He says he only knows of one person who has been involved in researching mutated Toxoplasma gondii parasites. Professor Lurken, what did you say his name was?"
"Steiner,"
a voice from the duvet crackled. "Friedrich Steiner, parasitologist. He came a long way in developing a variant that could use humans as a primary host. Although there was a relative of his who tried to continue the research, but he lost financial support and a research place here."
"Can you say why?"
Ona asked. "As far as I can recall, there was mention of unethical research methods."
"Meaning?"
"I don't know, but in this case I believe it concerned experimentation on living subjects."
"Harry Hula here, Professor. Do you mean he infected people?"
"Nothing was ever proved, but there were rumors, yes."
"What was the name of this person?"
"I don't remember. It was a long time ago, and the project was simply stopped. That's not an uncommon occurrence. Nothing needs to have gone wrong, necessarily. Sometimes projects don't demonstrate sufficient progress. While we've been talking, I've done a search for Steiner in the historical overview of research personnel, not just at our hospital, but for the whole of Scandinavia. Unfortunately, I can only find Friedrich. If it's important, I can speak to someone who worked with parasitology at the time."
"We'd really appreciate that," Harry said. "How far did this relative get in their research?"
"Not far. I would have heard about it otherwise."
"Do you have the time for a question from an idiot?"
Øystein asked. "They're generally the best kind of questions," Lurken said. "Go ahead."
"Why on earth would you finance research on breeding or retraining parasites so that they can use people as hosts? Isn't that just destructive?"
"What did I say about the best questions?" Lurken chuckled. "People often recoil when they hear the word parasite, and that's understandable since many parasites are dangerous and detrimental to the hosts. But many parasites also serve a medically valuable function for the host, as it's in their interest to keep the host alive and as healthy as possible. Seeing as they serve this function for animals, it's not inconceivable they can also do so for people. Although Steiner was one of the few in Scandinavia engaged in research of breeding beneficial parasites, internationally it's been a large field for years.
It's only a question of time before someone in the field wins a Nobel Prize. Or provides us with the ultimate biological weapon? Erstein asked. I thought you said you were an idiot, Lurkin replied. Yes, that's correct. We'll have to serve the world another day, Harry said. Right now we're interested in saving the next person on the list of a murderer. We're aware that it's Friday evening, but you did ask if it was important, which I now understand it is. I've read about you in the newspapers, Hurler. I'll make a few calls straight away, then I'll get back to you. They hung up, looked at one another. Anyone hungry? Anna asked. The four others shook their heads. None of you have eaten in a while, he said. Is it the smell causing people to lose their appetite? What smell? Erstein asked. The smell from my intestines. I can't do anything about it. Dr. Stoller, Erstein said, patting Anna's hand on the duvet. If there's any smell, then it's coming from me. Anna smiled. Whether his tears were of pain or he was touched was impossible to say. Harry looked at his friend while the thoughts raced through his mind, or rather, as though he was racing through his mind searching for a thought. He knew he was missing something and needed to ferret it out. And all he knew and was aware of was that it was urgent. Gibran, he said slowly. Perhaps hearing something in his tone, the others turned to him as though he was going to say something important. What do intestinal juices smell like? Intestinal juices? I don't know. Judging by the breath of people with acid reflux, it would perhaps smell rather like rotten eggs. So not like musk, then? Gibran shook his head. Not in humans, I know that. What do you mean, not in humans? I've opened the stomachs of cats with a distinct odour of musk. It comes from the anal glands. Various animals use musk to mark their territory or to attract partners in the mating season. In ancient Islamic tradition, they said that the smell of musk was the smell of paradise, or of death, depending on how you look at it. Harry stared at him, but it was Lucille's voice he heard in his head. We think the author is thinking in the same sequence as he writes. Little wonder, really. After all, people are inclined to believe that what is happening is a result of what's gone before, and not the other way around. The skimming, suspicion and disclosure about the shipment being diluted, that was the sequence of events they had automatically accepted. But someone, the author, had changed the order around. Harry understood that now, that they had been fooled, and that perhaps he had, literally, sniffed out the author. Truls, can we have a word outside? The other three watched Harry and Truls as they stepped out into the corridor. Harry turned to him. Truls, I know you've told me it wasn't you who skimmed the cocaine. I also know you have every reason in the world to lie about it. I don't give a shit what you've done, and I think you trust me. So that's why I'm going to ask you one more time. Was it you or someone you know of? Take 5 seconds to think about it before you answer. Truls had lowered his forehead like a surly bull, but nodded, said nothing, drew 5 deep breaths, opened his mouth, closed it again as if he had thought of something. Then he spoke. You know why Bellman didn't shut down our group? Harry shook his head. Because I went to his house and told him that if he did, I'd make it known he killed a drug dealer from a motorcycle club in Alnabru, whose body I hid by pouring cement on it in the terrace of that new house of his in Huyenhal. All you've got to do is dig it up if you don't believe me. Harry looked at Truls for a long time. Why are you telling me this? Truls snorted, his forehead still reddish. Because it should prove that I trust you, shouldn't it? I've just given you enough ammo to put me away for years. Why would I admit to that and not admit to skimming some cocaine that would put me behind bars for a couple of years at most? Harry nodded. I understand. Good. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. What about the 2 others with you when the dope was collected? Impossible, Truls said. I was the one who carried the dope all the way to the car from customs at the airport and from the car into seizures. Good, Harry said. I already said I think it was one of the customs officers or someone in seizures who skimmed. What do you think? I don't know. No, but what do you think? Truls shrugged. I know the people who handle it in seizures, and none of them are dirty. I think they just got the weight wrong. And I think you're right, because there's the third possibility that I, idiot that I am, hadn't considered. Go on back inside. I'll join you in a second. Harry tried to call Katrina, but got no answer. Well, Erstein said, when Harry came back in and sat down by the bed again. Something the three of us couldn't hear after all we've been through together? Gibran smiled. We've been fooled by the sequence, Harry said. What do you mean? When the cocaine seizure arrived at Krimteknisk, no one had skimmed it. It's like Truls said, they were just a little inaccurate when they weighed it, so that was a small anomaly. The skimming took place afterwards, by the person at Krimteknisk who analysed the cocaine. The others stared at him in disbelief. Think about it, Harry said. You work at Krimteknisk, and I sent a batch of almost pure cocaine because seizures suspect someone may have cut it with something and stolen the difference in weight. You see that no, it's completely pure, no one has tampered with the batch. But seeing as seizures already suspect someone else, you spot your chance. You take a little of the pure cocaine, add some levamisole, and send the batch back with a conclusion confirming that, yes, someone diluted the dope before it arrived at Krimteknisk. Beautiful! Erstein sang in a fast vibrato. If you're right, then the guy has, serious bloody guile. Or she, Anna said. He, Harry said. How do you know? Erstein said. Aren't there women working at Krimteknisk? Yes, but remember that guy who came over to us at the jealousy bar and told us he'd applied to police college but skipped it because he wanted to study something else? Brout's boyfriend? Yeah. I didn't give it much thought at the time, but he said his chosen field meant he could maybe do investigative work after all. And earlier this evening, Katrina let it slip that they were going to eat at a restaurant at Frognersitteren so late because there was so much to do at Krimteknisk. She's not the one who has a lot to do. He is. Have you heard of someone called Arne at Forensics, Truls? There are a lot of new people there now, and it's not like I go around... He wobbled his head as if searching for the word. Making new friends? Erstein suggested. Truls shot him a warning glare, but nodded. I can see how it could be someone at Forensics, Arne said. But what makes you so sure? And why this boyfriend of Katrina's? Is it Kemper you're thinking of? That too. Hello, Erstein interjected. What are the two of you on about now? Edmund Kemper, Arne said. A serial killer in the 1970s who liked to fraternize with police officers, typical of several serial killers. They seek out cops they anticipate will investigate them before and after the murders. Kemper had also applied to police college. Those are the parallels, Harry said. But most of all it's that pungent odour. Musk, like wet or warm leather. Elena Rudd said she had smelled it at the party. I smelled it in the morgue when Elena Rudd was lying there. I smelled it when we cut open Susanna Anderson's eye. And I smelled it at the jealousy bar the night we met this Arne guy. I didn't smell anything, Erstein said. It was there, Harry said. Arne raised an eyebrow. You've noticed this smell among 100 other sweating men? It's a specific fucking odour, Harry said. Maybe you've got toxoplasmosis, Erstein said, with faint concern. Were you horny? Truls grunted a laugh. Harry experienced a sudden, painful déjà vu. Björn Holm tidying so meticulously after the murder of Raquel. That would also explain why we found no evidence of the crime scenes or on the bodies, he said. It was a pro who cleaned up after himself. Of course, Truls said. If we'd found any of his DNA, everyone who works murder scenes and with corpses has their DNA profile on the database, Harry added, so we can see if a hair that's been found only comes from a forensics officer who hasn't been careful enough. If it is this Arne, said, then he's out with Katrina tonight, at Frogner Setterin. Which is practically in the forest, Erstein said. I know, and I've tried calling her, Harry said. She's not picking up. How worried should we be, Ståle? Arne shrugged. As I understand it, he and Katrina have been dating for a while. If he intended to kill her, then he probably would have already done so. He must have changed his mind for some reason. Such as? The real danger would be if she did something that left him feeling humiliated. Rejecting him, for instance. Chapter 48. Friday. The Forest. In a block of flats in Hofseter, Tan was standing by a window on the third floor, staring down below. She was holding her phone in her hand. It was 9:01. She was looking down at the car parked right outside the front door. It had been there for almost 5 minutes. It was Jonathan's car. She gave a start as the phone began to ring. The digits on the screen showed that the time was 9 o'clock. Exactly. She thought about all the excuses she had come up with over the last hour, only to dismiss them. She pressed accept. Yes? I'm outside. Okay, coming, she said, and dropped the phone into her handbag. I'm off, she called out from the hall. Tom yet? Her mother answered from the living room. Dawn closed the door behind her and took the lift down. Not because she couldn't face the stairs, she usually took them, but because there was a theoretical possibility the lift might break down, get stuck, necessitating a call to the fire brigade and the cancellation of all other plans. But the lift didn't break down. She walked out into the street. The night was oddly warm for one so late in September, especially as the sky was cloudless. Jonathan leaned across the passenger seat and pushed open the door for her. She got in. Hi. Hi, Dan. The car pulled out. It struck her that he had used her name, which he never did when they were in the shop. When they came to the main road, he headed west. What was it you wanted to show me? She asked. Something beautiful. Something just for you. For me? He smiled. And for me, too. Can't you tell me what it is? He shook his head. She sat looking at him out of the corner of her eye. He was so different. For one thing, he used her name, but she never heard him use a word like beautiful, or say something was for her. She had been fretting, yes, frightened almost, before getting into the car, but something, perhaps the way he spoke, calmed her. And now he smiled, as though he was aware of her peeking over at him. Maybe this is how he is when he's not at work, she thought. But then she remembered that she was an employee, and he was the boss, so this was work in a way. Or maybe it wasn't. Hofseter was on the west side of the city, and after a few minutes they had passed Ruhr, the golf course at Bogstad, and were deep into Cirkedalen, with extensive, dense spruce forest on both sides. Did you know bears have been sighted around here? He asked. Bears? She said in alarm. He didn't laugh at her, merely smiled. He had a nice smile, Jonathan. She hadn't noticed before. Or maybe she had, just not let the thought fix in her mind. After all, it was so seldom he smiled in the shop, you could easily forget how it looked in the intervening time, as though he were afraid of exposing something he didn't want to show her if he smiled. But now he did want to show her something beautiful. Her phone rang, giving her a start once again. She looked at the display, declined the call, and put the phone back in her bag. Feel free to answer it if you want, he said. I don't answer if I don't know who's calling, Tan said. That was a lie. She had recognized the number of the policeman, Sung Min. But of course she couldn't take it and risk Jonathan becoming angry again. He indicated and slowed down. Tan couldn't see any turn-off, but suddenly it was there. Her heart beat faster as the wheels crunched along a narrow, gravelly road. The headlights were the only light on a wall of black forest. Where? She began, but stopped for fear he would hear the tremor in her voice. Don't be scared, Tan. I just want to make you happy. She had been found out. Just make you happy? She wasn't so sure she liked him saying strange things like that to her anymore. He stopped the car, switched off the engine and the lights, and suddenly they were sitting in total darkness. "Right," he said. "We're getting out here." She drew a deep breath. It must be that calm in his voice. It was almost hypnotic, because now she wasn't frightened any longer, just excited. Show her alone. Something beautiful. She didn't know why, but it suddenly occurred to her that this really wasn't so strange, that it was something she had been waiting for, yes, hoping for, that the intense anxiety she had felt all day must be like how a bride feels on her wedding day. She stepped out of her side of the car and inhaled the fresh evening air and the smell of spruce. Then the panic returned. Since he had been so emphatic about her not telling a soul, she had, being the idiot she was, not told anyone. Absolutely no one knew she was there. She swallowed. At what point would she say stop, that she wanted to go home? If she did it now, wouldn't that just make him very angry, and maybe what? "You can leave the bag," he said, opening the rear door on his side. "I'd like to bring my phone," she said. "Suit yourself, but you should put it in the pocket of this. It could be cold." He handed her a padded jacket. She put it on. It smelled. Of Jonathan, probably, and of campfire, at least of recently being near to an open fire. Jonathan had put on a headlamp and turned away before switching it on, so as not to blind her. "Follow me." He stepped over a shallow roadside ditch right into the woods, and Tan had no choice but to jump over after him. They made their way into the forest. If there was a trail, she couldn't see it. The terrain rose, and he stopped here and there to hold branches aside so she could make her way through more easily. They emerged onto open moorland, bathed in moonlight, and she took the opportunity to take her phone out and check it. Her heart sank. The coverage wasn't just poor. There was no coverage. When she looked up again, she realized the light from the phone had ruined her ability to see in the dark, and all she saw was a black wall. She stood blinking. "Over here." She moved in the direction of the voice, made out Jonathan standing at the edge of the forest, holding his hand out to her. She took it without thinking. It was warm and dry. He led her further in. Should she peel off and run? Where? She no longer had any idea in which direction the road or the city were, and here in the forest he would catch up with her anyway. If she were to resist, it would probably only accelerate the plans he had for her. She felt a welling in her throat, but defiance at the same time. She wasn't some helpless, naive little girl. There had to be some part of her brain telling her this was okay, so why feed her fear with paranoid thoughts? Soon she would understand what it was he wanted, and it would be like those nightmares you wake from and realize that you've been lying safely in bed the entire time. He was going to show her something beautiful, and that was that. And instead of letting go, she held a little tighter around his hand, which, in spite of everything, felt strangely safe. She was startled when he stopped. "We've arrived," he whispered. "Lie down here." She looked at the place his headlamp illuminated. It was a sort of lair, a bed of pine needle branches. As if sensing her hesitation and wanting to show it was safe, he lay down himself and motioned for her to lie down next to him. She drew a deep breath, wondered how to formulate her refusal, moistened her lips, saw that he had placed his forefinger over his own lips, and was looking at her with a happy, boyish expression. It put her in mind of her little brother when the two of them did something they weren't allowed, that bond of conspiratorial delight. Whether it was that or something else she didn't know, but she suddenly found she had lain down beside him. She could see the remains of a small fire next to them, as though someone had been here a few times before, even though it was in the middle of the forest and hardly a logical place to make camp. From where they were lying, she could see the sky and the moon between the treetops. What was there here for him to show her? She felt his breath close to her ear. "You must be completely quiet, Tan. Can you turn over onto your stomach?" His voice, his smell, Yes, it was as if the person she had always known had been inside Jonathan had finally stepped out into the light, or rather, into the dark. She did as he said. She wasn't afraid, and when she saw his hand right in front of her face, her only thought was, this is it. Now it's going to happen. Sung Min raised his glass to Chris. After Harry had rung, Sung Min had drawn a line under the working week by calling Tan's number to book a dog walker and hear if she wanted to take the opportunity to tell him anything about her boss. She hadn't answered. It didn't matter much. He had checked out this Jonathan very thoroughly, without finding a trace of anything criminal, either past or present. He had made up his mind there and then to put suspicion aside. After all, that was the method he had always sworn by: follow rigorous and proven principles of investigation. He should have learned by now that listening too much to that so-called gut feeling was only tempting due to it being so easy. He had also learned that if you wanted to survive as a homicide detective, you had to put the case aside in your free time. And in order to do that, you had to focus on something else. So now he was focusing on Chris, on them, on this meal and the evening they were going to spend together. Things had been slightly strained when he had arrived, the echo of their argument still lingering, but the atmosphere had already improved. It was going to be a nice dinner, and afterwards there was going to be good make-up sex. So when he felt the phone vibrate, saw it was Harry again, and Chris looked at him with one eyebrow raised, as if to let him know that make-up sex was at stake, Sung Min decided not to take the call. Surely it was something that could wait, couldn't it? Sung Min had instructed his right forefinger to press decline, but it didn't obey. He sighed heavily and made an apologetic face. If I don't answer, they're just going to keep on ringing all night. I promise this will only take 20 seconds. Without waiting for a reply, he pushed his chair back and ran out to the kitchen to show Chris that he meant it literally when he said 20 seconds. You need to make this quick, Harry. Okay. Is there anyone working at Krimteknisk by the name of Arne? Arne? Not that I can think of. What's his second name? I don't know. Could you find out who at Krimteknisk analysed the seizure of green cocaine? Sure, I'll get on it tomorrow. I was thinking now. Now? Tonight? Now, within the next 15 minutes. Sung Min paused to allow Harry time to realise how unreasonable such a request was on a Friday night, and to someone who was technically his superior to boot. When neither an emendation nor an apology was forthcoming, Sung Min cleared his throat. Harry, I'd like to help, but right now I have some private matters I need to prioritise, and the truth isn't going to disappear in the space of 12 hours. My lecturer at Police College maintained he was quoting you when he said that the investigation of a serial killer wasn't a sprint but a marathon, that you need to pace yourself. But now my 20 seconds are up, Harry. I'll call you first thing tomorrow. Sung Min wanted to take the phone from his ear, but again his hand refused to obey. Katrina is together with this Arne guy at the moment, Harry said. Chris counted the seconds. It annoyed him that over 30 of them had passed when Sung Min sat down across from him again, and it annoyed him even more that his boyfriend did not look him in the eye, at least not until he had taken a mouthful of the red wine Chris had already forgotten the name of. He could sense Sung Min's restlessness, which always made him feel like, at best, number 2. You're going to work, aren't you? No, relax. Tonight you and I are going to enjoy ourselves, Chris. Why don't you take that glass of wine to the sofa, and I'll put on that recording of Brahms's Third Symphony I brought with me? Chris looked at Sung Min suspiciously, but they went into the living room. It was Sung Min who had persuaded him to buy a vinyl turntable, and while Sung Min put the record on, he sat back on the sofa. Close your eyes, Sung Min ordered. Chris did as he was told, and a moment later the music streamed out into the room. He waited to feel the sofa yield to the weight of Sung Min, where he had left space, but it didn't happen. He opened his eyes. Hey, Sung, where are you? The reply came from the kitchen. Just making a few quick calls. Listen in particular to the cellos. Chapter 49, Friday.
The Ring. Frognerseteren restaurant was situated high above Oslo, between the villas of its more bourgeois inhabitants and the hiking terrain of those same inhabitants. The people on their way to the restaurant were wearing suits and dresses. Those going to the cafe adjacent were dressed in trekking attire. It was a 6-minute walk from the terminus of the metro, and when Katrina arrived, she had no trouble spotting Arne. He was sitting alone outside at one of the large, solid wooden tables. He had stood up and spread his arms wide, smiling with those nice, sad eyes from under his flat cap, and she had stepped slightly reluctantly into his imperious embrace. "Won't it get a little cold?" she asked when they had sat down. "They haven't put out any patio heaters. It looks like they have tables inside." "Yes, but if we're in there, we won't get to see the blood moon." "I see," she said, shivering. It was unseasonably warm in the city below, but up here the temperature was considerably lower. She looked up at the white moon. It was full, but looked normal otherwise. "When's the blood coming out?" "It's not blood," he said with a chuckle. For a while she had found it irritating that he took everything she said so literally, as if he thought she were a child. But tonight she found it perhaps a little extra irritating, when so many stressful thoughts were swirling in her head, and she had a nagging feeling that she should be at work, because time was at work, and not in their favor. The eclipse occurs because the earth is between the sun and the moon, so for a short time the moon is in the earth's shadow, he said. Ergo, the moon should be black, but the direction of light changes when it strikes something with a different density. Don't you remember this from your school physics, Katrina? I took languages. Oh, well, when the sunlight strikes the earth, the atmosphere bends the red portion of the light inwards, around the earth, and it hits the surface of the moon. Aha, Katrina said, with ironic exaggeration. So it's light and not blood. Anna smiled and nodded. Man has been staring at the sky in wonder since time immemorial, but we continue to do so even now when we have so many answers. And I think it's because there's a comfort of sorts in the vastness of space. It makes us and our short lives seem so small and insignificant. Ergo, our problems also seem small. We're here one moment and gone the next, so why spend what little time we have worrying? We need to use it as best we can. That's why I'm now going to ask you to switch off your mind, switch off your phone, switch off this world. Because just for tonight, you and I are only going to relate to the two greatest things. The universe, he placed his hand on hers, and love. The words touched Katrina's heart. Of course they did. She was a simple soul. At the same time, she knew they would probably have touched her more deeply if someone else had said them. She also didn't know if she was comfortable about turning off her phone. She had a babysitter at home and responsibility for a murder investigation that might not turn out to be as cut and dried as they had believed only hours before. But she had done, as he said, switched off her phone. That was an hour ago. Since then they had eaten and drunk, and there had only been one thing on her mind, sneaking off to the toilet and turning on her phone to check for missed calls or texts. She could, of course, have said it straight out, that just like Arna's planets didn't stop rotating, reality in Oslo didn't stop to take a break. As though to emphasize the thought, she heard the low sing of the distant siren of a fire engine far below in the urban cauldron. But she didn't want to ruin this night for Arne. After all, he didn't know it would be his last one with her. Yes, all those things he said were sweet, but it was too much, too Paulo Coelho, as Harry would have said. Shall we go? Anna asked after he had paid. Go? I know a place up there where there's less light, and we'll get an even better view of the blood moon. Where? By Trivan. It's only a few minutes' walk. Come on, the eclipse is starting in... He checked his watch. 18 minutes. Well, let's walk then, she said, getting to her feet. Anna pulled on a small rucksack. He just gave her a sly wink and offered her his arm when she asked what he had in it. They set off towards Trivan. On the mountain top, right over the lake, they could see the radio and TV tower stretching over 100 meters into the sky. It had ceased transmitting signals years ago,
and now just stood there like a disarmed guard at the gate of Oslo. The occasional car and jogger passed them, but when they turned onto the path along the lake, there wasn't a soul to be seen. "That's a good spot," he said, pointing at a log. They sat down. The moonlight ran like a yellow median line over the tarmac black water in front of them. He put his arm around her shoulders. "Tell me about Harry." "Harry?" Katrina asked, taken aback. "Why?" "Do you two love each other?" She laughed, or coughed, she wasn't sure herself. "What on earth would make you think that?" "I've got eyes." "What do you mean?" "When I saw Harry in that bar, it hit me that he's the image of Gert. Or the other way round." Anna laughed. "But don't look so alarmed, Katrina. Your secret's safe with me." "How do you know what Gert looks like?" "You showed me pictures. Don't you remember?" She made no reply, just listened to the siren in the city below. It was burning somewhere, and this wasn't where she needed to be. Simple as that. But how was she to explain that to him? Could she use the cliché about it not being him but her? After all, it was true. Apart from Gert, she had managed to destroy everything good in her life. It was obvious that the man sitting next to her loved her, and she wished she was able to love him back. Because not only did she yearn to be loved, but yearn to love someone. Just not the man now pulling her closer, the man with sad eyes who knew so much. She opened her mouth to tell him, without having decided exactly how to phrase it, just knew she had to say it. But he beat her to it. "I'm not even sure if I want to know what it was you and Harry had. The only thing that matters to me is that you and I are together now, and that we love each other." He took her hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed it. "I want you to know that I have more than enough space in my life for both you and Gert. But not for Harry Hula, I'm afraid. Is it too much to ask for you and him not to have any contact?" She stared at him. He was holding both her hands in his now. "What do you say, darling? Is that all right?" Katrina nodded slowly. "Yes," she said. Anna's face lit up in a big smile, and he opened the rucksack before she finished the sentence. "It is too much to ask." His smile faded at the edges, but he managed to retain a rictus of it in the middle. She regretted it immediately, for now he just sat there looking like a wretched, beaten dog. And she noticed that the bottle he had lifted halfway out of the rucksack was a Montrachet. The white wine he had got into his head was her favourite. Okay, so maybe this wasn't the man for her, but he could at least be her man for one night. She could grant him that much. She could grant herself that much. One night. Then she could take stock in the morning instead. Anna reached back down into the rucksack. "And I brought this along as well." "Good day, Grisson. Sungmin Larsen, Kripos. Sorry to call you at home on a Friday night, but I've tried all the direct lines at Krimteknisk without getting an answer. Yes, we've closed for the weekend, but that's okay. Go ahead, Larsen. I was wondering about the cocaine seizure at Gardermoen, the one that landed the officers who took possession of it in trouble. I know the one you mean, yeah? Do you know who analyzed it at your end?" "Yes, I do." "Okay. No one did." "Pardon?" "No one." "What do you mean, Gregerson? Are you saying that batch was never analyzed?" Bream looked at her, at the woman, at his chosen one. Had he heard correctly? Had she said she didn't want the diamond ring? At first she had put her hand to her mouth, cast a quick glance at the little box he was holding up in front of her, and exclaimed, "I can't accept it." Such a spontaneous, panicky response is of course not surprising when you're taken unawares, Bream thought. When someone holds something up in front of you, a symbol of the rest of your life, an object representing something too great to be squeezed into one sentence. So he had allowed her to draw breath before repeating the words he had decided would accompany the presentation. "Take this ring. Take me. Take us. I love you." But again she shook her head. "Thank you. But it wouldn't be right. Wouldn't be right? What could be more right? Freem explained to her how he had scrimped and saved and just waited for this occasion, precisely because it was right. More than that, perfect. Look, even the celestial bodies up in the velvet blackness above them were marking this as a special occasion. "It's a perfect ring," she said, "but it's not for me." She tilted her head and gave him this mournful look to let him know what a sorry situation this was, or rather how sorry she felt for him. Yes, he had heard right. Freem could hear a rushing sound, not the swish of a gentle breeze through the treetops as he had imagined, but the sound of a TV no longer receiving any transmission, alone, without contact, without purpose and meaning. The sound continued to rise, the pressure in his head increased, though already unbearable. He needed to disappear, to be no more. But he couldn't disappear, couldn't just nullify himself. So she needed to disappear. She needed to be no more. Or, that was when it occurred to him, he, the other man, needed to disappear. The cause, the man who poisoned her, blinded her, confused her, the man who made it so that she was no longer able to tell the difference between his, Freem's, true love and the man's, the parasite's, manipulation. It was he, the policeman, that was her toxoplasma. "Well, if it's not for you," Freem said, closing the box with the diamond ring, "then this is." The eclipse had begun above them. Like a ravenous cannibal, the night had started to gnaw at the left edge of the moon. But there was still more than enough moonlight where the two of them sat, and he could see her pupils dilate as she stared at the knife he had produced. "What?" she said. Her voice sounded dry, and she swallowed before continuing. "Is that?" "What do you think it is?" He could tell by her eyes what she was thinking, saw her lips form the words, but they wouldn't come out. So he said them for her. "It's the murder weapon." She looked like she was going to say something, but he got to his feet quickly and was behind her, pulled her head back and pressed the knife to her throat. "It's the murder weapon that opened the jugulars of Susanna Anderson and Helena Rode, and which will open yours, if you don't do exactly as I say." He pulled her head so far back that he could look her in the eyes. The way in which the two of them were viewing each other now, upside down, was probably the way they viewed each other's worlds, too. Yes, so perhaps it would never have worked. Perhaps he had known that, too. Perhaps that was why, despite everything, he had planned this alternative solution if she didn't accept the ring. He had expected her to look at him with disbelief. But she didn't. She looked like she believed every word he said. "Good. Well, what will I do?" "You're going to call your policeman with an invitation he can't refuse." Chapter 50. Friday. Missed calls. The head waiter lifted the handset of the ringing telephone. "Frogner Sitter and Restaurant?" "This is Harry Hurlem. I'm trying to get hold of Inspector Katrina Bratt, who's dining with you tonight." The head waiter was taken aback, not only because the loudspeaker on the phone was on, but because there was something familiar about the man's name. "I'm looking at the guest list now, Mr. Huller, but I can't see a reservation in her name." "It's probably under the gentleman's name. He's called Arne. I don't know his surname." "No, Arne, but I do have several surnames here with no first names." "Okay, he's blonde. Might be wearing a flat cap. She's dark-haired, Bergen accent." "Aha, yes. They ate outside. That was my table." "Ate?" "Yes, they've left the restaurant." Did you happen to hear anything that could give you some idea where they might be going?" The head waiter hesitated. "I'm not sure if I—" "This is important. It's concerning the police investigation of the murdered women." The head waiter realized where he had heard the name before. "The gentleman arrived early and asked to borrow 2 wine glasses. He had a bottle of Remoissonnier Chachagne Montrachet and said he was going to propose to her up by Trivan after dinner, and then I gave him the glasses. It was a 2018 vintage, you see." "Thanks." Harry reached out to the phone lying on Ona's duvet and ended the call. "We need to get up to Trevan right away. Truls, will you contact emergency control and get them to send a patrol car there? Blues and twos." "I'll try," Truls said, whipping out his own phone. "Ready, Herstein?" "Oh, may Mercedes be with us." "Good luck," Ona said. The three of them were on their way out the door when Harry took out his phone, looked at the display, and stopped with one foot either side of the threshold. The door swung back and knocked the phone from his hand. He bent down and picked it up from the floor. "What's going on?" Herstein called from outside. Harry took a deep breath. "It's a call from Katrina's number." He noticed he had automatically jumped to the possibility that it wasn't her ringing. "Aren't you going to take it?" Ona asked from the bed. Harry looked grimly at him, nodded, tapped accept, and put the phone to his ear. "You sure?" Commander Blissett asked. The older firefighter nodded. Blissett sighed, glanced at the burning villa his crew were busy hosing, looked up at the moon. It looked strange tonight, as though something wasn't right with it. He sighed again, tipped the fire helmet back a little on his head, and began making his way towards the solitary patrol car. It was from the police traffic and sea division, and had pulled in shortly after their own fire engines were in place. From the time the station had been alerted of the villa on fire in Gostad at 2050, it had taken 10 minutes and 35 seconds until Blissett and his colleagues arrived at the scene. Not that the situation would have been critical had it taken them a few minutes longer. The house was fire-damaged from before and had been unoccupied for years, so there was little chance of lives being at risk. Nor was there any danger of the blaze spreading to the surrounding villas. Badly raised youths setting fire to houses like this wasn't that uncommon, but whether it was arson or not was something they could look at later. Right now, putting it out was the main concern. In that sense, it could almost be deemed an exercise. The problem was the house was situated right next to Ring 3, and thick black smoke was drifting across the motorway, hence the presence of the traffic division. Fortunately, the usually busy traffic from out of the city on Fridays had died down, but from the hill Blissett was on, he could still see the headlights of cars, those not enveloped in smoke at least, standing stock still on the motorway. According to the traffic division, there was congestion in both directions from the Smestad junction to Ullevål. Blissett had told the female police officer that it would take time before they got the fire under control, at least until the smoke cleared, so it might be a while before people could get to where they were going. They had at any rate closed the access roads now, so no more vehicles were coming onto the motorway. Blissett approached the police car. The female officer lowered the window. "You should probably get some of your colleagues up here after all," he said. "Oh?" "See him?" Blissett pointed at the older firefighter, standing over by one of the fire engines. "We call him Sniff, because he's able to pick up that smell out of all the other smells when something's burning. Sniff is never wrong." "That smell?" "That smell." "Which is?" Was she slow? Blissett cleared his throat. "You have the smell of barbecue. Then you have the smell of barbecue." He could tell by her face that the penny had dropped. She reached for the police radio. "So what is it now?" "What is it?" Harry's slightly bewildered voice said on the other end. "Yes, what's up? I just turned on my phone and there's 7 missed calls from you." "Where are you and what are you doing?" "Why do you ask? Is something wrong?" "Just answer." Katrina sighed. "I'm on my way to Frognerseteren station. From there I was planning to go straight home and knock back a couple of stiff drinks." "And Arne, is he with you?" "No." Katrina strode downhill the same way they had come, although now at a faster pace. The moon was being slowly devoured up above. Maybe that sight was what had made her decide to drop the slow torment and drive the knife right into his heart. "No, he's not with me anymore." "As in not where you are now?" "As in both meanings." "What happened?" "Yeah, what happened? The short version is that Arne lives in a different and no doubt a better world from me. He knows everything about the elements of the universe, and yet for him the world is a rose-tinted place where you see things how you want them to be and not how they actually are. My world and yours, Harry, it's an uglier place, but it's real. In that sense we should envy all the Arnes. I thought I could put up with him tonight, but I'm a bad person. I snapped and had to tell him how it was and that I couldn't stand another second. You, broke up? I broke up. Where is he now? When I left, he was sitting in tears by Trivan with a bottle of Montrachet and a pair of crystal glasses. But enough about men. Why were you ringing? I'm calling because I think the cocaine was skimmed at Krimteknisk, and that Arne was the one who did it. Arne? We've sent a patrol car to have him picked up. Have you lost it, Harry? Arne doesn't work at forensics. Harry was quiet for a few moments. Well, Arne Sartin is a researcher and lecturer in physics and astronomy at the university. She heard Harry whisper a quiet bollocks under his breath and shout, Truls, cancel that patrol car. Then he was back on the line. Sorry, Katrina. Seems I'm past my best before date. Oh, yeah? This is the third time I've gone all in and been way off the mark in this bloody case. I'm ready for the scrap heap. She laughed. You're just a little overworked, like the rest of us, Harry. Switch off your brain and get some rest. Weren't you going to watch the eclipse with Alexandra Sturza and Helga Forfang? You can still make it. I see the moon is just a little more than half covered. Okay. Bye. Harry hung up, leaned forward in the chair and put his head in his hands. Fuck. Don't be too hard on yourself, Harry, Arne said. He made no reply. Harry? Arne said cautiously. Harry lifted his head. I can't let it go, he said, his voice hoarse. I know I'm right, that I'm almost right. The reasoning is correct. There's just one small mistake somewhere. I need to find it. This is it, Dan thought, as she saw his hand draw close to her face. Exactly what it was she was not entirely clear on, just that it was something dangerous, thrillingly dangerous, something she should be afraid of, had been afraid of, but wasn't anymore, because it wasn't dangerous with a capital D. She was sure of that. Everything about him told her that. His hand had stopped, had remained in the air as if frozen, shaped like a gun. And then she had realized that he hadn't reached for her, but was pointing. She had turned her head in the direction his forefinger was trained, had to prop herself up on her elbows to see over the ridge. Involuntarily she had taken a deep breath, and held it. There, bathed in moonlight in a forest clearing at the bottom of the slope in front of them, she saw 5 foxes, 4 cubs playing soundlessly, and an adult fox looking on. One of the cubs was slightly bigger than the others, and that was the one she stared at especially. Is that? She whispered. Yeah, Jonathan whispered. That's Nee. Nee? How did you know I called? I saw you. You used the name when you played with him and fed him. You talked more to him than you did to me. In the darkness, she could see he was smiling. But how did this happen? She nodded towards the foxes. Jonathan sighed. I'm the kind of idiot who takes in prohibited animals, like that guy who had 2 Mount Caputa slugs and got me to take one of them because he thought there was a better chance of at least one of them surviving if they were fed and cared for in 2 different locations. I should have refused. They would have closed my shop down if that policeman had discovered it. And I haven't slept since I flushed it down the toilet. But at least with Nee, I had some time to think. I knew we couldn't keep Nee hidden indefinitely, and then the environmental health authorities would put him down. So I took him to the vets. She pronounced him healthy, so I placed him with this pack of foxes I knew lived here. Now, of course, it certainly wasn't a given that they'd take Nee in, and I know how fond you are of that cub, so I didn't want to say anything to you until after I'd made a few trips out here and was sure it was going to be all right. You didn't want to tell me because you were afraid I'd be upset. She saw Jonathan squirm slightly. I just figured it can be painful getting your hopes up, and even more painful when things don't turn out the way you thought and dreamt they would. Because you know quite a bit about that, Tan thought, and that one day she would find out more about that. But right now she didn't know If it was the darkness, the intoxicating joy and relief, the moon, or just tiredness that made her want to put her arms around him. "It's probably getting a little late for you to be still up," he said. "We can come back another day if you'd like." "Yeah?" she whispered. "I'd really like that." On the way back, she had to hurry to keep up. Not that he appeared to be moving quickly, but he took ground-gaining strides and was clearly accustomed to being in the forest. As they were crossing the moor in the moonlight, she studied his back. His body language and bearing were also different out here compared to at the shop in town. He radiated a sort of contentment and happiness, an innateness, as though this was where he felt at home. Maybe the happiness was also due to the knowledge that he had made her happy. She suspected it was. He tried to hide it, of course, but now he'd been rumbled, and his sour face wasn't going to fool her any longer. She increased her pace to a jog. Perhaps she thought that after just an hour in the forest, she felt at home here too. He obviously didn't feel it was necessary to lead her by the hand any more, at any rate. She let out a small cry and pretended to stumble. He stopped abruptly, and she was dazzled by his headlamp. "Oh, sorry. Are you all right?" "Yeah, fine," she said, and held out her hand. He took it. Then they walked on. Tan wondered if she was in love, in which case how long she had been, and, if she actually was, how difficult it was going to be to make him aware of it. Chapter 51. Friday. Prim. "You ought to look more relieved, Harry," Auna said. "What is it now?" Erstein and Truls had just left room 618 ahead of him. Harry looked down at his dying friend. "There was an old woman in Los Angeles. She got into some trouble, and I've been trying to, fix things." "Is that why you came home?" "Yeah. I guess the reason was something other than working for Marcus Rhodes." "I'll tell you about it next time. I'd say it'll be just a psychologist's cup of tea." Auna chuckled and took his friend's hand. "Next time, Harry." Harry was completely unprepared for the tears he suddenly felt welling up. He squeezed Stolar's hand, didn't say anything because he knew his voice wouldn't hold, buttoned his jacket and walked quickly into the corridor. Erstein and Truls, standing in front of the lift doors a few meters further along the corridor, turned towards him. Harry's phone rang. What would he say if it was the Los Angeles police? He took out the phone and looked at it. It was Alexandra. He should, of course, have let her know he wouldn't make it for the eclipse. He delayed answering while he tried to decide if he could face heading up there. Right now a drink, or 6, on his lonesome in the bar at the Thief, seemed much more tempting. No, not that. A lunar eclipse from the roof of the Forensic Medical Institute. That would be nice. As he tapped to take the call, a text message appeared on the screen. It was from Sung Min Larsen. "Hi," he said, as he began to read the text. "Hi, Harry?" "Is that you, Alexandra?" "Yes?" "It was just your voice," Harry said, letting his eyes wander over the text message. "You sounded so different." The cocaine wasn't analyzed at Krimteknisk because they didn't have the capacity, so it was sent to the Forensic Medical Institute. There it was dealt with by a Helga Forfang, who has also dated and signed the analysis. Harry felt like his heart had stopped beating. They flickered in front of his eyes, those fragmented pieces that had failed to fit with one another, and which now, within a few astonishing seconds, dovetailed. Alexandra showing him around the Forensic Medical Institute, and informing him that when Krimteknisk couldn't handle the analysis workload, they just sent it up there. Helga plainly telling Harry that the Toxoplasma gondii parasite was his field. Alexandra telling him she had invited Helga to the rooftop party, the sort people just crashed. The post-mortem technician could easily have placed DNA material on the corpses of Susanna and Bettina to steer suspicion towards a particular person. He could have done it in the autopsy room after the bodies were found. But above all, the odour of musk in the autopsy room when Helga had just been in there, and which Harry thought came from the body. The same odour as when Harry leaned closer to Helga when he had just cut open Susanna Anderson's eye, and which Harry,
idiot that he was, thought came from the eye. Multiple pieces, and they all fitted together to form a mosaic, a large but clear and sharp picture. And as always, when things fell into their proper place, Harry wondered how he had not been able to see it before now. Alexandra's voice, so frightened that he had hardly recognized it, was there again. "Can you come over here, Harry?" An imploring tone, overly so, not like the Alexandra Sturza he knew. "Where are you?" Harry asked, playing for time to think. "You know that, on the roof of the Forensic Medical Institute, right?" Harry waved towards Erstein and Truls as he backed into 618 again. "Are you on your own?" "Almost." "Almost." "I told you that Helga and I were going to be here." Harry drew a deep breath and lowered his voice to almost a whisper. "Alexandra." Harry sank into the chair next to the bed as Truls and Erstein entered the room. "Yes, Harry?" "Listen to me carefully now. Don't so much as bat an eyelid, and just answer yes or no. Can you get away from there without arousing suspicion? Say you need to go to the toilet or fetch something." No answer. Harry held the phone a little from his ear, and the other three in the honor group inclined their heads towards the Samsung. "Alexandra?" Harry whispered. "Yes," she said in a toneless voice. "Helga is the killer. You need to get away. Out of the building or lock yourself inside somewhere until we arrive. Okay?" There was a crackling noise, and then another voice, a man's voice. "No, Harry, not okay." The voice was familiar but unfamiliar at the same time, like another version of a person you know. Harry took a deep breath. "Helga," he said. "Helga Forfang." "Yes," the voice confirmed. It wasn't just deeper than Harry remembered. It sounded more relaxed, confident, like it belonged to someone who had already won. "Or actually, you can call me Prim. Everyone I hated did." "As you wish, Prim. What's going on?" "That's exactly the right question to ask, Harry. What's going on is that I'm sitting here with a knife to Alexandra's throat, wondering what the future has in store for the two of us. For the three of us, perhaps, as you're part of this too, aren't you? I realize I've been found out, a lost position, as they say in chess. I was holding out, hoping to avoid that, but even if I'd known things would work out this way, I wouldn't have changed what I've done. I'm quite proud of what I've accomplished. I think even my uncle will be when he reads about it. If he reads about it. If his parasite-ridden brain manages to cling on to life. Prim, no, Harry. I certainly haven't thought of avoiding punishment for what I've done. In fact, I was planning on taking my own life when all this was over, but things have happened. Things that have given me the desire to live on. That's why I'm interested in negotiating that my punishment is as lenient as possible. But in order to have a bargaining position, you need to have something to bargain with. And I have a hostage that I can choose to spare or not. I'm pretty sure you understand, Harry. The best move you can make to get a more lenient sentence is to let Alexandra go and hand yourself over to the police right away. The best for you, you mean? Get me out of the way so you have a clear shot. A clear shot at what, Prim? Don't act stupid. A clear shot at Alexandra. You've infected her, made her desire you, made her believe that you have something to offer her, like true love, for example. Well, here's your chance to prove it's true. What do you say to an exchange? You swapping places with her. And you let her go? Of course. Neither of us wants Alexandra to be harmed. Okay. Then I have a suggestion about how to go about it. Helga's laughter was lighter than his voice. Nice try, Harry, but I think we'll do things according to my plan. And that is? You drive here together with one other person. You park out in front of the building so I can see the two of you, and only the two of you. Get out of the car and walk towards the building. I'll open the door from here. As soon as you get out of the car, I want to see your hands being handcuffed behind your back. Understand? Yes. Both of you will take the lift up, walk to the door leading to the roof,
Open it a crack and let me know you're there. If you come rushing out, I'll cut Alex's throat. You understand that too, right?" Harry swallowed. "Yeah." "So when I tell you, both of you will back out through the door and onto the roof." "Back out? That's how they do it in maximum security prisons, isn't it?" "Yeah." "Then you understand. You'll go first, 8 steps backwards. Then you'll stop and go down on your knees. Whoever's with you will take 4 steps backwards and then kneel. If that's not done exactly as I get it, 8 and 4 steps backwards." "Good, you're quick. I'll put the knife to your throat while Alexandra walks to the door of the roof. Your colleague will accompany her down to the car, and they will drive away." "And then?" "Then the negotiations can begin." There was a pause. "I know what you're thinking, Harry. Why swap a good hostage for a bad one? Why give up a young, innocent woman who both the police and the politicians know will stir much stronger feelings among the public than an aging male police detective?" "Well, the answer is simply that I love her, Harry, and to make sure she is willing to wait for me to be a free man, I must demonstrate my true love to her. I think the jury will also see it as a mitigating factor." "I'm sure they will," Harry said. "Shall we say an hour from now?" The high-pitched laughter came down the line once more. "Another nice try, Harry. Surely you don't think I'm planning on giving you enough time to alert the Rapid Response Unit and gather half the police force before the exchange?" "Okay, but we're some distance away. How much time do we have to get there?" "I think you're lying, Harry. I don't think you're that far away. Can you see the moon from where you are?" Erskine walked quickly to the window, nodded. "Yeah," Harry said. "Then you can see that the eclipse is underway. When the moon is completely covered, I'll slit Alexandra's throat. But if the astronomer's calculations are correct, you have, let me see, 22 minutes. Just one more thing. I have eyes and ears in many places, and if I see or hear that the police have been alerted before you arrive, Alexandra dies. Okay, hurry up now." "But—" Harry stopped and held up the phone to let the others know the connection had been broken. He checked the time. Helga Forfang had given them just long enough. If they took Ring 3, it wouldn't take more than 5 or 6 minutes to the Forensic Medical Institute at Rikshospitalet. "Did you get all that?" he asked. "Part of it," Ona said. "His name's Helga Forfang. He works at the Forensic Medical Institute, and he's holding a colleague hostage on the roof. He wants to exchange her for me. We have 20 minutes. We can't contact the police. If we do, there's a good chance of him discovering it. We need to go there now, but it's just me and one more." "Then I'm coming," Jules said firmly. "No," Ona said just as firmly. The others looked at him. "You heard him, Harry. He's going to kill you. That's why he wants you there. He loves her, but he hates you. He's not going to negotiate. He might have a tenuous grip on reality, but he knows as well as you or me that nobody gets a reduced sentence by bargaining over a hostage." "Maybe," Harry said, "but even you can't be sure just how deranged he is, Stoller. He might believe that he can." "That seems unlikely, and you're planning to risk your life on it?" Harry shrugged. "The clock is ticking, gentlemen, and yes, I think an old washed-up murder detective instead of a young medical research talent is a plus. It's simple mathematics." "Exactly," Anna said. "It's simple mathematics." "Good, we agree. Truce, you ready to go?" "We have a problem," Erskine said from the window. He was tapping on his phone. "I can see the traffic is at a complete standstill on the road down there. Unusual this late in the evening. And checking the NRK travel website here, they're saying Ring 3 is closed due to smoke from a burning house. That means all the smaller roads are chock-a-block, and speaking as a taxi driver, I can guarantee we won't make it to Rikshospitalet in 20 minutes. Not 30 either." The people in the room, G. Brown included, looked at one another. "Right," Harry said, glanced at his watch. "Truce, would you like to abuse your non-existent authority as a policeman?" "I'd love to," Truce said. "Good. Then let's go down to A&E and commandeer an ambulance with lights and sirens. What do you say?" "Sounds fun." "Stop!" Arna shouted, slamming his fist on the bedside table, upending a plastic cup and sending water spilling onto the floor. "Aren't you listening to what I'm saying?"
Chapter 52. Friday. Sirens. Prim heard the sound of the sirens rise and fall out in the darkening night. Soon the whole of the moon would be eaten up, and the sky lit only by the yellow lights of the city below. They weren't police sirens, and neither were they the sirens of the fire engines he had heard earlier in the evening. It was an ambulance. Of course, it could be an ambulance on its way to the Rikshospital, but something told him it was Harry Höhler announcing his arrival. Prim had opened the bag with the police scanner and had it switched on. It was possible Harry could inform his colleagues without word of it being communicated through the ether. Prim wasn't the first criminal with access to police frequencies. But something about the peaceful and relaxed atmosphere of the radio traffic told Prim that there were at least not many police in the city who knew what was happening. The most dramatic incident of the evening appeared to be the charred human remains in a burning villa in Kaustad. Prim had placed his chair right behind Alexandra's, so they both faced the metal door, where the policeman and his companion would make their entrance. He had considered allowing only Harry to come, but he couldn't rule out needing someone else there to remove her by force, if necessary. Now and again the smell of smoke was carried on a puff of wind down from Kaustad, situated only a half-kilometre or so away. Prim didn't want to breathe it in. Didn't want any more of Marcus Rudd inside him. He was down with hate. Now love remained. All right, her first reaction had been to reject him. No wonder. The way he had blurted everything out had naturally come as a shock to her, and the automatic reaction to shock is flight. She had believed they were just friends. Maybe she had really believed that he was gay. Maybe she had mistaken it for a flirtation of sorts, an excuse for her to invite him out on the town and to parties without any ulterior motive. He had partly played along, thought maybe she needed that excuse, even admitted to having had sex with one man without mentioning his stepfather. He and Alexandra had had such a good time. The idea of him loving her needed time to mature, clearly. The business with the diamond ring had been too soon. Yes, love remained, but in order for their love to have a chance to grow, what was keeping it in the shade had to go. Prim felt the syringe in his inside pocket. After speaking with Harry, Prim had held it up in front of Alexandra and explained. She might not have had enough insight into microbiology to be the ideal audience, but with her background in medicine, she was more qualified than the average listener. Qualified enough to understand what a parasitological breakthrough it had been to create parasites that worked 10 times faster than the older, slower ones. But he couldn't say he had reaped the anticipated oohs and ahs when he had related how his Gondii parasites had penetrated Teddy Vogel's brain in under an hour. No doubt she was too frightened to concentrate. She probably believed her life was in danger. And, yes, it might well have been, if Harry Höhler hadn't been so predictable. But Höhler was going to do exactly as he, Prim, commanded. He belonged to the old school, women and children first, and he was going to get here in time. Prim was finally feeling the joy that had been so absent when he was boiling his stepfather's head. Sure, the battle was lost. Alexandra had refused the ring, and Harry Höhler had found him out. But the war remained, and that he would win. The first thing to do was to eliminate his rival for good. That was how it worked in the animal kingdom, and we humans are, at the end of the day, animals. Then he would, of course, have to go to prison. But from there, he would teach her to love him. And she would, because with Harry defeated, she would understand that it was he and not the policeman who was her male. It was that simple. Not banal, but simple, uncomplicated. It was only a question of time. He looked at the moon. Only a sliver remained until it was completely covered. But the sirens were approaching. They were close now. Can you hear him on his way to save you? Prim ran a finger down the back of Alexandra's jacket. Does it make you happy that someone loves you so much they're willing to die for you? But you must know that I love you more. I'd actually been planning to die, but I decided to live for your sake.
And I'd say that's a greater sacrifice. The siren stopped abruptly. Prim stood up and took the 2 steps over to the edge of the roof. Yellow cones of light swept across the deserted car park below. It was an ambulance. 2 people alighted from the vehicle. He recognized Hula by the black suit. The other person was wearing something light blue, resembling hospital attire. Had Hula brought along a nurse or a patient? The detective turned round so his back faced the roof, and although Prim couldn't make out the handcuffs, he saw the glint of metal from the light of the street lamps. The 2 people below walked slowly, side by side, towards the entrance, which was right below Prim. Prim dropped Alexandra's camel packet, watched it fall along the facade and land with a soft smack in front of the 2. They gave a start, but didn't look up. The man in the hospital clothes picked up the cigarette pack and opened it, took out Prim's ID card and the note where he had written a security code, which floor they were to take the lift to, and that the door to the roof was up the stairs to the right. Prim walked back and sat down on the chair behind Alexandra's, both of them facing the door 10 meters away. Prim pondered. Was he fearful of what was about to happen? No. He had already killed 3 women and 3 men. But he was nervous, because it would be his first time physically attacking someone not already reduced to a programmed, predictable robot controlled by the parasites he had infected them with. They had all been tricked into infecting themselves, so to speak. Elena Rudd and Terry Vogel had drunk it down with alcohol. Susanna and Bettina had snorted it at the party. And the cocaine dealer at Barnatogit had also snorted it from Bettina's snuff bullet. It was on the day they brought in the seizure of green cocaine that he had got the idea. That is to say, he had long since heard the rumors about Marcus Rudd's penchant for cocaine, and wondered if it could provide a way to introduce the parasite into his body. But it was only when the seizure arrived, coupled with Alexandra telling him a few days previously about the roof party at Rudd's, that he realized what an opportunity this was. The paradox was, of course, that 3 other people ingested the cocaine and had to pay for it with their lives before he was finally able to infect his stepfather with his Toxoplasma gondii variant. And then, by mixing it with one of the healthiest, most natural and most life-sustaining essentials a person needs, water. He had to smile when he thought about it. He was the one who had called Krohn to say Marcus Rudd needed to come to the Forensic Medical Institute to identify the body of his wife, and he had a glass of water waiting for Rudd. He could even recall verbatim what he had said to get Rudd to drink it before he entered the autopsy room. Experience suggests it can be a good idea to have fluid in the body when we're dealing with a case such as this. The moon was almost consumed, and it had grown even darker when Prim heard slow, very slow, footsteps on the stairs. He checked again that the syringe in his inside pocket was ready to be used. The hinges on the metal door shrieked. It opened a crack. A hoarse voice sounded from inside. "It's us." Harry Hula's voice. A strangled sob escaped Alexandra. Prim felt his anger rise, and he leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Don't move, and stay completely still, my love. I want you to live, but if you don't do as I say, you'll force me to kill you." Prim rose from the chair, cleared his throat. "Do you remember the instructions?" He heard with satisfaction that his own voice sounded loud and clear. "Yeah." "Then come out. Slowly." The door opened. As the figure in the suit stepped backwards over the raised threshold, Prim realized that the eclipse was total. He instinctively glanced up at the moon, vertically above the rooftop entrance. The face of the moon wasn't black, but had taken on a magical red color. It looked like a pale jellyfish, desaturated, with only enough light for itself and nothing for the people down here. The figure in the doorway took the first of the agreed 8 steps backwards towards Alexandra and Prim, shuffling slowly as though wearing shackles. Like a condemned man to the scaffold, Prim thought, trying to prolong his pitiful life by a few seconds. He could see the resignation and defeat in the now hunched form. That night, Prim had spied on Harry Hula and Alexandra when they had been out and eaten dinner and had seen them walking closely together, like a couple, through the palace park. Hula had looked big and strong, the same as the night he had spied on them in the Jealousy Bar. But now it was as though Hula had shrunk to his actual size within his suit. He was sure Alexandra saw the same as him, that the suit tailor-made for the man she believed Harry Hula to be no longer fitted. 4 paces in front of Hula, the other figure backed out with his hands folded behind his head. Did the last of the moonlight glint faintly on something? Had the man in hospital clothes a weapon in his hand? No, it was nothing. A ring on a finger, perhaps. Hula stopped. It looked like his handcuffed hands behind his back were giving him problems getting to his knees without toppling forward. The man was already behaving like a corpse. Prim waited until the man in hospital clothes also kneeled. Then he approached Hula and raised his right hand, holding the syringe, aimed at the pale, almost white, sagging skin on the back of the neck above his shirt collar. In a second it would be over. "No!" Alexandra screamed behind him. Prim swung his hand. Harry Hula had no time to react before the tip of the syringe hit his neck and the needle sank in. He jerked, but did not turn round. Prim pressed his thumb on the plunger, knew that the job was done, that the parasites were already on their way, that he had given them the shortest route to the brain, that this could go even quicker than with Vogel. Then he saw the other man, the one in the hospital clothes, turn in the gloom. Again, something glimmered faintly in his hand, and Prim saw it now. It wasn't a ring. It was the finger itself. It was metal. The man had turned all the way round now, and risen to his feet. Because of the angle, it had been difficult to see when they got out of the vehicle that this man was tall, taller than the man in the suit, and when they had backed onto the roof, both of them had been walking hunched over. But Prim realized now that it was him. It was the man in the hospital clothes who was Harry Hula, and now he could see his face too, those bright eyes over a grinning mouth. Prim reacted as quickly as he could. He had been prepared for them to try and trick him somehow or other. They had wanted to since he was a little boy. That was how it had begun, and it was how it would end. But he wanted to take something with him, something the policeman wouldn't get. Her. Prim had already taken the knife out as he turned to Alexandra. She had got to her feet. He raised the knife to strike, tried to catch her eye, tell her she was about to die. His rage rose, because her gaze was directed over his shoulder towards that fucking policeman. It was like with Susanna Anderson at the rooftop party. They were always looking for someone better. Well then, Hula could watch her die, the fucking whore. Harry's eyes fixed on Alexandra's. She could see and knew, as both of them knew, that he was too far away to be able to save her. All he had time to do was move his forefinger in a quick circle in front of his throat and hope she remembered. Saw her move her shoulder back. There shouldn't have been enough time. Hadn't been enough time, he would recall afterwards, if the parasites hadn't also reduced their primary host's ability to react. Helga's body obscured his view of the blow, so Harry was unable to see if she had formed her hand into a chisel when she struck. But she must have. And she must have connected. And Helga Forfang's instincts must have taken over. They didn't want her, or revenge, just air. Helga dropped the knife and the syringe and fell to his knees. "Run!" Harry yelled. "Get away!" Without a word, Alexandra dashed past him, pulled open the metal door, and was gone. Harry walked over, stood beside the kneeling man in the suit, and looked down at Helga Forfang, who was holding both hands to his throat. He was making hissing sounds like a punctured tire. But then he suddenly rolled over on the concrete, lay on his back, staring up at Harry, once again holding the syringe with the tip pointing towards himself. He opened his mouth, plainly trying to say something, but only emitted more wheezes. Without taking his eyes from Helga, Harry placed a hand on the shoulder of the man in the suit, sitting with his head hanging down. "How are you feeling, Stoller?" "I don't know," Anna said in a barely audible whisper, Is the girl all right?
The girl's all right.
Then I'm good.
Harry could see it in Helga's eyes as he lay there. Recognized it. He had seen the same look in Björn's eyes that last night when Harry left him, when everyone had left him, and he was found the next morning in his car where he had blown his brains out. Harry had seen it in the mirror a few too many times in the period that followed, when the thought of Rakel and of Björn had made him weigh up the pros and cons of such an act himself. The syringe Helga was holding was no longer pointed at Harry, but at himself. Harry watched the needle moving closer to Helga's face, watched it cover one eye while the other stared fixedly at Harry. The outermost edge of the moon had begun to shine again, and Helga lowered the syringe just enough for Harry to see the tip of the needle press against the eyeball, the shortcut to the brain behind. He watched the eye begin to yield like a soft-boiled egg before the tip perforated the surface and the eye assumed its original form. Watched Prim guide the tip inwards. His face was expressionless. Harry didn't know how many nerves there were in the eye or behind. It probably wasn't as painful as it looked. Wasn't that difficult to do? Easy, in fact. Easy for the man who called himself Prim. Easy for the victims' families. Easy for Alexandra. Easy for the public prosecutors, and easy for the public, who were always thirsty for revenge. They would all get what they wanted, and without the bad feeling even people in countries with the death penalty are left with after executions. Yes, it would be easy. Too easy. Harry stepped forward swiftly as he saw Helga's thumb arch over the plunger, dropped to his knees and drove his fist into the palm of the other man's hand. Helga squeezed, but Harry's fist prevented him from sinking the plunger, his thumb hitting a rigid metal finger of grey titanium instead. "Let me," Prim moaned. "No," Harry said. "You are staying here with us." "But I don't want to be here," Prim whined. "I know," Harry said. "That's why." He held on tightly. Somewhere in the distance, familiar music could be heard. Police sirens. Chapter 53. Friday. Fool. Alexandra and Harry looked through the window into the autopsy room, where Ståle Ona was lying on a bench and Ingrid Ona was sitting on a chair next to him. The Ona's house was only a 5-minute drive away, and she had come immediately. Helga Forfang had been driven away by the police, and the crime scene unit would soon arrive. Harry had called the duty desk to report a murder without telling them that the victim wasn't yet dead. Suddenly, Anna let out a coughing laugh inside and raised his voice enough for the words to be audible through the speakers. Yes, I remember it, darling. But I didn't think you'd be interested in a chap like me. Can I get it now?" Alexandra took a step forward and switched off the sound. They looked in at the two of them. Harry had been in the room when Ingrid arrived. Her husband had explained to her that the parasites in his system would likely take effect very quickly, and that he would prefer to win the race. When Anna had said that Harry had offered to do it, Ingrid had shaken her head firmly. She had pointed at one of the bulging veins on Anna's neck and looked at Harry, who had nodded, handed her the syringe with morphine he had been given by Alexandra, and left the room. They now saw Ingrid wipe her eyes before lifting the syringe. Harry and Alexandra walked out to the car park and smoked a cigarette together with Øystein. 2 hours later, after questioning and a meeting with the crisis psychologist at Police HQ, Øystein and Harry drove Alexandra home. "Unless you're intent on bankrupting yourself as a thief, you can stay with me for a while," she said. "Thanks," Harry said. "I'll think about it." It was midnight, and Harry was sitting in the hotel bar, looking at his whiskey glass while taking stock. Because it was time for some final accounting, to tally up those he had lost and those he had let down, and the faceless people he might, but only might, have saved. But one person was still unaccounted for. As if in response to the thought, the phone rang. He looked at the number. It was Ben. Harry knew with sudden certainty that now he would find out. Perhaps that's why he hesitated before tapping accept.
Ben?
Hi, Harry. She's been found.
Okay.
Harry took a deep breath, then drained the rest of his drink in one go.
Where?
Here.
Here?
She's sitting right in front of me.
You mean at Creatures?
Yeah, her and a whiskey sour. They took her phone, that's why you couldn't get her. And she came back to Laurel Canyon when she got out of Mexico. Here she is. Harry heard noise and laughter, and then Lucille's voice. Harry?
Lucille,
was all he was able to say. Don't go soft on me, Harry. I've been thinking about what my first words to you would be, and what I came up with was this. He heard her draw breath, and then, through a mixture of laughter and tears, her quivering, whiskey-sprinkled vocal cords say, You saved my life, you fool. Chapter 54. Thursday. It was cold and the wind was blowing hard on the day Stola Auna was buried. The hair of those in attendance was tossed this way and that, and at one point, strangely, hailstones fell from an apparently cloudless sky. Harry had shaved when he got up, and the lean face that had stared back at him from the mirror had been from a happier time. Maybe that would help. Probably not. When he went up to the pulpit to say a few words, as Ingrid and Aurora had asked him to do, he looked out over a packed church. On the first 2 rows sat close family. On the row behind them, close friends, most of whom were people Harry had never met. On the row behind that again sat Mikael Bellman. Obviously Bellman was pleased that the case was solved and the murderer, Helga Forfang, was behind bars, but he had kept a low profile the whole week, while the newspapers had gorged on the flow of new details as the police had released them. Like Helga Forfang's account of the murder of his own stepfather. Mona Dor and VG had set a good example, though, by not publicizing the video of a naked Marcus Rude admitting the sexual abuse of his stepson, but merely referring to the content. But for those who did want to view it, the clip was of course available online. Harry saw Katrina sitting next to Sung Min and Bodil Melling. She was still tired. There had been a lot of follow-up work to do, and more remained. But naturally she was relieved that the killer had been caught and had confessed. During the interviews, Helga Forfang had told them all they needed to know, most of which had matched Harry's assumptions about how the murders had occurred. The motive, to take revenge on his stepfather, was obvious. Harry had arrived at the church in Erstein's Mercedes, along with Erstein, Truls, and Oleg, who had travelled all the way down from Finnmark. Truls was already back at work at Police HQ, given that he was no longer suspected of skimming, and had celebrated by buying a suit for the funeral, suspiciously like Harry's. Erstein, for his part, claimed to have cut out dealing cocaine and wanted to make his living from behind the wheel of a vehicle. Said he had considered becoming an ambulance driver. "Tell you what, hard to go back when you've switched on that siren once and seen the traffic part like the fucking Dead Sea for Moses. Or was it the Sea of Galilee? Whatever, I'll probably give it a miss, though." Truls had grunted. "Takes a lot of courses and the like before you can become an ambulance driver." "It's not so much that," Erstein had replied. "There are loads of drugs in those vehicles, you know, and I can't be around that. I'm not like Keith. So I said yes to the day shift for a taxi company owner in Holmlia." Harry's hands were shaking, causing the sheets of paper he was holding to make scratching noises. He hadn't drunk today. On the contrary, he had emptied the rest of the Jim Beam bottle into the sink in his hotel room. He was going to be sober for the rest of his life. That was the plan. That was always the plan. On Saturday, he and Gert were taking the boat to Nesodden. Harry thought about that. His hands stopped shaking. He cleared his throat. "Stola Auna," he said, because he decided to begin by saying his full name. "Stola Auna became the hero he never aspired to become, but which circumstances and his own courage gave him the opportunity to be at the end of his life.
Naturally, he'd object to being called a hero if he was here. But he's not, I don't think. And anyway, his objection wouldn't meet with acceptance. When we were faced with resolving the hostage situation that all of you have read about in the papers, his was the voice that cut through the hubbub. "Don't you all hear what I'm saying?" he shouted from his bed. "It's simple mathematics." Stoller owner would claim it was pure logic, not heroism, that made him put on my clothes, take my place, take on my death sentence. The plan was for me to leave the scene with the hostage before it was discovered we'd switched places, or, if the need arose, for me to intervene should Stoller be found out. This wasn't my plan. It was his. He asked us to do him this favour, to let him exchange his last days of pain for an exit that actually had meaning. It was a good argument. But the best thing about it was that it gave us a greater likelihood of saving the hostage if Forfang concentrated on him, and I could step in if something unforeseen occurred. Stoller left behind, like most self-sacrificing heroes, people with feelings of guilt. Myself first and foremost, as leader of the group, and the intended recipient of the poisoned chalice up there on the rooftop. Yes, I'm guilty of having cut short Stoller owner's life. Do I regret it? No, because Stoller was right. It is actually simple mathematics. And I believe he died a happy man. Happy because Stoller belonged to that portion of humanity who find the deepest satisfaction in contributing to make this world a little more bearable for the rest of us. After the funeral, there was a wake at Schroeder's, according to Stoller's wishes, with sandwiches and coffee also available. The place was so packed that there was only standing room when they arrived, and Harry and his companions had to hover at the far end by the door to the toilets. "Forfang was out for revenge and destroyed everything standing in his way," Erstein said, "but the newspapers are still writing that he was a serial killer. And he wasn't, was he, Harry?" Not in the classic sense. They're extremely rare." Harry took a sip of coffee. "How many have you come across?" Oleg asked. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Truls grunted. "After I caught my second serial killer, I began to receive anonymous letters. People challenging me, saying they had killed, or were going to kill, and that I wouldn't be able to catch them. Most of them just got their kicks from writing the letters, I presume. But I don't know if any of them took somebody's life. Most of the deaths we discover to be murders are cleared up, but maybe they're good. Maybe they make them appear to be natural deaths or accidents." "So they might have outplayed you, is that what you're saying?" Harry nodded. "Yep." An elderly man, clearly a little tipsy, emerged from the toilet. "Friends or patients?" he asked. Harry smiled. "Both. Easily done," the man said, walking into the crowded premises. "Plus, he saved my life," Harry said under his breath. He raised his coffee cup. "To Stoller." The other three raised their glasses. "I was thinking about something," Truls said. "That saying you came out with, Harry. The one about if you save someone's life, then you're responsible for them for the rest of their life." "Yeah," Harry said. "I checked. That's no proverb. It was just something they made up in Kung Fu that was supposed to sound like ancient Chinese wisdom. That TV series from the 70s, you know. The one with David Carradine?" Erstein asked. "Yeah," Truls said. "Absolute shit. But in a cool way," Erstein said. "You should see it," he said, nudging Oleg. "Really?" "No," Harry said. "Not really." "Okay," Erstein said. "But if David Carradine said you have responsibility for those you saved, then there's sure as shit something in it. I mean, David Carradine, come on, people." Truls scratched his protruding chin. "Yeah, okay." Katrina came over to them. "Sorry, I'm only getting here now. Had to take a look at the crime scene," she said. "Seems everyone is here, even the priest." "The priest?" Harry said, raising an eyebrow. "Wasn't it him?" Katrina said, A man in a clerical collar was leaving, just as I arrived in any case. Which crime scene? Oleg asked. An apartment in Frogner. The bodies chopped into pieces. The neighbours heard a motorised sound. The wallpaper in the living room looks like it was spray-painted. Listen, Harry, could I have a word in private? They withdrew to the table by the window, the one which had once been Harry's usual spot. Great to see Alexandra is already back at work, she said. She's a tough girl, fortunately, Harry said. I hear you've invited her to Romeo and Juliet? Yeah, I got 2 tickets from Elena Road. It's supposed to be good. Nice. Alexandra is a good woman. I asked her to check on something for me. Okay. She checked the DNA profile on the saliva we found on Susanna's breast against the database of known offenders. We didn't get any hits there, but we know it was a match for Marcus Rudd. Yeah? But the saliva was never checked against the database of unknown offenders. DNA in unsolved cases, that is. After the video where Marcus Rudd admitted the sexual abuse of a minor came to light, I asked her to run his DNA against that database too. Do you know what came up? I can guess. Go ahead. The rape of the 14-year-old at Tuesdays. What did you call the case again? The butterfly case. Katrina looked almost a little peeved. How did you... Rudd and Crone claimed they were unwilling to provide a DNA sample because to do so would be to admit there were grounds for suspicion. But I suppose I guessed Rudd had another reason. He knew you had DNA in the form of semen from the rape. Katrina nodded. You're good, Harry. He shook his head. If I were, I'd have solved this case long ago. I was wrong every step of the way. So you say. But I happen to know there are other people who rate you as well. Okay. And it's these others I'd like to talk to you about. There's a vacancy in Crime Squad. We'd all like you to apply for it. We? Bodil Milling and me? That's both. You said all. Mikhail Bellman has mentioned it might be a good idea. That we could create a special position, a freer role. You could even start with this murder in Frogner. Any suspects? The victim had a long-standing inheritance dispute with his brother. The brother is being questioned right now, but he has an alibi, apparently. She studied Harry's face. The blue irises she had gazed into, the soft mouth she had once kissed, the sharp features, the saber-shaped scar running from the corner of his mouth up to his ear. She tried to interpret his look, the changes in his facial expression, the way he pulled his shoulders back like a large bird before it flies away. Katrina considered herself adept at reading people, and some men, like Björn, she felt were like an open book. But Harry was, and remained, a mystery to her. And to himself, she suspected. Give my regards and say thanks, he said. But no thanks. Why not? Harry gave a wry smile. I've realized during this case that I'm only good for one thing, and that's catching serial killers. Real ones. Statistically, you'll pass a serial killer on the street just 7 times in the course of a lifetime. In which case I've used up mine. There aren't going to be any more turning up. The young shop assistant was wearing a tag that read Andrew, and the way the man in front of him had just pronounced his name suggested he had spent time in the USA. A new chain for a chainsaw? Andrew said. Yes, we can sort that out. Right away, please, the man said. And I need 2 rolls of duct tape, and a few meters of strong, thin rope, and a roll of bin bags. Would you have that for me, Andrew? For some reason, Andrew shuddered. Perhaps it was because of the man's colourless irises, or the soft, overly ingratiating voice with a hint of a Surland accent. Perhaps the fact he had placed a hand on Andrew's forearm, or simply that Andrew, in the same way some people were afraid of clowns, had always been afraid of priests. We hope you have enjoyed this Penguin audio production of Killing Moon by Nesbo, read by Sean Barrett. It was produced by ID Audio, and the post-production was by ID Audio.
For more Penguin audio productions, visit us at penguin.co.uk/audio. Text copyright Your Nesbo, 2023. Copyright and recording Penguin Audio. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thanks for listening.